some in that bowl too.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, we know you. Thank you.
You're joining us live for the City of South Fulton City Council meeting. Introducing Mayor Khalid, District 1 Councilwoman Dr. Catherine Rowell, District 2 Councilwoman Carmelita Gums, District 3 Councilwoman Helen Zenobia Willis, District 4 Councilman J.C. Sebastian, District 5 Councilwoman Keosha B. Bell, District 6 Councilwoman Natasha Williams Brown, District 7 Councilwoman Linda Bacure Pritchett, City Attorney Sarah Kelly, City Clerk Corey Adams, and City Manager Sharon D. Subadan. A city on the rise. You're joining.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, or good afternoon. Welcome to the City of South Fulton's first meeting of 2025. We are joining you live now from our brand new City Council chambers. From here on out, we will now be meeting. We'll now be meeting right here at 5440 Fulton Industrial Boulevard, City of South Fulton, Georgia, 30336. In our renovated City Hall, we have put at the very center all of you. We have a City Council chamber for near time, for all time, right here in our own city. So please join us either online or in person here at the City of South Fulton. We are a city on the rise. Mr. Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of council.
Just one person at a time.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of City Council, as well as the general public at large. This is the roll call for the January 14th City Council work session. The Honorable Catherine F. Rowell, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Carmelita Gums, District 2.
Present.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3.
Present.
The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Present.
The Honorable Keosha B. Bell, District 5.
Present.
The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6.
Present.
The Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7.
Here.
And the Honorable Mayor Khalid.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right, please sound the first item.
First item on tonight's work session agenda is the city manager items. It will be the State of the City Administration presentation presented by our city manager, Sharon D. Subadan.
Good evening. Try that again. Welcome to City Hall. Welcome to the State of City Administration. You all look amazing, and I'm excited to be in this space to talk about 2024. It is my honor to present the State of the City Administration, which highlights the work of the City of South Fulton and our remarkable progress in 2024. And the hard work of the staff, many of whom are seated in this room. I'm pleased to report that the State of the City Administration is strong. Through innovative and initiatives and infrastructure advancements, we have rolled out significant community-focused programs and strengthened our position as a premier destination to live, work, and thrive. As we look to 2025, our commitment to excellence, inclusivity, and sustainability remains unwavering. The overview of our accomplishments are, and I'm not going to read every slide, I promise. Strategic land acquisitions for municipal facilities, parks, and future development. Completion of key infrastructure projects, especially transportation. Financial achievements with new grants and increased interest earnings. Community engagement initiatives and new public art projects. Our public safety improvements, including a reduction in crime and enhanced fire and police services. Under asset management, we have acquired 371.31 acres for $18.3 million in 2024. No debt service was used for these purchases. As I said before, we're going to be using them for new parks, municipal facilities, and strategic growth. Our notable purchase of the year was City Administration at 4715 Frederick Drive. And our another big key action for us is our headquarters and fire rescue training facility and headquarters RFQ was released in December. So breaking down the 37.31 acres a little further, we purchased from the private market 124.25 acres for $14.6 million. We purchased 13 acres for the land acquired for future City Hall, which is very exciting. We transferred 192.86 acres of land and buildings from Fulton County, and for a total of 317 and 14.7, which is less than the 371. So I have a little bit of a new announcement to make in the next slide. We also leased space at Crestwood in the old National Corridor for Municipal Court to finally have a proper place and a physical place to meet. So updates for 2025. Since we did this presentation and produced our document, which we'll share with you after, I'm pleased to announce that last week we closed on 7335 Old National Highway, a building that we intend to renovate and bring to life. It's been an eyesore in our community for many years, and this will allow us to remove blight and site municipal facilities at that location. So we're excited about that being another big project coming our way. We also acquired land that we closed on last week for a future fire station on Campbellton. So we have currently 40 acres under contract for future development. In 2025, we are going to work hard with Fulton County and our new interim city attorney to finally get Wolf Creek Amphitheater and the surrounding properties transferred from Fulton County. Wish us luck. Also, we are going to be presenting a future fire station location plan so that the city can finally start to prepare for the future growth of our first responders. Many other capital improvement projects were done. Everybody who was here yesterday knows that this is a 30,000 square foot facility that we have modernized for our use to provide a professional office space, removed mold, and we include preventative measures for future potential mold. And included in this space, as you know, are council chambers, planning commission meeting space, and other meeting spaces, in addition to creature comforts needed for the staff who work here. And we've made it very inviting and opening for those who come to visit us here. We've also started our AV streaming capabilities in-house and purchased state-of-the-art equipment to record and stream, not just these meetings, but planning commission meetings, which we heard you loud and clear is something that was necessary. So just to take you back, there are people in this room who have never been in this building before the renovation, but if you want to remember, for 7 years, you all lived in this space, and this is what it used to look like, and here we are today. Other significant capital improvements in 2024 included renovations at some of our most key parks, Trammell Crow, Sandtown, Cliftondale, Creel, Southwest Arts, and Wolf Creek, in addition to Burdett. We've done everything from roof replacements to bathroom upgrades to HVAC to paving of our parking lots. And this is just the beginning. This year is going to be a year of reducing our deferred maintenance, so you'll see more of these projects come online. and really make our facilities appropriate for our community, especially for our youth. We started our branding, our signage project, and all city parks now have a branded sign that's consistent, and park rule signs will be following. Fire station renovations are underway. We even started a solar light project at Wolf Creek, just to kind of see how it worked in our space, and we'll be rolling that out in other places in our community. And then I couldn't end this part of the presentation without talking about our project that is probably the longest recreational project in the history of all recreational projects, the renovation of the Welcome All Natatorium. This 4-year-long project, we replaced major components, some of which was done long before I ever got here. The pool pack, pool pump room, deck, diving board, slide, pool service, scoreboard, heating equipment, roof replacement. Ternard, did I forget anything? Were all replaced, and we will be opening this week. Over $7 million has been invested in this new natatorium, and while that is a huge number, a larger number is what it would cost to build a new natatorium in today's dollars, which would be $32 million. And as I shared with the young people, I said, is 7 a smaller number than 32? And even the smallest person at the opening told me that is a bigger number. 32 is a bigger number. So while this has been a long time coming, it certainly is a good return on our investment. Financial progress. We continue to have strong financial health in the community, in the city. Interest earnings for 2024 were $9.94 million, 12.54 million since the beginning of this initiative in 2023. The audit for 22 is complete and accepted by the state. The FY23 is underway and 85% complete, so we are working hard to get that done. And right behind it will be 2024. I'm going to put you on pause a second. Is there a reason my PowerPoint's not showing on the screen? Next. Here we go. So I was trying to drive and they're trying to drive. We both can't drive. All right. The RLFRF, formerly ARPA dollars. You will recall this was funding that was provided to every city and county after the COVID crisis. And we had certain specific categories, and we had to have it fully obligated by 12/31/24. I'm happy to report that we met the deadline. And there's a detailed accounting of where all the funding went. But our 3 big categories were community recovery, infrastructure improvements, and government operations. The big areas in community recovery were food insecurity, small business grants, rent and mortgage assistance, vaccine outreach programs, and city council outreach programs. Under infrastructure, we incorporated some planning, we did sidewalks, facility security improvements, and under government operations, there was premium pay early in the pandemic, before I ever got here, HVAC improvements, and the land acquisition for City Hall, as well as some revenue loss. And we did earn some interest on this money as well. Infrastructure improvements in transportation. At any given point in 2024, we had $140 million in projects that were underway. Those were state, federal, and local dollars combined. And you saw that we had several groundbreakings, ribbon cuttings, announcements, and these are ongoing. The big piece of information that you don't already have is 35% of the city's portion of these funds were awarded to minority, female, and veteran businesses for over $26.6 million. That was a super weak clap. $26.6 million. Thank you. We're cute and everything, but we can still chop it up. Other infrastructure improvements, we identified in road resurfacing for tiers 1, 2, and 3 were complete in 2024. Some of you may remember when you did the T-SPLOST allocations, there were 2 tiers which were kind of required and expected. Tier 3 is your aspirational tier if you have enough money. Well, I'm happy to report that a year ahead of schedule, tiers 1, 2, and 3 have been completed, and many, many, many roads resurfaced. We also recognize that there are some gaps. So one of the things we're going to be doing in early this year is coming back to you with some forecasting for T-SPLOST and asking you to consider potentially doing another phase and doing some infill paving, because we did realize that there were some subdivisions where they were not paved in their entirety. You know, one of my favorite sayings is you can have anything, but you can't have
Everything.
And so we may not be able to do everything, but we certainly will make an effort to bring some more resurfacing online in 2025. The other thing we've done is to establish a more open pipeline with GDOT. We're going to be having regular meetings with them in order to help them to keep us abreast of the projects that are GDOT centric, and also let us know when they're doing projects in our community. So I think that was a last quarter of the calendar year. We really opened some doors, and we thank you for those of you who have helped us with opening doors with GDOT. Public safety on the fire side, you all approved our pay study in 2024 and our collective bargaining agreement with our firefighters. We implemented the new pay study, making our fire department one of the highest paying in the state. It has certainly helped to improve morale and has helped us with retention. We also added 2 transport capable units for faster medical response. And I'm particularly proud of this because it's not just a matter of adding vehicles to our fleet. This added life-saving capabilities to our community that we don't ever get reimbursed for. All reimbursement goes to Grady, who is the provider of ambulance service in our area, but they're not always able to get to us quickly enough. And in just the first few months of having these 2 rescues, there were 6 critical patients saved, including a 10-month-old. So this is an initiative that you as a council have supported and sponsored, and we are taking the initiative as a city to be out in front providing medical support. The other thing we learned is about 22% of the households in our community have somebody who is medically disabled or has mobility challenges. So that makes it even more critical for us to have these first responder services. Strategic planning, they completed the ISO station location and equipment study, and as I shared, we will be bringing a station location plan to the City Council this year for your adoption and approval and a path for us to be able to get there. Public Safety Police, some of our key highlights are the opening of the Real-Time Crime Center, helping us to be able to make decisions in real time. We've incorporated platforms like SpotShotter, IBM, and Flock in order to be able to more effectively fight crime in our community and identify areas of challenge. We have seen a 26% crime reduction in Part 1 offenses between 23, which we had 3,374, to 2,487 in 2024, reflecting improved strategies and proactive policing. But we still know that's not good enough, because if you're one of the 2,487, we still have more work to do. We're also working to improve our response. We have many challenges with dispatch, which, as you know, is done by Fulton County, and we are going to be working to see how we can ultimately have our own dispatch capabilities with your support. We've also addressed numerous code violations, resolving cases through municipal court. Community engagement and events, my all-time favorite thing. We supported over 300 events in our community in 2024. We also supported successful city events, State of the City, Juneteenth, Azúcar, and we had numerous ribbon cuttings, groundbreakings, and we had our inaugural tree lighting, a new tradition in the city. We had our second year of concert series at Wolf Creek, and Southwest Arts Center continues to provide quality programming, and we have started, as you can see in this building, our second phase of our public art collection. Nothing that we do would be possible without the people who make the organization strong. And so none of these accomplishments are mine. These are shared accomplishments for the whole team. We have invested in the team. The HR department cannot be credited enough by all of the activities that they have brought to us. We have, with your support, we have been able to hold our health insurance costs stable. We've incorporated long-term disability at no additional cost to our workforce. We have worked on our culture. We've provided mental health benefits. We've provided financial health benefits to our employees at no cost. And we've done numerous employee appreciation events citywide. And so our goal is to continue to focus on our culture, on the individuals and the teams in order to continue to grow in this area. Awards and recognition, I can't say enough about our Parks and Recreation Department, and there are some special awards that you have heard about, some that have been announced, some that are to be announced, as well as our Public Affairs won their first ever Gold Markham Award for Strategic Communication, recognized for their work in launching our electric vehicle initiative. And let's not forget code. Even though the AACE Code Department of the Year was in 2023, I thought it not robbery that we should recognize code enforcement for all the work they do. And no day in South Fulton is complete without our fair share of drama. And so we had a few unplanned events and some crisis management in 2024. We've talked a lot already about City Hall. We started the year after our retreat. You all gave me goals. You all gave me a direction. And then the second month of the year, all of that kind of blew up because we had to move everybody out of this building on over to administration. And so we, for almost a year, served the public from Boat Rock. We negotiated a new lease on this building that's more favorable, in addition to $750,000 worth of contribution to the renovation of this facility. We also got 5 months of free rent during the renovation period. I don't call it free because it's not really ever free, but it certainly defrayed some of the cost and the inconvenience for the last year in this building. And then crisis response, I know it's hard to believe, but Hurricane Helene was several months ago. And let's not forget the cyber attack on Fulton County, which significantly impacted us, impacted our ability to dispatch and collect our police data for months. Our staff had to be capturing data manually in order to be able to continue to serve the public. And while they're finally back online, it certainly was not without its share of challenge. You will remember last year, the HB 905, this body successfully defended against local governance from a legislative threat. That certainly was unexpected and unplanned. And some of you may not be aware that the entire time the renovations of Bishop Road landfill have been underway, we have engaged our own environmental consultant to provide the city with reports and ensure that we're holding the contractor accountable and helping us to make sure that the Bishop Road landfill project goes according to plan. So looking ahead to 2025, City Hall reopening, we can check the box. We did the first thing. The strategic plan update is expected in March. The comprehensive plan kickoff starts tomorrow with an expected completion of November. The deferred maintenance, we have started hot and heavy on all of the parks projects. We intend to bring the design phase of projects identified in the Parks Master Plan to you in the first quarter, particularly Cedar Grove and Cliftondale. CIP, the design phase of the headquarters and fire training center, we expect that to be complete in 2025. We're going to continue to expand our fleet with green initiatives and electric charging. And we will develop and complete a first set of codified standard operating procedures for every department. I can't thank you enough for your continued trust and your collaboration. I can't say enough about the team. We are not a perfect team, but we're constantly focused on progress. So thank you for your support, and now I am subject to your questions.
Mr. Clerk, will you bring the queue up? Can everybody get into the queue? Great. As people line up in the queue, I want to start off by saying thank you, Madam City Manager. We bring you all of our ideas, electric vehicle charging, the pool, like everything at one time, and you got it all done in a year. So thank you. And I want to thank my council for being so passionate that every district got something, which means the city got something. And, we don't always agree, but when we put our minds to something, whether it's HB 905 or whatever it is, y'all get it done. So thank y'all. The chair recognizes District 2 Councilwoman Carmelita Gomes.
Excellent report. And again, ditto to the comments from the mayor. You have been a whirlwind, and we really appreciate you. We act like sometimes we don't. We really do appreciate you and the progress. You made a commitment to the city and to us that you will get things done, and you have done that. So I definitely appreciate you, and kudos to you. I do have a few questions. One, in reference to the Slow Your Roll campaign. Now, are you about to give another report after this, or are you done?
No, I have the written report for December is in your.
Hey, I saw it.
Yeah,
So
I'm just here to answer your questions.
Okay, can we talk about that report? Okay, so just for the Slow Your Roll campaign, again, this is a testament of bringing ideas to you and you getting your staff to implement, and that has been, I read the results. I couldn't be more proud of, because we are trying to slow people down in the city. Kudos to the police department for actually jumping on it, and the video was excellent. I saw it was shared on Nextdoor and a few other things. So you all have been working really hard to get people to slow down. I don't think people understand the magnitude of what took place in those past 2.5 months with the number of citations and things of that nature. I think, what was it, 1,700 citations that were issued?
Yeah.
That's a lot. So we're really serious about getting people to slow down. So thank you for that. Keep up the good work. I think the campaign is still happening. Mm-hmm. One thing I did want to mention was about code enforcement. Seeing a prevalence of a lot of signs being put up. I don't know what the strategy is behind it. I don't know if we need to roll out a campaign. Is that my theme music?
No.
Okay. Wondering if we can start a campaign such as put up an illegal sign, you will get fined. I know we've tried different things, but they are all over our city. And again, all of the great work that we're doing, it takes away from, the signs take away from that. So that's just something to think about. Also, too, I read in your report about OpenGov and the status is that it's pending. Now, OpenGov was something that I had initiated in my first term, and I think that it also will help a lot if, again, we had citizens that were able to actually go and see transactions in real time. So what does it mean by status pending, and how can we get it back online sooner than later?
So 2 thoughts on OpenGov. We actually used OpenGov for our budget process to see how it could, we could make things more transparent, and we had great difficulty getting OpenGov to communicate with Edmunds. So we have two big initiatives. They're not on my list, but two big initiatives happening in 2025. One of them is the transition to Tyler. And with the transition to Tyler, I think we'll be more successful in being able to give insight and use either OpenGov or a tool like it into transactions. Additionally, we are going to be doing a refresh of our website because that's also a real challenge. What we've realized is the website was made for us. So we can find stuff on the website, but that's not the point of a website. The website is for people who don't work for the government. So we desperately need a refresh of our website, and in doing those two things, I think we can have more success in using a tool, either OpenGov or a tool like it, to be able to give the community opportunities to be more transparent.
All right, and is there a status, of course, I received phone calls in reference to Wolf Creek Amphitheater and EPA. Has there been a status on that as far as a decision that has been made?
So we're waiting for Fulton County. The latest issue is they are wanting us to execute a lease for the public safety facility to still use Wolf Creek. And so they want a lease agreement with us to accompany the transfer. So while we don't necessarily love that, that's going to be one of the conditions of the transfer. We're gonna have to work with pulling that together. So it's definitely on our list for us to engage with with Fulton County on the final transfer of Wolf Creek.
Any timeline on that as well?
If I can jump in, I have been in active conversations with the Fulton County Attorney's Office on that. I've kind of turned up the heat and put what I like to call positive pressure on them. I know that this has been hanging out there for quite some time. So I've been actively talking to them and negotiating terms on that lease and making sure that those two things travel together to make sure we wrap everything up and don't leave any stragglers laying around once they make the transfer.
Okay, all right, thank you for that. And lastly, I don't know if I could put this on your radar, for Public Works, extending the sidewalks on Merck and Aldridge. They have a roundabout project that is coming to that particular intersection. That also, I think we were in conversation with the Commissioner, Marvin Arrington, in reference to extending the sidewalks, certainly to make it to Wolf Creek. Not sure how to go about allocating funding for that, but, that's something that we're looking into. So if you could put that on your radar as well.
Yeah, we actually are looking very closely at that area and wanting to implement a complete street model.
Okay. All right. That concludes my questions.
The chair recognizes District 3 Councilwoman Helen Zenobia Willis.
Thank you for recognizing me. Thank you for your report. The lease agreement with the Public Safety Center, I wasn't a fan of it because they were asking for a 50-year lease. Does it have to be that long? Or is that an executive session question?
That may be an executive session conversation.
Also, detention ponds, retention ponds. There were a list of those that is in limbo. Fulton County was maintaining them, and then when we became a city, they stopped maintaining them. And so we need to get a resolve with that because we have a lot of residents that are.
I'm sorry, just point of order. I think that some of these may be executive session questions, and we could take them up in executive session. We have one of those following. If we could possibly limit our questions to what she has reported out about. I know we have a lot to go over. I want to make sure that everybody. Yes. I'm sorry, just wanted to put that out there.
I appreciate it, but it wasn't a question. Thank you. if you could just kind of bring that to a resolve, because a lot of our residents are in limbo regarding their retention and detention bonds. Lastly, Mrs. Subanan, as you may know, this month is Human Sex Trafficking Awareness Month. And a couple of years ago, we did create an ambassador, City of South Fulton Human Sex Trafficking Ambassador Program. And we did adopt legislation to say that we are supposed to have signage in most of our businesses with the emergency hotline number on it for people who encounter human sex trafficking victims. If it's possible, I would like for us to ramp up that initiative, because as I go into gas stations and as I go into a lot of the retail, the signage is not displayed, and businesses are supposed to be fined with the signage not displayed. It is legislation, yes. And so I wouldn't say we should go and fine businesses, but I think we need a education effort to remind businesses that they're supposed to have this human sex trafficking signage in their businesses, especially in our gas stations, our retail stores, our restaurants. And the list is also in the legislation on where the signage should be, what businesses the signage should be. Nail salons, barbershops, almost everything. Because of where we are located, we're in close proximity of all of the major highways, and our police department has done a very good job with addressing human sex trafficking and had some pretty good cases that they have cracked. But we just need to not forget that that is a law in the city of South Fulton.
Okay. So we'll pull the legislation and potentially.
And I'll sidebar with you off about the Human Sex Trafficking Ambassador Program, because we usually partner with Georgia Sparks, Youth Sparks, to come in and teach that class to our residents.
Okay.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem J.C. Sebastian.
Good evening, everyone. Madam City Manager, thank you for your report. I want to thank there's several departments here that have done obvious and publicly visible projects in District 4. And I want to talk about two in particular, because it comes back to traffic. Thank the Public Works Department for getting on that case at Rivertown, Upwood, and Owner Road. I know we have that roundabout project that's coming there, but the temporary solution, we're already getting very positive feedback that residents are appreciating the fact that we have slowed and stopped traffic down rather than people flying through there. The other thing I want to talk about is the case of Highway 92. And I get emails almost every other day about accidents on Highway 92, especially between South Fulton Parkway and Butner Ridge Junction. I know we had installed those lights, and I look forward to working with you to see what are other improvements that can be done from the state level. But I constantly remind folks that that's a state road and we're doing the best we can. I would, however, want to ask us again to whatever more enforcement we can do from the police perspective to pay special attention to that stretch of road, because folks seem to be trying to beat the lights, up and down, or even going into the intersections when the light is red, and that's what causing some of the issues. We cannot tell other cities what to do on their borders, but once within our city, when these issues are happening, we have to do our best to put resources towards them. So thank you for your report. As was said, I think we have done a tremendous job in a year and 6 months. And so I want to admonish you to continue to keep your eyes on the prize and keep pushing our city forward with our help. I think I heard you say one time that you have not come to us and asked us for something, and we haven't given you, we may cry a little bit sometimes, but most times we see the need and how we can justify to our residents of this city making those financial decisions. Right? So I somewhat don't have a question, right? But I wanted to make those comments, and I did see in your report that we started to install some cameras in Wilkerson Park, and there's some others planned in City Road Park. And I've cried enough about those, because those are two parks that are very rural, and sometimes things happen in them, and I know those cameras would help. So once again, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, there's no one else on the queue.
All right.
All right, again, thank you.
Thank
City
you.
Manager, for all you've done, and we are excited for all you are going to do. All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
So the next item is the city manager monthly report. Madam City Manager, I didn't know if you were going to present that as a question and answer as well.
The financial report, along with the monthly report for December, was in your packet. We've also circulated the 2024 accomplishments in their totality for your information and late night reading. But if you have any questions on the December report, I am subject to your questions as well.
All right, as speakers line up in the queue, can we got our camera people? Can we zoom in? Can we show them this book? I don't know if you all can see this. Well, you'll be able to see it in a second. But this book is pretty comprehensive, and I don't. Are people going to be able to get a copy of this in the lobby, or? Okay, yes, here it is. A Year of Impact. It's on the website, I'm hearing, but you can come get a physical, because we know some of y'all want it in your hand. So we have this very beautiful book. It's comprehensive. It covers everything that we've talked about today. And if anyone has any further questions about the December report, which kind of is wrapped up in this report, the queue is open for those. That's the current agenda item. All right, seeing and hearing no further questions, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
That brings us to executive session.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion.
I move that we go into executive session for real estate, litigation, personnel, and cybersecurity.
Second.
Again, thank you. It's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take the vote in the queue. Is the queue open? Everyone can?
Vote is open. Vote is closed. That motion was approved unanimously. We are recessed at 4:42 p.m.
All right, thank you all. I can't, the only way I can stay in the queue is if I stay in the queue, which means somebody else got to come out other than me. But don't nobody want to let me. Don't nobody want to let me. So, you know what I'm saying? Y'all have your own conference room.
Yeah, but they don't have a table.
brand new year, brand new city, brand new P cards
I don't see but to join the zoning meeting.
for all of y'all in the back that don't know and understand that.
Can I activate it yet? Okay.
I'm all worried about something you don't know what it is. I smell that cobble. My nose is super sensitive.
Yes, everyone, please make sure you switch over, switch over, switch over. Oh, yes, after we end the meeting, let us end this meeting first and
I
then
was going to
switch
say,
over.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's a lot to make your introduction. Pledge. Y'all must see too much. Y'all must be angled upward. You can see my hands, and then you can see my teeth. You can't see it. Come on, baby. You ready?
Yeah, yeah.
We are friends. Always stick together. We are friends. Y'all ain't gonna start. I'm gonna start saving.
Okay, we're closing the meeting out. I will entertain a motion to reconvene.
Motion to reconvene from executive session.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Let's put that vote in the queue.
Vote is open. Yes. Both of you, yes? Yes. Okay, that motion was approved unanimously. We are reconvened at 7:19 PM.
All right.
I'm sorry, 6:19 PM.
Thank you all. Mr. Clerk or Madam Attorney, do we have anything discussed in executive session for which we need to take a public vote?
No, we do not.
All right, thank you. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
I motion to adjourn.
Vote is open. I got you. Councilman Bell
Yeah, refresh your screen.
It's a yes.
and Williams Brown. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, that motion was approved unanimously. We are adjourned at 6:20 PM.
All right. Okay, if everyone will go into your next queue, we're ready when you're ready.
It's not giving the option to sign it.
Yeah, we had to, yeah, gotta open it up. say it. Still doesn't.
Okay, if we could have some IT folks up here, I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. We're electronic now. Mr. Clerk, would you go ahead and call the roll?
It's good afternoon again. This is the roll call for the City of South Fulton Alcohol License Zoning Public Hearing scheduled for 6 p.m. The Honorable Catherine F. Rao, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Carmelita Gums, District 2.
Present.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3.
Present.
The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Present?
The Honorable Kiosha B. Bell, District 5.
Present.
The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6.
Present.
The Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7.
Here.
And the Honorable Mayor Khalid.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right, please sound the first item.
Mr. Mayor and members of council, the first section is rezoning case deferrals or withdrawals. We have a number of them. Letters A through D are recommended for deferral, and it's my understanding that there might be other deferrals as well.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. Reginald McClendon, Managing Director of Community Development and Regulatory Affairs. I'd first like to thank you all for supporting our move over to this facility. The entire CDRA team is now based out of this facility. It was a daunting task to get everyone moved here, but we are now located all here, so including code enforcement. So if you need us, we are very close at hand. We would like to ask for cases A, B, C, A, and B to be deferred to the February 11th Mayor and Council public hearings. That's case Z24012, CV 24003, and case Z24-027. And there will be some additional deferrals, I believe, that will be requested as well. We're going to ask for C and D to be deferred to a different date. So if we want to take A and B first, we would ask those to be deferred to February 11th.
Did everyone get that? All right, I will entertain a motion for deferral.
I'd like to make a motion to accept the deferrals for case Z 24-012/CV 24-003 and case Z 24-027 to be deferred to the February 11th, 2025 meeting. Okay. Can I continue with the rest of the deferrals, or you just want to do them?
Just those two.
Just those two? Okay.
Is there a second?
Second.
You got to release your mic.
Second.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? The chair recognizes Councilwoman Ryan.
For those, I'm gonna leave it because it's a separate date. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's open the queue for a vote. Everyone is in the 6 o'clock meeting? Yes. Awesome.
That motion to defer was approved unanimously 7-0.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And if we could also take cases C and D as a block, we're going to ask for these cases to be deferred to the February 25th Mayor and Council public hearing, which will be the fourth week of February. This is case Z24-025 and case Z24-029. We're, once again, we're asking these two cases to be deferred to to February 25th, 2025.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I motion to defer case Z24-025/CB24-009 and case Z24-029/CB24-011. Motion to defer to the
Hold one
25th of
second.
February
Hold
2025.
Corey, I'm gonna need you to come out. You got it. All right.
Second item of discussion.
All right. The chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Sebastian.
Managing Director McClendon, I don't know if you saw an email late this afternoon about case 24013 that the petitioner had an answer, not for deferral.
I did.
Go back to the 25th February.
We can. I was just taking them in order. I hadn't.
I wasn't sure if you saw that one or you were going to get to it.
Yes, sir.
Did you see if you're going to get to it?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine.
All right, we'll vote on this deferral. It's in the queue.
That motion was approved unanimously 7-0 to defer.
All right. The floor is yours, Mr. McClendon.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just for the edification of the body, we're trying to, because we have 2 public hearings per month, we're trying to ensure that we are not overloading all of the cases on that first public hearing, which is why we're asking some to be deferred to that, to the fourth week of the month, in order to try to break some of them up. So moving on, at the pleasure of the chair, we could just move into the public hearings. There are some further cases that we know will be requesting a deferral. If you would like for us to go
Let's do
to
all the
those first.
deferrals. So everybody
All right.
can hear the deferral. If you're here for that case, you'll know we're not doing it today, but you'll know the date to come back.
All right, case B, or item B, public hearing, case Z24-024. Application by Joy Mabane requesting a rezoning from AG1 to TR to build 32 townhouses at 4960 and 4980 Campbellton Road on 4.86 acres. This applicant is requesting a deferral to the February 11th meeting, I believe is the case.
All right. The chair recognizes Dr. Rao.
I would ask that it be deferred to March the 11th.
Anyone else in the queue? Okay. We got a motion and a substitute motion in a second, I guess, because we were in a motion for approval to change that date. Let's take a vote. We're going to change the date. You can just give me a show of hands if you want to do that. This is a quick one. This is a quick one. We're going to use our 10 vote. All right.
That motion to defer was approved unanimously.
All right, thank you. The applicant for case Z 24-028 is present. They are also requesting a deferral.
I'll entertain a motion for deferral. You want to
I'm
call
sorry,
that case out again?
I thought you wanted to speak. Case Z 24-028, which is item C. They're asking for February 25th.
I'd like to make a motion to accept the deferral for case Z 24-028. However, can we modify that date till March 11th? Till March 11th of 2025, giving us a little bit more time. She's okay with that. Can I get a second? Thank you.
All right, let's take this vote. Show of hands again.
Court, that motion approved unanimously to defer.
And Mr. Mayor, for the record, that last case was related to an application by Century Communities, care of Gaskins and LaCroix, requesting a rezoning from CUP to CUP in the Cliftondale Overlay District. This is at 3143 and 3030 Demooney Road. The next item is item D, case Z24-013, CDP-008. This is an application by Queen Owl Development requesting a rezoning from AG1 to mixed-use zoning in the Cedar Grove Overlay District at 0 and 4755 Highway 92. We are, I believe, requesting a deferral to February 25th.
So move as described.
There's discussion. I heard Councilwoman Pritchett. Everyone else, if you have discussion, get in the queue.
So, to my recollection, this has been deferred like 10 times already. Is this correct?
I would.
That we're currently, letter D, Z 24-013, CDP-008. So, this has been deferred like 9 or 10 times already. Is that correct, Mr. McClendon?
It has had a number of deferrals. I can't recall exactly how many. I know at the last meeting in December, there was a deferral that was requested at the last minute. And prior to that, I'm sorry, I just don't specifically recall.
So, I guess my question is, I don't know, maybe I missed it, but why are we deferring this again? If we, either you or the councilman, can explain why we are continuing to why are we deferring?
We received an email earlier today stating that the applicant at some point was in a car accident, and for that reason they were requesting to defer. And the council member was in agreement with that.
So for the record, it's the applicant that is asking for these deferrals.
That's correct.
Mayor Pro Tem Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For the record, there was a little bit of confusion of this case appearing this month of February. I did ask for it to be deferred to February, and we were the opinion until a few days ago that it was going to appear in February, and I don't like to deal with something too many times, so I am disappointed that we're here again. But originally my request, because I think there's still some work left to be done, some conversations that need to happen again with the community, and I was prepared to follow staff and have the hearing tonight, sent a little email and said, hey, we have to refer the case to them. So I think both they and myself were expecting February, but as it stands, that's what we want right now, to defer to February.
All right, so let's take this vote by show of hands. We'll do this one real quick. Or, I'm sorry, is there more discussion? Yeah, I can't see the queue. Okay, yes, okay, I'm gonna get everybody's question. I just need to see the queue. All right, the chair recognizes Councilwoman Pritchett. You've spoken, okay. Councilman Sebastian, all right, Councilwoman Willis.
Can you tell us what date in February? Because you just said February, and the community, the community often gets confused with all of the deferrals. And it has been deferred multiple times. And one of the things several community members complain about is the consistent deferrals is confusing to them. They come out, ready to speak, and then it's deferred. Then they have to come back the next week. Then it's deferred, and then so we need to be specific with the dates, because it was just said it's going to be deferred to February, but it wasn't a specific date wasn't given. And what's the limitation on deferrals? Is there any limitations on deferrals?
Thank you. So we just addressed that question at the Planning Commission level. We have implemented a limitation on deferrals before the Planning Commission because we were hearing that complaint, and so now the Planning Commission has passed a new rule where the applicant is entitled to request one deferral in front of the Planning Commission. Staff is also entitled to request a deferral if we need to do further work into the case. But after that, unless there are some extenuating circumstances, then that public hearing will go forward. Now, once it comes before City Council, there are no limitations as to how many deferrals you all can grant. That is up to this body as to how you deal with deferrals. But we do ask that these cases be placed on your calendar so that when they are deferred, we can defer them to a date certain, and the community is hopefully notified through this meeting process as to when that next public hearing will be, so that they can appear and give their public comment at that time. And to answer the question also specifically, I believe February 25th is the date that is being requested for this hearing.
All right, thank you for that. And that's, I think that's a great point. We're talking about how we're going to get everybody on one accord. That's the kind of training we all need to know those dates, those time limitations. I'm sorry, go ahead, Councilman Willis.
So there's only one meeting in February?
No, there's two meetings in February. There's the February 11th public hearing, which is the second Tuesday, and then the February 25th public hearing, which is the fourth Tuesday.
So why are we not hearing it February 11th?
We're trying to split up we don't want to put too many hearings on the same date because because it makes the public hearing longer, so we're trying to split them up.
Okay, thank you.
Now, in the future, what the plan is we're going to try to put the modification cases on the fourth Tuesday, and we're going to try to put cases that are going to request a land use change on the fourth Tuesday as well. And hopefully, once we get into the rhythm of that, then council as well as the community will understand which dates, will hopefully understand which dates we're having which hearings.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Sebastian, you got something to add?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think as we go through this year and try to clean up this process and tighten it a bit, and I can't say this enough, this process about notifying the public of all these different meetings, and I'm going to, again, ask the public to try and take part in this process as early as you can, because the problem is when it comes to the council meeting, then you may come and express some legitimate concerns, and then we have no choice but to defer the case and then work with the developer or whoever to see if there's a way forward. And I think that's our role. But if folks don't express their opinions early enough, or if people are not getting the notifications to attend the meetings, because I know this specific case, they tell me no one showed up to the meetings that they had, but the case come before us, and all of a sudden it's a problem. So again, I'm just asking folks to bear with us as we tighten this whole notification process that we are working on, as well as to go to the meetings when the meetings are called, so that you can express your opinion early enough in the process. Thank you.
All right, next in the queue, we have Councilwoman Williams-Brown.
Good. Thank you, Mayor. So, do we have the ability to, and I don't know, what the issues are that need to be ironed out, but rather than deferring this meeting, get to the next meeting, defer again, get to the next meeting, defer again, instead of doing deferrals one by one, do we have the ability to just, to use a term from Robert's Rules, postpone indefinitely until it's really ready to come before council? Because it seems like it would be more effective to postpone indefinitely so that everybody can get their ducks in a row and bring it when it's ready, than to keep putting it on the agenda every week, every meeting, just for us to turn around and defer it again.
I would say the issue with that is the reason why Georgia has instituted the zoning procedures law is to specifically notify the public of when we have these public hearings. And if we postpone indefinitely, then that would really not be in line with the spirit of that law. You want to, if you're going to continue a case, you want to continue it to a time certain, as well as a place in a manner in which the community is notified as to exactly when and where to appear in order to give public comments on these cases. But what we have done as staff in building out our 2025 calendar is attempted to try to build into the beginning of the process as much time as we possibly can to work with the applicants to get these cases to a place where they are as complete as they can possibly be and ready to present to the public, so that we can minimize these deferrals. Now, it's going to be up to council and community to work with us on that, because if you keep asking the applicants to go back and go to different places and talk to different people, then they're going to keep asking for deferrals because you've asked them to. And at that point, it's going to kind of be a month-to-month process. And so what we're hoping happens is that the meetings start occurring before these cases get into the planning commission cycle, and so that these questions of community input are really ironed out before we really get into our zoning procedures law required public hearings.
Okay. All right, that makes sense. So in this specific case, and this might be Mayor Pro Tem Sebastian, you might be able to better answer this question. In this specific case, do we need to perhaps defer this until March to give the rest of January and all of February to iron out whatever's happening, so when it comes back around, we can act? Anybody who can answer.
Oh, well, no, I would just offer that we usually follow in these cases the advice of the district representative. He gave his date, and I think he probably contemplated all of that. Mayor Pro Tem Sebastian.
Well, that's why I said Mayor Pro Tem Sebastian, is that, would that be reasonable? Can you have it ironed out by February?
You gotta go in the mic.
Oh, I gotta.
Councilmember Williams Brown, thank you. I am gonna repeat something I said earlier. I originally asked for this case to be deferred. Managing Director Reginald, am I correct? To February, right? And it somehow got on to tonight's agenda. I was trying to avoid a deferral again, but the petitioner got in an accident in town. So, me going to February was what was originally requested back in December. Because I asked for 60 days, because it was gonna be over the holidays, and January is what it is, so that in January and early February, we could have some additional conversations. Because communities tell me they never went to meetings, and the petitioner is saying, we had our meetings and nobody showed. So my intent is to get everybody in the room as grown-ups and let's have a conversation to see where we go. And I would say by February 25th, we should be able to get that done. And I see no reason to put an indefinite hold on it. One of the other reasons why I want to do it to February 25th and not the first meeting in February, because the petitioner just had an accident and I don't know how bad it is or when they're gonna be ready to go. So I figured give that a couple weeks. And as a person who had some experience with car accidents recently, I can tell you sometimes it's a long haul. So I'm hoping by February 25th we can get everything tightened and buttoned up, and that we can see where we go as a community. And I'm hearing everything. I'm hearing everything everyone is saying. Those of you who were here earlier heard me express my concerns about Highway 92. I am concerned just like everybody else. We just had some new state reps and senators sworn in, and my first call to them was, state got to do something about Highway 92. We didn't create the problem. Another city basically put hundreds of homes off of Highway 92. That has nothing to do with the city of South Fulton. And we're doing much smaller developments off Highway 92, and folks like they want to put us to the stakes. Right? So again, I want to get everyone in the room and let's talk about this and see where we go. But there's nothing nefarious going on, as have been suggested. So
February 25th
February
works.
25th works for me.
All right. So we've heard from the district representative. Can we do this vote by show of hands? Or you want to use the queue? I'm sorry, there's still people in the queue. Councilwoman Pritchett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. McClendon, you mentioned that the Planning Commission, I guess, decided to put a limit on deferrals?
That's correct.
Okay. So it's my understanding that the Planning Commission, their decisions are recommendations to us, and they don't make decisions for the council. So that is something that the council would have to decide and talk about, and put into legislation separately related to what we would think is the best, is the maximum number of deferrals or circumstances related to deferrals?
Is that I think that's more of a legal question, so for,
I've talked to the city attorney.
okay. But I think she should probably, as the city attorney, answer who has the authority to limit meetings.
Well, my understanding from what the CDR director said was that the planning commission's regulation was to regulate themselves, and once it comes to the city council, we determine how many deferrals were allowed. So the planning commission regulating themselves as far as how many deferrals they will allow themselves does not directly affect the city council, because once it comes before the council, you all decide how many deferrals you allow.
Got you. So everybody got the right to do what they need to do. All right, can we vote to accept this deferral for February 25th? You got that, Cool? Votes unanimous.
And the maker of the motion was Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Sebastian. Okay. That motion was approved unanimously to defer until February 25th.
All right, let's get to these cases.
All right, thank you. If we can move to item A, this is a public hearing for text amendment 24-003. It is an amendment to the South Fulton Code of Zoning Ordinances, Section 207.06, use table, to amend the regulations related to truck and fleet parking in the M2 Industrial Zoning District. If you all will recall, we passed a text amendment, I believe in the month of December, which allowed for truck parking and fleet storage in the city of South Fulton. This text amendment, sponsored by Councilmember Rowell, is specifically related to the Fulton Industrial Boulevard Overlay District. And what it will do is it will restrict commercial parking lots in the Fulton Industrial Overlay District to one parking lot per mile. So there will be commercial parking areas will be restricted to one per 1 mile radius in the Fulton Industrial Boulevard Overlay District is the exact wording of the text amendment.
All right, and before I open the hearing, I do want to just say I see some people standing around. We got plenty of chairs. We got take advantage of our lush accommodations. All right, I'm going to go ahead and call this hearing to order. Mr. Clerk, is the applicant present?
This is a text amendment. So, and we did not receive any comments in support or opposition to this text amendment submitted by staff.
Okay, they're not here in support or opposition of this. All right, I'll go ahead and let's take this vote in the queue. Okay. It's just a hearing, I'm sorry, you're absolutely right. We were just hearing all these cases tonight. Please sound the next item. Oh, I'm sorry. Councilwoman Gomes.
I guess just for the edification of myself and the public, with this, what was my question again? Oh, how many times does this have to be read? Do we vote tonight, or it goes to the next council meeting for a vote?
Great question. So this item actually already had its first read. It is an ordinance, so it does have to have 2 reads, but we had the first read already, I believe, last month. So tonight it is on for the second read, so it will be adopted tonight if you all approve it.
Awesome. All right, please sound the next item. Linda, oh, I'm sorry, I see Councilwoman Gomes. Councilwoman Pritchett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is to Councilwoman Rao. For my edification, how many miles is, if
I think the total they used to say was like a 7-mile stretch. I think that's about right, somewhere in that ballpark. And previously, before Councilman Sebastian introduced his text amendment, we didn't allow truck parking at all. So we're just trying to make sure, while we think it's important to have, that we don't have an oversaturation in one area because we're an industrial area, but we know it's needed and necessary.
7 miles sounds right.
All right, do we have any more questions? Can we vote now? Oh, okay.
Yeah. According to Google, it's 8.2, but that might be all of it.
All right, we're gonna vote now?
No vote.
No vote, I'm sorry. Next item. I'm just trying to move this on.
All right, so I believe the next item will be item E. And before I introduce this item, I'm going to ask if the applicant Wilson Luima is present. And he has not sounded. So this case, the applicant did not appear for the Planning Commission and has also not appeared tonight, has not responded to our attempts to contact him. By the way, this is the same applicant who is item number H on your agenda. So what I would ask the council to do is to either move to withdraw these two cases, or alternatively, you could move forward with the public hearings on these items and vote on them in your normal course at your next meeting.
Does that address?
I move to,
Well, there's no more, this is just a hearing.
we can motion.
Correct. You could move to, because these cases have already been advertised, you all have to move to withdraw them as applications.
I move to withdraw, case number Z 24-023 and case Z 24-022.
Let's get a second. On the mic. All right, and now we have. All right, thank you. It's been properly moved and seconded. I believe we have discussion. Councilwoman Gumbs, if there are other people, please line in the queue.
Just so I'm clear, the applicant has not responded to any of these cases for how many times?
Approximately 5 is.
At least 5. Okay. All right. That's all I wanted. I just want to make sure we had it on one record.
Mr. Mayor, I'm in the queue.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Pritchett.
Mr. McClendon, in either of these cases, has there been a public participation meeting at all? In either case? Because I'm not aware of H. I didn't hear anything. I haven't heard any feedback from anybody in any community. So just wondering if it even ever happened.
So for item Z24-023, I'm showing that no public participation report was submitted for that case. And for item Z24-022, I am showing that no public participation report was submitted for that case. So the public participation report is how we gauge whether or not the public participation meeting was actually held and what happened at that meeting. And so being that no report was submitted, I can't affirmatively tell you whether or not a meeting was held, but I would assume that it was not.
So, Mr. McClendon, with regard to the process, what I have read is that there's a certain timeline for these applicants to mail notices to citizens to have this stuff published. Then you have the public participation meetings. So it can, for administrative purposes and the purpose of not wasting anybody else's time, is it possible that if there is no public participation report, or you do not receive from an applicant something verifying that a mailer went out, that it was published, that a meeting happened, that these cases don't even come on our agenda, because we could have, in essence, had if the applicant had showed, we could have heard from the applicant, and unless we're really paying close attention, which we are, but things slip through the cracks, we could, in essence, have heard a case where none of the public had any input or any information, including this council. So is that something that we would have to take up as a council, or is that an administrative function that you can decide?
I think that's something you all will have to take up as a council. That's an item that we have reviewed. Our planning and zoning staff has reviewed that. Once the person makes the application, they pay for their application. We're weary to remove that application from the system. And your rules also say that once we advertise it, only council can withdraw it. So we generally try to work with that applicant as much as we can to try to push that case through the process. I do believe that we could make some ordinance changes that would allow us to restrict the movement of that case if they don't follow certain items in our rules. And so I think we could probably go back and discuss with the legal team what steps we could take on that.
Thank you, Ms. McClendon.
I'm sorry, Councilwoman Bell.
Just a point of clarification, you mentioned you have not heard anything from the applicant in over 5 months.
I'm not sure it was 5 months. My team said it's been 5 times, so I think that's probably 5 different meetings that he's been scheduled to appear at that he has not appeared for.
I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
There is a motion on the floor for removal, but I would personally want to hear from our attorney.
Just to give some context to your question, Councilwoman Bell, the item that's on for H for 5565 Fellwood Road did come through my office for a nuisance and abatement matter. It was resolved, however, he did not show up to the last hearing, and if I'm not mistaken, that was sometime in September, and we haven't heard from him since. So just to give you some more context to inform your decision one way or the other.
All right, let's take this vote in the queue. This is a motion to, you want to reread the motion, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, this is a motion to withdraw items E and H. The motion was by Councilmember Pritchett, seconded by Councilmember Bell. Vote is open. Motion to defer was approved unanimously, 7-0. To withdraw, my apologies, withdraw.
All right, please sound the next step.
All right, thank you. The last 2 items on your calendar are actually related to the same request, but they're technically 2 separate requests, so we will need to open and close 2 separate public hearings. I would ask that item G be sounded prior to item F. Item G is a public hearing for case M24-007. This is an application by Henry Bailey, care of Brazilian Wax, Old National LLC, for property located at 6385 Old National Highway, Unit 9, requesting a modification. This is in the C1 commercial, light commercial, Old National Highway Overlay District, and this is to amend zoning condition 1A of zoning case number 2005 Z-126 to allow for a waxing salon. This is a modification, as I always like to explain. Modifications do not go to Planning Commission, they come directly to you. And just to give context before the next item comes up, this item would also require a special use permit because salons require special use permits to operate. So they would first need a modification and then a special use permit. We're going to have the public hearings for both of those tonight, and the applicant is present.
Good afternoon, good evening. My name is Henry Bailey, counsel for the applicant, Brazilian Wax Old National.
I'm sorry, give me just one.
Certainly.
Give me 1 second.
Certainly.
We've opened this hearing.
You'd have to open the hearing.
Okay. Go ahead.
No, I think you technically have to open it.
Oh, I do have to, okay, I thought so, okay. I'm gonna open this hearing. The applicant is present. Do we have any speakers against?
We do have one speaker against.
All right, sir. Before you start, we do start with your name and your address. You will have 10 minutes. You may want to reserve some of the balance of your time for rebuttal after you've heard from those in opposition. And you don't have to use that entire 10 minutes if you don't want to. Your time starts now.
Perfect. Thank you. Again, my name is Henry Bailey. My address is 3343 Peachtree Road, Northeast, Atlanta, Georgia, Morris, Manning, and Martin, LLP. Before I really get started, I just want to say thank you all for having me tonight, and to let you all know that I really like the new space. It looks great compared to the previous space, much more comfortable. But that out of the way, I am counsel for the applicant on this site. I did provide a presentation to you, Mr. Clerk.
I'm sorry, I didn't, you sent it today?
Yes, sir. To both you and Ms. Eccles. I can do it without the presentation. That's totally fine. We can just keep moving. Don't even worry about it. It's a,
Well, give us
Okay,
a second.
well-
If you have it, if you sent it, then he has it. Yeah, go ahead and you can pause that time on the screen. Thank you. And also,
Yeah, 421.
somewhere around there. I can neither confirm nor deny.
Yeah, I appreciate you, Mr. Bailey, but in the future, give me a heads up. That way we can have you queued up.
Absolutely. I thought that's what we were doing earlier, but I guess we had a miscommunication. My apologies.
So, can you pull up the presentation?
Again, I can do the presentation without it for the sake of time. I understand you all have another meeting after this.
we do need it before our meetings. Our first meeting starts at 4, so we do need it before 4 o'clock. That's not just for you. That's for everyone who has presentations.
Sure thing.
We need them,
Sure thing.
preferably the day before. So
Sure thing. I'll take the responsibility for that.
let's do it here.
Did y'all have like a pointer or something or a scrolling device? I know this is very new, so I don't.
You can just stay next and they'll
Okay.
coordinate.
Yeah.
Corey's got you. Well, you know, once we got it.
It's gonna get comfortable at some point. For me.
You got like animations. You got like flying in.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am, I will. Yes, ma'am. Indeed. That's perfect. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
We need to just have one on our screens. Control room. Thank you. All right.
You ready?
Yeah, you had about 9.
It's all good. Yeah, that'll
So we'll
need that much
get
time.
you right.
Perfect.
You can follow. We have a red clock here, so you can follow.
Perfect. All right. So again, my name is Henry Bailey. I think I've said that 3 times now, so you know that. But the address for this request is 6385 Old National Highway, and I'll go in the order of which, that Mr. McClendon has announced these 2 cases, even though I think it's backwards on the agenda. So this first case is a modification request that, like Mr. McClendon stated, does not go to Planning Commission. But you'll note on the agenda there is maybe this is a typo, but the Planning Commission, there's a recommendation from the Planning Commission that should not be there because the Planning Commission did not hear nor make a recommendation on the modification request. Nonetheless, the request that we're making is to modify the existing condition 1A, to be very specific, to allowing the waxing salon rather, in the space that's identified on the site plan and the application. So not a broad swath of removing the condition to prevent or to prohibit the items that the condition was intended to prohibit, i.e. barbershops, nail salons, things like that. We wanted to sufficiently tailor that to a specific space to allow the amendment to address just allowing the waxing salon in that space only. And so on the screen, what you have is an aerial of the location. And this is, again, 6385 Old National Highway. And the proposal, if you'll go to the next slide, please, sir. The proposal is the proposed location for the space is right next to the Little Caesars in the out parcel here, where the old T-Mobile facility was located. So again, the request that we made from a modification standpoint was to modify the conditions to only allow a waxing salon in this specific tenant space and not to remove that condition from the entirety of the property. So that's the point of what our goal was, to make sure that it was sufficiently tailored enough such that, it wasn't seen as a broad sort of removal of that condition across the board. And I want to note also that as a part of this process, we had to send out roughly 4,000 letters to residents within a 1-mile radius, so much so that I had to hire a third-party vendor to do that, because nobody at my firm or anywhere else that I knew of had capacity to do that sort of mailing, so that delayed us some. But when we held that meeting last Monday, we had roughly 6 people show up to that meeting, including myself, and there were no real issues, or any issues for that matter, addressed at that time. And so with that, I'll restate my request, which is to allow the modification to allow specifically the Brazilian wax salon in the location as shown on the site. And Mr. Clerk, if you will go to the next slide, please. Just want to show some pictures of what the inside of this facility looks like. So you'll know that we're not talking about some, rinky-dink establishment. We're talking about a higher end waxing studio. I don't need to go into the details of what occurs in a waxing studio, but it is a facility for not only women, but for men and all sorts of people. So it's a higher end place that will allow people to receive the types of services they need closer to the places where they reside and work. So the next slide, please. One more slide, please. The last slide, please. That's it. Perfect. So with that, I will yield my initial part of the 10 minutes. I don't think the clock has captured it, but I'll step aside where opposition will come up and make a comment.
All right, thank you. We've got you here on the screen, so your time remaining is up there. All right, we have a speaker in opposition. Mr. Clerk, would you please call them forward?
Yes, we did receive 1 speaker's card, Mr. Michael Venable.
Mr. Venable, welcome to our new space. You know the drill. You got 10 minutes.
All right. It's Michael Venable, District 6. This is so memorable because the zoning for this plaza took this community a good 9 to 12 months. We deliberately put conditions on this property to make sure that it would be something that would change the culture of this corridor. Every time we spend money and we take buses and trucks and we ship people up to City Springs so they can see what a nice community looks like. Our intent was to make one right here on this corridor that you could just come and ship there to look at it. You know, we will come back and spend all of our gas money to run somewhere else. But then we have the opportunity to make something in our own community that we could be proud of. We just kind of blasé with it. You know, I sent most of you the minutes to the commission meeting several years ago. You know, when we told that, the entire Northside Commission knew exactly what we were trying to do. There was an overabundance of light-side uses that killed us. Gas station here, right next to an automotive shop, then you got a liquor store, then a barber shop, a beauty shop, another beauty shop. We just did the same old things all over. When we come back and see things that people do that are unordinary, we jump up and down. We can come back and look at Fisk when they had, I don't know whether it was a gym or volleyball, they had a national championship. We all jumped up and down. When we had our own fire personnel go up to Washington and sign language for things, we all jumped up and down. All we're trying to do is get our token. There should be one place on this corridor that should be a shining star, that you did not have the types of things that you saw in failing inner city communities that brought it down. You had a safer area. You know, you see in the news now where somebody broke in and tried to get the ATM. You see an ATM in Macy's? No. But you'll see it at every gas station and every little small convenience store that we talk about being something nice, and it really isn't. We all need to wake up. This came before the Fulton County Commission had your first mayor. He deliberately came out and said, Mike, you make sure you got this in here, make sure you got this in here. We had the business community to make sure those restrictions were not there. Then a year later, somebody came in with the same proposal. You know, we try to doll it up and make sure it's saying something different. So lady, well, I want to do a beauty shop, but I'm going to concentrate on cancer survivors so I can get wigs and have them put on there to do that. It's still a hair salon. This proposal is a hair salon. Hair is in different places you may think, but it's still a hair salon. Let's just keep it real. This is the same thing that the restrictions were there and they need to stay. It was done purposely. We were trying to develop something that this community would get rid of the stereotype that it has. Had the opportunity with a coworker years ago to come down here. We had a conference up at Camp Creek. I said, well, there's eating places on National. That's back when we had Red Lobster and the whole shaboodle. Time we got off the interstate, whoa, we gonna get shot? But then when we got to the place and they saw how nice it was, in case you didn't know, the Longhorns were one of the top rated stores in the country on Old National. It was cool and stuff like that. But when we left, we went the same way, didn't say one word. The whole attitude was changed. They were comfortable again. We need to be deliberate of making this community comfortable, to get rid of the things that you see bad things on TV with. It reduces your crime. It makes you look like it's a desirable community. Let me get my token. This application needs to be denied. The modifications should stay the way it is because it was purposely done and everybody knew why it was done, and it should stay there.
Mr. Venable, sir, you have been heard. Thank you for your wisdom, and your institutional memory that stretches beyond the beginning of our city. We are just hearing the cases tonight. All right, you have time for rebuttal, and then I do just want to be clear, because there are two cases, Attorney McClendon, we do have to do two hearings, or?
The second one will be super quick, it's basically the same thing. Yeah, I appreciate Mr. Venable's comments and his vigor for the community and the way it looks, the way it's perceived, the way he interacts with it, and the way his neighbors interact with it. But I'll submit to you that a waxing studio is not along the same lines as the items identified in the conditions that we're seeking to modify. And to the extent that you might feel that they are, that is the reason why we limited the condition modification request to be specific to the suite that the applicant is proposing to use. I think that with respect to a crown jewel or a token, if you will, using the words of Mr. Venables, that shopping center, that plaza is largely untenanted, if you will. There's a lot of vacancies there, and I think that serves as more of an eyesore than a waxing studio. So again, I will reiterate the fact that we held a public participation meeting for this request. We had 6 people show up, including myself. Maybe it was 5. My memory slips me at this point, but the point is we're sufficiently narrowing this request to just the studio that is proposed by the applicant, and ask that you take all that into consideration. So, thank you.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and close this public hearing.
Yeah.
All right. And I'm going to open the next public hearing, which is on this same topic. You again have 10 minutes. You do not have to use the entire balance of your, you don't have to use all of your time. You may want to reserve some time for rebuttal. Go ahead.
Right, just for the record, this is case U24-015, an application by Brazilian Wax Old National LLC, care of Henry Bailey, requesting a special use permit in the C1 light commercial Old National Highway Overlay District to operate a waxing and / beauty salon at 6385 Old National Highway, Unit 9. Staff's recommendation is approval conditional. Planning Commission recommendation is denial.
All right, we have the applicant here. You have your 10 minutes.
Just to keep the record clean, again, my name is Henry Bailey, counsel for the applicant, Brazilian Wax Old National LLC. This request, as Mr. McClendon stated, is a request to seek a special use permit for the operation of this waxing salon on this property, which would be preceded by the modification request you just heard, if it's the will of the council. And again, just to reiterate, we held a public participation meeting on this request as well on January 6th. 5 or 6 people, including myself, showed up. We went to Planning Commission in December, prior to holding the public participation meeting, and with the new deferral rules that Planning Commission is implementing, they went on ahead and decided they were going to make a recommendation on our case that night, though we were not expecting that. But nonetheless, their recommendation was denial. We ask that you follow staff's recommendation for approval with conditions. Thank you.
All right, do we have any speakers against?
Yes, we have one speaker, Michael Venable.
Mr. Venable, the floor is yours.
It's Michael Venable, Old National. We talk about doing research. I invite all of you to do the research. Go back and pull the agendas for the entire time that you've been on this council, and you look how many times a beauty or barber or some kind of personal care application in this Carter has been on that agenda. We have totally stereotyped this community to where every applicant looks here and says, okay, yeah, this is where we gonna go. This is where it needs to be. Look at the proportion between the ones that on this side of town and the other side of town. Now, we have big time talking about equity and equality. Let's put that in perspective now. Why is it that everybody thinks it's cool to put certain things on this corridor, but we run from the other side? This is a total overabundance of the like side issues that exist more predominantly on this corridor than anywhere else in this municipality. The whole purpose of bringing in hearings to do this was because even the government, the municipality, the staff saw that this was a problem. We can't continue to sit here and ignore this. It's already confirmed it's a problem. Why would you have to get a special use permit? Only certain things are on there. We knew this was an issue. There's nothing else to say. We've continued to do this on this corridor all the time, every time. Another one will probably pop up March or April. It's been consistent. The message needs to be sent that we are overdone with these like-side usages that do not emulate what a thriving, prosperous, and desirable community should have. I urge you to deny this request.
All right, we're going to put the balance of your time up, sir.
Absolutely. Again, Mr. Venables, I appreciate his comments and his vigor for his neighborhood. But I will also say to you that this applicant has a location in 5 states, over 35 locations. One such location is right by my house. I don't consider my neighborhood to be a rundown or undesirable neighborhood. I in fact frequent the plaza where this salon is located, and can attest to the fact that it has no negative impact from what I can see, from speaking from my own eyes, on that plaza or anybody that frequents that plaza. As a matter of fact, for not to get into the details of what happens in the waxing studio, again, I would imagine once you go into a waxing studio and you get whatever service you want to get, you're immediately going back home, because I can't imagine you want to be loitering around after sort of that type of service. So the notion that there's the attraction of vagrant activity or anything that's gonna be looked upon as ill to a neighborhood, to a community, it's unfounded. So I reiterate my request and ask that the council follows the recommendation of staff. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I will take your word on the goings on in a wax studio, and we will take the words of our citizens. We'll take everyone's words into consideration as we deliberate. We'll be back with that decision on the 28th. Mr. Clerk, please.
You have one person in the speaker, Councilman Rao.
Okay, Dr. Rao.
Thank you. I would surmise a beauty salon, a nail salon, and a wax studio are not the same thing. Absolutely not. And I wanted to know, in terms of distance, how many wax studios do we have in the Old National area?
None.
I figured that. So I just wanted that to go for the record. Those are different kinds of personal services. And I know one of the things our constituents also say that they want to spend money in our city, and they don't want to take their dollars outside. And so just for the benefit of the public, these are definitely different types of services. And I encourage you to go check it out and see. Anyway, that's all my questions.
Okay. I'm sorry. I do just want to ask one follow-up question because you brought something. You said there's none on Old National. Are there any in our city? Okay, great. Good. All right. If all hearts and minds are clear, we'll go ahead and sound the next item.
Actually, that was the last case on tonight's agenda.
All right, great. We are about 30 minutes behind schedule. So I'm going to entertain a motion to adjourn, and then we can reconvene at And we're gonna pull them up closer to you. All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote in the queue.
Vote is open. Right, that motion was approved unanimously. We are adjourned at 7:32 PM.
You're joining us live for the City of South Fulton City Council meeting. Introducing Mayor Khalid, District 1 Councilwoman Dr. Catherine Rowell, District 2 Councilwoman Carmelita Gums, District 3 Councilwoman Helen Zenobia Willis, District 4 Councilman J.C. Sebastian, District 5 Councilwoman Keosha B. Bell, District 6 Councilwoman Natasha Williams Brown, District 7 Councilwoman Linda Bacure Pritchett, City Attorney Sarah Kelly, City Clerk Corey Adams, and City Manager Sharon D. Subadan. A city on the rise.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our brand new council chambers in City Hall, 5440 Fulton Industrial Boulevard, 30336. Can we just give our city manager and staff a round of applause for this amazing work that they have done? We are a city that puts our citizens at the center, so at the center of the renovations of this building was creating a space where we could regularly gather and talk as a people. I want to first open this meeting with an acknowledgement of our ancestors. So we've had some liberal lines, some people pass in our, I don't know what's going on with mine. 1 second, I'm sorry. We've had some incredible people pass in the life of our city, and we've had some incredible people pass just recently. Of course, our president, Jimmy Carter, we want to acknowledge him and his family. I spoke with Jason Carter while I was in Ghana, and I let him know that he and his family are in our prayers. And, he thanked us for that. Another liberal line right here in the Georgia State Senate was Senator Vincent Ford. Love it or hate it, he was for our people all the time. Miss Loretta Reed, we have these, you can't see them, but we have these civility pledges up here. And this was the work of Miss Loretta Reed, the wife of Cliftondale President Harold Reed. Just thank you. We want to acknowledge her for what she's done to bring civility to our city. There is a young man, Ken Collier Jr. He was very active on Old National and on the South Side. When we had our Easter extravaganzas, he was a rapper, but he also had a book about, stopping bullying. And when we went through everything that we went through with the pandemic, I don't know if you all remember, but we had NBA All-Star Weekend, the clubs were open, but our parks were closed. And he came to myself and Mayor Dickinson was like, grown-ups can go to the clubs, we need our parks back. And so we opened our parks back. This young man died due to gun violence. And so there is in the Akan tradition and a lot of African traditions, there's a debate about whether someone who dies young or who dies violently can be an ancestor, but I want Mr. Collier Sr. to know that we will be looking to his son for wisdom and guidance on how we help our young people through this horrible issue of gun violence. And last, but certainly not least, Mr. Reginald Tatum. I want to dedicate lots of people come for the drama and the show, and they come to let us have it on the mic or whatever. And the thing about Reggie is that, like, he would let us have it, and he would also come. He was one of the few people who was like, when you're doing right, I'm going to come and tell you that you're doing right. So when he came to the mic, you didn't know what he was coming to say, but you knew that it was from, like, agree with him or not, it was from the heart. And this man loved this city. And I am pained that he did not get to live to see this day, to see us in this beautiful room. We are growing and we are moving forward. We are moving forward. And so to the Tatum family, thank you. Thank you for giving us Reggie. And you all are in our prayers. And I want to dedicate this meeting tonight to him. All right, and with that, I'm going to call this meeting to order. And Mr. Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Good evening. This is the roll call for the City Council regular meeting, January 14th, 7 p.m. The Honorable Catherine F. Ryle, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Carmelita Gums, District 2.
Present.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3.
Present.
The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Present?
The Honorable Keosha V. Bell, District 5.
Present.
The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6.
Present.
The Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7.
Here.
And the Honorable Mayor Khalid.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right, please sound the first item.
First item is invocation by the City Chaplain.
Let's bow our head for prayer. Immaculate, omnipresent, omniscient, omnipotent, sovereign, creator. We come to gather in this shared sacred space, proclaiming your glory and thanking you for what you've done. You preceded us here, and now that we're here, we call on you to make sure that your wisdom guides the decision-making and the conversation and keeps us knowing that all things work together for the good of our citizens, for our residents, and for those that are public servants amongst us. We give you glory and we thank you. In the name above all names, amen. Let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, please sound the next item.
Mr. Mayor and members of council, that brings us to Roman numeral 4, proclamation presentations. We have 4 presentations this evening. The first presentation is a proclamation presentation recognizing the Sandtown Lions youth football teams, the 7U and 10U champions. This is sponsored by Councilmember Rob.
We're going to ask you to come forward. It's time to celebrate. I'm good.
You got well, yes, Lord.
That's
Come on. Congratulations. Good job. Good job. They so cute.
These are players from the center. That's all your players here this evening? Y'all
Okay.
players come in the center here, brother.
Y'all could have packed the room, but they told me you won't have no. So I apologize.
That's all right. So it is my honor to recognize the 7U Sandtown Lion Hemi Boys. They're the 2024 champions, and we're so excited. You've had an amazing season. And so I want to present this proclamation, which reads, Whereas the 7U Sandtown Lions Hemi Boys football team has displayed extraordinary talent, dedication, and teamwork throughout the 2024 season, representing the spirit of excellence in youth sports in our community. And whereas under the guidance of their committed coaches, Dwayne Swift Sr., Dwayne Swift Jr., Michael Ford, Stanley Jones, Tony Hutchinson, Cornelius Bennett, Glenn Moore, Marlon Swan, Team Mom Cherry Carter, and supportive families and a passionate community, the 7U Sandtown Lions Hemi Boys have achieved remarkable success, culminating in their championship victory. And whereas this team's perseverance, sportsmanship, and unity have not only brought pride to Sandtown, but have also served as an inspiration to young athletes across the region. And whereas their achievement is a testament to countless hours of practice, determination, and the unwavering belief in their ability to succeed together as a team, we encourage all citizens to join in honoring this exceptional team and to continue supporting youth athletics as a foundation for building character, leadership, and lifetime skills. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the mayor and city council, along with the leaders and residents of Sandtown, do hereby recognize and celebrate the 7U Sandtown Lions Hemi Boys as the 2024 MAF League champions in their advancement to the Super Bowl at Georgia Tech. We commend their hard work, dedication, and outstanding representation of our community. Let's give them a round of applause. Now at this time, I'd be remiss if I didn't let Swan give a couple remarks.
On behalf of the Hemi Boys and the Code Red Sandtown Lions, I want to present a token of our appreciation to the Councilwoman Rouse as a captain, an honorary captain of our team. Yes, ma'am. Hold on. We're not through. And she got a jacket to go with it, too.
Oh, I love it.
You're welcome, ma'am.
I don't believe that you don't have any other thing to say.
Greetings. Listen, Coach Swan and this group, Coach Swan came to us about a year and a half ago, and he wanted to put together some youth athletic programs for us, and he has been absolutely amazing along with these guys, man. He also took over the baseball for Sandtown too, so we're looking forward to great things in the baseball. But we're gonna continue to strive for excellence in the classroom and on the playing field. That's important to us, right? So I want to salute you guys. Next year, the year after that, we're gonna keep winning championships. Is that correct? Absolutely. Thank you.
You want to pose for a picture? Let's pose for a picture.
Yeah, I want to. We're gonna do one with the athletes front and center, and then we're gonna do one with the coaches front and center. Cause yes, we got you. We're gonna bring the coaches up front, and as the coaches have come up front, I do have to just say, and no, Mr. Turner and Mr. Jackson, y'all come back because this is a group effort. I just want you to see that behind like these successful boys is a band of brothers, right? So can we give it up for these brothers, starting with our parks director, Tanara Turner, assistant director Tony Jackson. And these coaches, junior, senior, all of this is a group of men. There are too many stories about us not caring about our community. And these are people who do this on their off time, like they donate their time. And if anyone who's ever coached knows that coaching doesn't end after practice. there are things that are happening in our boys' lives. And so I just want to thank you all for being role models of involvement and commitment to our young people, so they know that they are cared for in the city of South Fulton. And the moms too.
Yep. I'm just saying, you. Hello. Okay. Oh, he doing one more picture. Okay. Let them do a picture with their team.
It's another picture?
Okay. So in Sandtown, we just been winning. So we not only had 7U, we had a 10U who are also champions. So let's give them a round of applause. So I'll highlight some of the things. Whereas the 10U Sandtown Lions Code Red Boys football team has displayed extraordinary talent, dedication, and teamwork throughout the 2024 season, representing the spirit and excellence of youth sports in our community. Under the guidance of their committed coaches, Denzel Coleman, Demetrius Harmon, Kyle Ross, Joe Curry, Daniel Brathwaite, Sherrard Bunkley, Teamon, Jana Bassett, supportive families and compassionate community, the 10U Sandtown Lions Co-Red Boys have achieved remarkable success, culminating in their championship victory. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the mayor and city council, along with the leaders and residents of Sandtown, do hereby recognize their achievements and celebrate the 10U Sandtown Lions Co-Red Boys football team as the 2024 Mayor of League champions in their advancements to the Super Bowl at Georgia Tech. So we had 2 teams go to the Super Bowl. So we are super proud of our young people in Sandtown. So we're very proud of you. Like we said, we're looking for big things, and we're gonna continue winning these rings and these championships because I like the swag wear. So okay, thank you so much, and thanks to all the parents and the volunteers. We couldn't do it without you. Thank you.
You want to sound the next item, Mr. Clerk? Yeah, y'all are good.
Yes, the next item is proclamation presentation recognizing Rob Dinker. This is sponsored by Councilmember Willis.
Mr. Danker, and you want your team to come up? So as everyone is coming up, I met Mr. Danker through 5th District Commissioner Marvin Arrington. And he has an amazing industry. I'm going to let him give you a little synopsis of his industry. We were talking about South Fulton and how we have a lot of things we want. And at some point, I want to schedule a tour for our Council and Economic Development Department to go tour his manufacturing. It's in Gwinnett and LaGrange, but I didn't know that this was in Metro Atlanta. And so he's going to come and talk to our Economic Development Department and, see what the future brings. But most importantly, before he talks about his industry, he does a lot to give back to the community. He believes in taking care of the less of these and the least of these. And I haven't known him for a very long time, but, you know, he graciously helped out with the Christmas extravaganza. And when I read his bio, he gives back all the time. He addresses food insecurity, clothing insecurity, and he's a giver. And I really appreciate you for looking out for the children during the holidays in the city of South Fulton. So before I give you this proclamation and honor you with this proclamation, I want you to tell everybody what your industry does.
First off, thank you for having us, and thank you for the team for showing up. Don't want to bore you guys too much on dental, but everyone in here, or most of you, have been to a dentist, and a lot of people just think when you need a denture, partial, a crown, it's just made in the back of the dental office, and 99% of the time that doesn't happen. And for a long time, most of the restorations that your hard-earned work, your money was going to, was being made in Vietnam, India, these types of places. So about 5 years ago, sort of wanted to lead an initiative to say, hey, we can make these restorations in America. And not only by doing that, the technology was lagging because for so long, all of those jobs went overseas. And when we brought them back, the learning curve was way behind. We went from 74 dental technician schools across America to 2. There's only 2 left. So by networking and meeting people and explaining to people that 3D printing, CNC milling, these types of things are cool in the industry. Gamers that love to use computers, you can have a job, you can design crowns. And it's a testament to a lot of people that are working here today that they didn't know a damn thing about dental, and they're now in a career path with a great trajectory to grow. We've provided over 230 jobs here in the last 5 years, and we're growing. We're wanting to come to this area and really explain and educate the community and the kids that aren't looking to go to a 4-year university, that there's a really cool industry you can get in and work in and have a great career path, not a job, but a career path. And that's what we're really looking forward to. When it comes to the Christmas extravaganza, that's easy. That's what we do best at Integrity, and that's a testament to the team who's here with me tonight. My fiance Candace, it's what we believe in. It's the backbone of who we are. You know, everyone indirectly becomes a patient of Integrity when you go to the dentist. The least we can do is give back. So it's not a one and done. We're looking forward to continuing to help and grow with you guys, not just by giving back for the kids with toys. We want to educate the youth on a career path where it's like, wow, I thought maybe I could design websites. Well, no, you could design teeth. And it's becoming a hot industry, and there's a massive demand. So not a sales pitch. If anyone's in here looking for a career path, check out our website, but I appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you all.
So today we are here to honor Robert, known as Rob Dinker, and whereas Rob Dinker is the esteemed founder and CEO of Integrity Dental Services, a flourishing dental laboratory that has set benchmarks of excellence in the dental industry. Whereas Rob Dinker, a passionate giver, founded the Dinker Foundation in 2020 to give back to the community, prioritizing children and families in need, especially those who are socioeconomically challenged. And whereas Rob Dinker is an alum of the Terry College of University of Georgia, where he earned a Master of Business Administration and a minor in economics with support of the Hope Scholarship. And whereas Rob Dinker has amassed extensive business and dental industry knowledge through various positions in the dental field, which he has effectively leveraged in founding Integrity Dental Services in 2019. And whereas Rob Dinker leadership, Integrity Dental Services has successfully secured major dental service organization agreements, expanded to 4 locations across the United States, and thrived despite the challenges posed by COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas the Dinker Foundation actively works to encourage educational success, mitigate the effects of poverty, and decrease the number of children experiencing homelessness, including being a major contributor to the City of South Fulton Christmas extravaganza.
Now, therefore, be it resolved, the mayor and the city council recognize Robert Rob Danker for his remarkable contributions to the dental industry and Metro Atlanta communities through his dedication, leadership, and unwavering commitment to making a positive impact on the lives of children and families in need.
The next proclamation will be a proclamation presentation recognizing the City of South Fulton Parks and Recreation Department, sponsored by Councilmember Bell.
The best dressed directors.
They not.
Wait a minute.
They not.
Best dressed parks.
That's fine. All right, so thank you all for being here today. This is something that's very special, that we give flowers while people are alive. A lot of times we are working with various departments within the city, and sometimes we need to remind those departments that we appreciate you, we love you, and we just want to say thank you. And I'm sure all of my colleagues will agree that there is no event, out of all of the events that we discuss and have, engagement, there is no event that our Parks and Recreation Department does not touch. As many other departments that we work with, our Parks and Recreation Department, from trash cans to tables to chairs, you name it, helping hang up banners. Anytime you call, they're always on our beck and call, but also always there to provide wonderful service to each and every one of us as a full council and a city. So today we want to present you all with a proclamation. Some of the Parks and Recreation staff had to leave out, but I definitely wanted to just honor the Parks and Recreation staff and say thank you. So we would like to present you with the proclamation. Whereas the City of South Fulton Parks and Recreation Department, under the exemplary leadership of Directors Tanara Turner and Deputy Director Tony Jordan, has consistently demonstrated unparalleled dedication to the community, ensuring the delivery of exceptional services and programs for residents of all ages. And whereas the department thrives with two primary divisions, Parks and Recreation, working cohesively to enhance the quality of life for the citizens of South Fulton. And whereas the Parks team diligently maintains over 17 parks, taking on the immense responsibility of mowing grass, ensuring recreation grounds and centers are in pristine condition, and expertly managing the logistics of setting up and breaking down hundreds of community events hosted by the city. And whereas the unwavering commitment and tireless efforts of the Parks team contribute significantly to creating safe, clean, and inviting spaces for residents and visitors to enjoy, fostering a sense of pride in the community. And whereas the dynamic recreation team continually excels in engaging youth and seniors through innovative, best-in-class programming, such as the award-winning Workforce Academy, Saturday School, and line dancing classes, while simultaneously providing crucial support and wraparound services for hundreds of city events. And whereas the recreation team's focus on safety, inclusion, and engagement ensures that all participants feel valued and supported, showcasing the City of South Fulton's commitment to enriching the lives through recreation and learning opportunities. And whereas the collective dedication and hard work of the Parks and Recreation Department staff serve as the shining example of public service at its finest, reinforcing the City of South Fulton's vision of building a thriving, connected, and vibrant community. Now, therefore, it be resolved that the mayor and city council do hereby recognize and commend our very own, the City of South Fulton Parks and Recreation Department for their exceptional contribution, tireless dedication, I'm going to add this, tireless hours of working, and steadfast commitment to serving the residents of South Fulton. Be it further resolved that the City of South Fulton celebrates the efforts and achievements of the Parks and Recreation Department, recognizing their critical role and enhancing the well-being of our community. And so we present to you today our directors.
Would y'all give it? And I don't know. We're gonna let Director Turner talk about this program. But I don't know if you missed it. There was a lot, but we have a state award-winning program. It has been recognized statewide, nationwide. It is an innovation in Parks and Rec. So,
thank you. So just bear with me for a second. I think it's very important that I thank a couple of people. First of all, Madam City Manager, I want to thank you. Thank you for your support. You know this is a heavy lift, but I just want to thank you for listening to me and Tony. I know sometimes we can get in trouble, but just thank you for supporting us, and thank you for that. I also want to thank, Patrick Swanson, Coach Reno, who continues to win championships. But I think it's important to also thank my external team. Chief Meadows, I want to thank you. Your community police, your park rangers, Captain D. Raj, Lieutenant Wyatt, Sergeant German, Sergeant Garvin, Corporal Garvin, Neesmith. Listen, these guys are absolutely amazing. The 400 events, they're always at every event, making sure that I'm safe, the kids are safe, everybody is safe. So they're our family, they're our team, they ride and die with us. I also want to thank Director Dyson. Director Dyson came on about maybe a year ago. He put into place the statewide contract that allows me and Tony to do our job easily. And I want to continue to thank you for doing that and pushing Parks and Rec forward. So I want to continue to thank you. Where's Director Solomon? Director Solomon, Deputy Director Wells, they're absolutely amazing. They're one of the reasons why we have an award-winning program, because they make sure they brand and market us. So this award says Parks and Rec, but Madam City Manager, this is a team effort. We have a great, solid team. This is my family, and I just want to continue to thank you all for supporting Parks and Rec. Don't you have anything to say? You good? Okay.
Thank you. We give our flowers here in South Fulton. Thank you for bearing with us. We give our flowers to our residents whenever we can. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Mr. Mayor, I believe there are one or more council members that want to amend the agenda at this time prior to public comment.
I thought that the public comment was first.
Yes, it is.
Can,
The chair will entertain, well, let's get a queue going, because it sounds like multiple people have things to add.
well, I can't even get into a queue, but.
Madam Attorney, what is, I'm hearing procedural questions. The next item on the agenda was public comment. Sounds like council wants to amend the agenda. How do you opine we go forward to doing this?
They can move to amend the agenda before it's approved and before public comment, if the majority of the council vote to do so.
Okay. The chair will entertain a motion to amend the agenda.
I'd like to make a motion to amend the agenda to add discussion regarding P-card use and international travel policies. And I would like to have that after council comments for that discussion.
Okay, we do.
Can I get a second for that motion? Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. First, I'm going to say that if you look at the agenda, we are already starting this meeting at 8:30, so we're already about an hour behind schedule. I want to make sure that we get through everything on the published agenda. And so we do have an item, Roman numeral 12, for walk-on items. That would be the appropriate place to put walk-on items so that we can get through the agenda that we have published. That's the first comment that I want to make.
Unfortunately.
And then, wait, I'm sorry,
Okay.
I still have the floor. That's the first comment I want to make. And the second comment I want to make is this. We were at a retreat and we made commitments to talk to one another and not walk things on. I think everything that's on the agenda tonight, someone got a call from someone in our staff, whether it was myself, whether it was the city manager, whether it was the city attorney. We got consent about this. And then the next thing I want to say is that it's a new year and we are writing our story. I want to say to my colleagues on council, and I want to say to my citizens, you cannot make any one of us look bad without making your whole city look bad. If there are conversations that we need to have, let's schedule time and have those conversations. But I see a couple of news cameras here tonight. Many of you know I have a degree in communications. My first internship was with WSB. My second internship is with CNN. The lead story will be drama in South Fulton tonight. The lead story should be this beautiful chamber and all that we've accomplished here, because we've gotten dressed up, we put on makeup, we've got this beautiful city seal that's going to make it into the story, whatever the story is. It's going to say City of South Fulton. So, people who have things to say and they want to sell their house, when realtors pull it up, this is the story that they will pull up when they say City of South Fulton. When people are running, we have election season. I know the circus is coming to town, but when people pull up City of South Fulton, these are the things that they will see. And so I really hope that we can make the main thing tonight. And the main thing is that we have this beautiful new space. We have this beautiful new space. I understand people have some concerns. I have some public comments that I'm going to make, and then I'm going to talk to as many people as they want to privately newsletters and all kinds of releases. But we want to celebrate our city tonight. And with that, if there are any other speakers in the queue, I see none.
Hi.
I'm sorry, Councilwoman Gomes is in the queue. Councilwoman Gomes.
And thank you for that, Mayor. We are celebrating this beautiful city. However, we still have business to address, and my motion stands that I would like to have this item for P-card discussion and international travel policy after council comments, because we have had a number of individuals, residents, reach out. There were a lot of information that was released over our snow day, and things that we need to find out a little bit more about. So, unfortunately, this is a beautiful facility and we're still celebrating, but it is still business that needs to be handled. So I appreciate the support, and I think we have that motion that's still on the floor.
Okay. That motion's on the floor. It's already been seconded. We are going to go to the queue now. We're gonna take these change by change. I'm sorry, Councilwoman Williams Brown. You are next in the queue. I guess we can make them. You're next in the queue. We can do it however you want to do it. Go ahead, Councilwoman Williams Brown. You have the floor. Someone has to release the mic for you. Go ahead.
No, that I had two things that I sent to the clerk to add to the agenda, so that was going to be my question. If we are amending the agenda, don't we need to add all of the things to the agenda at the same time, so that when we approve the agenda, everything, all the amendments are approved? Because my things are very simple and non-controversial. I need to add two community activities. I need to add on February the 6th from 11 to 1 p.m. will be a Georgia Power Lunch and Learn on how to winterize your home at Burdett Park. And the 4th Saturday in February at Creel Park, the monthly food distribution from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Is it the 9th? I thought it was the 6th or the 9th? Okay, it said, yeah, so it should say the 6th. I have that one, the 6th?
Correct, 6th.
Okay, yes, February 6th, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m., a Georgia Power Lunch and Learn on how to winterize your home at Burdett Park, and then the monthly food distribution the 4th Saturday at Creel Park from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. And if we can insert that somewhere so I can get home before midnight. Thank you so much.
If we could add that under Roman numeral 12, please.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Pritchett also submitted an item for addition to tonight's agenda. These are all donations. A donation to the fire department for 6 power drills provided by Councilmember Pritchett. And then the second is a donation from Attorney Ashby of 15 gift cards of $25 at the Old National Christmas Party. Those are two additional donations that she wanted on tonight's agenda for ratification.
All right, do we have anything else? Yes. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis. You'll have to release.
Yeah, I have gotten consensus to move, I gave my items to, clerk, can you let me know?
Yes, in addition to the item moved up after council comments, which is P-card discussion and international travel, Councilmember Willis also requests that item under administration D6, which is request council approval of a memorandum of understanding between the city of South Fulton and the city of South Fulton pageant, that be moved up to the procurement section, and yeah, so you want to put on procurement, so that'd be A5 under procurement. Yeah. Currently, procurement and contracts has 4 items. You want to put at the top or the bottom? Okay, so it'd be procurement and contracts A5.
Do you want to just call out all of the items and additions and where they are, so we can all mark our papers, and then we do have a motion in a second. We will take this vote in the queue.
Yes, sir. So the first item is a addition to the agenda, discussion P-card, discussion and international travel, and that will be placed after council comments. Second item is the addition, the movement of the City of South Fulton pageant to procurement and contracts, and that will be listed under A5. And then we also.
That's not the consent agenda, though.
No, that's not consent agenda. That's on the regular agenda.
Thank you.
And then we also have events that were added by Councilmember Williams Brown, February 6th, which is the Georgia Power Lunch and Learn, as well as the food distribution on the 4th Saturday at Creel Park. That is room number 12, as well as District 7 donations to the fire department, as well as from Attorney Ashby. Those are the additions that I have for tonight's agenda.
We have a motion in a second. We'll take this vote in the queue.
Vote is open. That motion was approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right, please sound the next item.
So that brings us to public comments this evening. We have a number of public comment cards. I will read the rules for public comment into the record. The City of South Fulton believes that any resident or business owner located in the city limits should be afforded the opportunity to address the mayor and city council, provided that designated rules are followed by the speaker. Any City of South Fulton resident or business owner who wishes to address the mayor and city council and offer public comment on any item on the agenda may do so during the public comment period of the meeting. Any county, state, federal elected official should be allowed to speak regardless of city of residence. Comments should be limited to 2 minutes per speaker. Public comments shall be limited to only those items appearing on the current city council meeting agenda. The person or City of South Fulton business owner desiring to speak should rise, address the city council, and when recognized, state their name, residential or business address, the agenda item that they are addressing, and the city council district in which they reside. All remarks should be addressed to the council as a whole and not to any member. To ensure the opportunity for all those desiring to speak before the city council, there is no yielding of time to another speaker. Speakers may not employ obscenities or threats of violence in their comments. And then lastly, speakers should not use public comments to campaign for political office, either for themselves or on behalf of other candidates, for the purpose of limiting political influence on city employees and encouraging orderly and efficient meetings. With those rules read into the record, Mr. Mayor, you want to comment?
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Gum for a point of privilege.
I know we have an elected official in the audience.
They're always going to get to go first.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we recognize him.
We are definitely going to do that. All right. Are we ready, sir?
Yes, we do have a number of speakers.
Okay, well, first I do want to recognize our brand new senator yesterday. I was down at the Capitol along with, Representative. I was down at the Capitol along with Dr. Rao. I saw Dr. Rao there. Councilman Pritchard was there. We now have the second largest delegation to the General Assembly of Georgia in the state. We have 14 incredible members. We have some new members. Several of them said they would be here tonight. I do just want to acknowledge Senator Rashawn Kent. He is a new senator, and Representative Makia McQueen, who is replacing the irreplaceable Roger Bruce. And also, we have present with us the representative for the south side of South Fulton, that's this area. So please, Mr. Dawson, would you come and give us greetings?
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, citizens. First, I just wanted to say thank you. It's been a long journey, so I'm so thankful to one and almost literally every person on council and mayor have pitched in, and most of the staff, and given me a push as I started this journey of public service. One point I wanted to say is that, I'm blessed to have this District 65 of those 14 representatives and senators. I have the largest portion of South Fulton when you consider the number of citizens. So I didn't do that. But of all the representatives, I have the largest portion of South Fulton. I want to say that I'm here for you all. I'm your servant. I represent you guys. It's great when I go down there now. The first thing people ask me is, hey, where are you from? I say, South Fulton. Proudly, right? That's how you have to say it. You all know me. If you know me, you know that I'm South Fulton strong. I love South Fulton. I love my community. So you all have me as your representative. There's a lot of negative sentiment, unwarranted, about this great community that we live in. It's a real community, but know that each and every one of you now have a representative. This isn't about me. I'm a servant of these citizens and you all. So I am here. I stand at your service. And I love that civility pledge that we've taken. I was at that funeral for Harold's wife, and it was beautiful. It was wonderful. She was a special woman, one of the most wonderful services I've attended, commemorating a life, and that she was serious about that. That's what the citizens want, right? They want us to get along. They want us to be kind to each other. They want us to be civil. They want decorum. They want us to do the people's business. So that's what I pledge to do. I hope you all will pledge to do the same. But more than anything tonight, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes? All right, thank you.
All right, please call the first speakers.
So we have 5 citizens who have signed up. As I call your name, please approach the microphone. You have 2 minutes. Please state your name, your address, the district you reside in, and the agenda item you are speaking about this evening. The 5 speakers who submitted cards are Connie Robinson, Richard Snellings, Jill Johnson, Patricia Wise, and Ellen Miller Mapp. Connie Robinson.
Okay. Oh.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Connie Robinson, 2805 Pondview Court. Also organizer of HOA collaboration here in the city. And I just want to first start out by, my topic is on the budget. Start out by thanking you all for all of the great things that have been done thus far in our city. I am proud to be a resident of the city of South Fulton. I don't plan on going anywhere. I'm here to be a team player and figure out how we can best work together to make this a great city, continuing to be on the rise. I know that when we closed out last year, there was some things that went on that we would rather not have had occur, but at the same time, as we continue to grow, we need to continue to work together, figure out how to work together, and eliminate all of the negativity that shows up, as the mayor pointed out, in the media that kind of downplays the efforts that we are trying to do within our city. We are a fairly new city. We're still a baby, so to speak, 7 years young, and we have a long way to go, and we still have to learn each other, figure out how to best work together, and continue to highlight the good things that we're doing, such as the proclamations that were shared today as it relates to our community, as it relates to our staff, our departments. I mean, they're doing great things. They're making great strides. They're changing things in which we are even being leaders, like even with the squatters thing that went on that our police department took the lead on, that made the news too. So what about the great things that we're doing? So as it relates to the other things, the civility pledge was mentioned. I ask that you all continue to keep those things in mind as it relates to your oath of office, your integrity, the way that it looks not just on you, but it looks on all of us as a whole. Things that we need to talk about behind closed doors, let's keep them behind closed doors. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your words.
All right, my name is Rashard Snellings, 1980 Loch Lomond Trail, District 1. A city on the rise. While that may be true, I also see rising fees, taxes, poverty, and P-card spending. In the comment section of the Nextdoor post that brought this issue to light, a council person said that some on council do not want to be governed and even thwart their efforts to prevent abusive spending. We deserve to know who these people are. The city has had chance after chance to rectify this issue. With all these experts that we have, I'm just not understanding how this continues to happen over and over again. The mayor signed the P-card ordinance 497 days ago, and in that time frame, y'all still can't find an internal auditor. It seems like a mechanism to avoid accountability, but guess what? I stand before you today, putting this city on notice that I've submitted the additional request for everyone's purchase card, and I intend on posting all of them on Nextdoor for a public audit, since y'all can't seem to find the internal auditor. We will perform the audit free of charge. After the public audit commences, any actions taken against one should be taken against any policymaker. After the public audit commences, any action taken against one should be taken against any policymaker who engages in waste, fraud, and abuse of public funds, which violates your oath of office and erodes public trust. Thinking about what I saw on the P-card statements, I too was troubled. I'd like the mayor to understand that this was not to target, humiliate, or embarrass anyone. My intention is to highlight to the public the need for oversight by citizens. The controls as they exist today have failed us. Over the next 30 days, the top priority should be the international travel policy, revisions to the P-card policy, and hiring an internal auditor. Thank you.
Bill Johnson, then Patricia Wise.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Jewel Johnson, and I live at 4660 Orkney Lane, and that's in the city of South Fulton. I'm not here tonight to try and talk down the city that I helped to bring to fruition. I am very, very proud, and I fought very hard, even paid for the campaign out of my own pocket. I am here to stay. I love where I live. I don't particularly like a lot of the things that's going on in my city, but I'm only one person. And I'm also a humanitarian. I believe in people. I love people. My most depressing thing right now is not so much of all the negativity that goes on here in this city, what's pressing to me is life. And we're losing our health care. And it's disturbing to me because we've already had people to die on this side. South Fulton is reaped with all kinds of civic and social needs. We have home problems. We have food problems. We have all the negative problems it is. We have an uptick in what we call AIDS. We are number 3, y'all. That is in the country. We're going to have more and more people dying. And what I want to say to each one of you, be careful how you spend our money. It's just not only you all. Look at our county, the way that they have left us holding on, begging for fair equity. We don't know what we're going to have to challenge. You need to be very, very careful how you spend our dollars because we have to take care of our city and our citizens. And to spend it any way you want to is unfair.
Ms. Wise?
Patricia Wise, District 7, 7322 Basalt Drive. I know y'all been on next door. Complicity is consent. Okay, I don't know who's going to the moon tomorrow, but just let us know. Because this international travel, P-card usage, I've been here before. P-card usage. Just 8 years ago, I was here before. Okay? I don't know how the game is played. There's an old saying, don't hate the player, hate the game. You know what I mean? And I'm also a proponent of saying everybody's in everybody's pocket for one reason or another. I want to also appreciate for the members of the council that got on next door and said their piece. That's what we're asking for. Some transparency, some dialogue, because the only place that we can get heard is on next door and Facebook, and quite naturally, I love it. You know what I mean? It's our opportunity to be able to say something. I mean, with the 2 minutes that we have here, I mean, we had, 197 comments. And I think it is necessary that we expose whatever we feel is not right. International travel, since when did we become ambassadors, for a city of South Fulton? I mean, what is Ghana gonna do? What is India gonna do? What is Colombia? What is all the other places that I heard everybody's going to? I mean, tell me. I mean, we got, and you just heard this fine lady here, we got problems in our city that need to be handled. You know what I mean? Let's start there first. Unless this international travel is going to bring us citizens something too, then I have to question. It. And I don't know. It's a problem. And like I said, if I have to file, the whole, with Corey, do the whole thing again and circle everything, this time I'll make sure we do it right. Because last time I got really upset. We're going to do it. And we have a right to bring the media involved. You know what I mean? We have a right to be heard. We put you guys in these wonderful seats. Y'all look amazing up there. You know what I mean? But we're going to hold you accountable. And if we have to make you look like you need to look, guilty or not guilty, present or not present, I think it's fair for us to say that. You know what I mean? And I don't know. I mean, if I can be the auditor, I did 8 years of accounting. 10 years military. If you want me to find it, I'll find it. You know what I mean? So, thank you. And I love the socks.
Thank you. That's your time.
Ellen Miller Map.
Hi, everybody. I'm going to start off with saying something positive. I do appreciate, let me say this. This is my first time this year coming to an actual council meeting, but I've been following you on YouTube. So I've been paying attention, and you all know that. You've probably seen my comments now and then on Nextdoor. So I will say I have noticed better civility amongst you, and I appreciate that. You have work session where you all can get it all taken care of behind closed doors, so I appreciate that. Oh, Ellen Miller Map, 5690 Wisbeck Way. I'm in District 7. Thank you, Councilor. I'm here to raise concerns regarding the irresponsible use of P cards by elected officials and possibly appointed officials. We don't know all of that. In particular, with regard to international travel and expenses related to international travel. It is difficult for taxpayers taxpayers to justify these expenses, as our city has no known official relationship with any country in Africa, in particular Ghana. We have no embassy. We have no relationship with the State Department, at least not that I know of. So why are we going? It is therefore reckless and irresponsible use of the taxpayer dollars. I submit that the P-card usage policies must be strengthened to prevent such egregious behaviors. Pre-authorizations of all travel expenses and related to these activities must be instituted. An ethics review board must be established with the charge to monitor all P-card usages. Consequences must be established and upheld for all abuses. We trust you. We put you in these seats. We need you to be responsible for the hard-earned money that we worked our lives to help the city become the city it can be. We need you to be responsible. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, that completes public comment for this evening.
Okay, we will go on now to council comments. We'll start with District 1, the first district of our city, and Dr. Catherine Rao.
I want to thank the public for your comments. We hear you loud and clear. At least I hear you loud and clear. And we're going to make sure that we have been good stewards, and we will continue. And if we need further review, we will do that. So I'll start with that. As it relates to upcoming events, District 1 and District 2 are having a joint town hall on January 21st at the Wolf Creek Library. We will be talking about the extension of sewer in legacy communities. We have a number of communities still on septic and may have interest. Please come out and learn that process. That's in partnership with Commissioner Marvin Arrington and the Fulton County Public Works Department, who oversees sewers in our city. I also want to make you aware we will be having this is our fourth, I think, Senior Sweetheart Day Party on February 14th at the Enon Ranch. This is an opportunity to celebrate our seniors and to engage our constituents. I encourage you to look out for the flyer. It'll be out later this week. And that's going to conclude my comments right now.
All right, moving on to our crown jewel. You have to release your mic, Dr. Rao. Moving on to our emerald jewel in the city, District 2, Councilwoman Carmelita Gomes.
I do like green, so thank you for that. But we like the crown jewel. But I have a few comments. First, I do want to say happy early Founders Day to the beautiful women of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated and all the beautiful women that are in the city of South Fulton, Alpha Beta Omega Omega. And I also want to give a shout out, because I do have a resident here that's in a lot of red, to Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. And I have one on council with me as well for their Founders Day. That was yesterday. So I saw a lot of red, but we had a lot going on, and to all the Divine Nine that are celebrating their birthday this month. So thank you for your service and your commitment to the community. I do want to mention that we will be having a financial stewardship summit the last weekend of January 24th, 25th, and 26th at Renaissance Church of Christ. on Butner Road. We have several speakers. If you're wanting to come and you made a New Year's resolution about financial literacy and getting your finances in order, this will be a place to do it. So I am looking forward to some of the residents coming out in regards to that. Also, what was mentioned earlier was the comp development plan, strategic planning sessions, vision goal settings, that will have a kickoff meeting tomorrow at the planning meeting at 6 o'clock p.m. and that will be here at City Hall. And then also too, we will have an additional meeting on January 28th, which is our last city council meeting for the month, where this will also be a kickoff meeting. There will be several meetings as well, but this is an opportunity for you all to weigh in. We hear a lot about our city is growing and the developments. We would love maximum participation in that comp development plan. And if you need more information, you can look on our city's website to get that information or check out our newsletters. Again, I mentioned earlier as well about the Slow Your Roll campaign. The police department has been doing excellent work. We have really taken on the initiative to try and slow people down in the city of South Fulton. Y'all are driving way too fast and we're losing way too many lives on our roads. So we are really pushing efforts to try to get residents to slow down. If you got a citation, which there were several that were issued in I think what was that, Chief, a 3-week period of 1,700 citations were issued across our city. And I think that was in maybe a 2-week to 3-week period for distracted driving, speeding, all of whatever you want to name it, it happened. So I need you all to pay attention because we're trying to save lives in the city of South Fulton. And the campaign has not ended, so don't call any of the council members if you get a ticket because we can't get rid of it for you, okay? Also, too, I want to mention that Big Peach Running Company will be opening in the Sandtown Crossing Center on this coming Friday at 1 o'clock p.m. These are District 2 residents, Rick and Dawn Ross, who are owners, and we're asking residents to come out and support them. This is what they are really committed to our city, and especially if you have somebody that live, work, and play in your city, you want to come out and support. So please come out and support. You don't have to run, but they sell shoes, and they will have a walk, I believe, the next day as well. So if you are interested in getting yourself fit and in shape as well, please join us. And then lastly, we have MLK Day service activities at Stonewall Tel. We still need volunteers. There's a lot of activity to where we need a number of beautification projects that are happening. We're cleaning up around Stonewall Tel. We're planting flowers. We're doing a lot of environmental activities, as well as we're doing a shoe drive where we're taking gently used recyclable shoes and all that good jazz. And this is on MLK Day, and I think most of you all are off and you need something to do, come join us as well. Oh, and also too, there is an MLK cleanup on Cascade that will be sponsored by Council Member Dr. Rao. So we ask that you join us. There's no excuse not to get involved in all of the great things that are happening in our city. And lastly, we hear you. I understand when Resident Robinson joined us at the podium. We don't want to embarrass this city. We uphold this city. We are committed to this city. You know, unfortunately, sometimes it just gets a little outrageous, and we have to address certain things. And it may not come out in the way that we want it to, but again, we are all passionate that is up on this council, and we're doing the best that we can to keep the city thriving. So we ask that you bear patience with us, and we continue to do well in the city. Okay? All right, that concludes my comments. Thank you.
All right, moving on to the place to be, District 3, Councilwoman Helen Zenobia Willis.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to make some clarification. I have not taken any international trip, but we are all ambassadors. We're 8 ambassadors, and we're supposed to go out and, you know, tell people about our city, tell people about the good things in our city, and bring resources. And speaking of resources, I want to thank everyone who helped with the Christmas extravaganza. We were able to serve over 2,000 kids, and We had an ice skating rink in Waccamaw Park for the second year. We were able to also do the grand opening for the natatorium, and it will be open to the public on January 17th. A $6 million expenditure. I haven't done international travel because I haven't had time. Pre-COVID, you know, I was taking care of my mother and my passport expired. So I don't even have a passport. So I gotta work on, you know, renewing my passport at some point in my life. But South Fulton keeps me very busy, and I don't have time to think about what's going on in Ghana and everybody else around this country, because we have a lot of need here in the city of South Fulton that needs to get done. And there are a lot of commands, and we don't have the resources to satisfy everything, but we're doing the best that we can, and we have made a lot of strides. Ms. Mapp, I specifically asked for you to come tonight because I remember you being one of our harshest critics, and I didn't take anything that you said to heart. I think that when residents speak, we should all listen, even if we don't like it, and sometimes I don't like it, because I think residents are very hard on us, and they don't walk in our shoes, and they just don't know what we go through on a daily basis. But for the most part, you know, these are your tax dollars, and you have a right to, you know, advocate on behalf of your tax dollars. And if you all don't feel that you're getting the service that you deserve, and we're not being fiscally responsible or good stewards of your tax dollars, you're supposed to speak up. And I like some of the commentary that you put out on Nextdoor. So I am glad that you came tonight and you gave us a positive comment. And I'm glad that you continue to give us the feedback, because we can only get better when we hear from you. We can only build the city with you. As one of the founding mothers of the city, I always advocated for the city, and I was on board from 2012. House Bill 514 is the reason we are a city. The first time people advocated for the city, it went to the people, and people voted no. They did not want the city. That was the biggest mistake ever, because after that, people went for a land grab. And that's why we have all these issues with undesirable development bordering us. But we are a city now, and we have we are very we have a $200 million budget, and we have a pretty good surplus. And the only way we're going to keep that surplus and keep going and keep being financially viable if we're good stewards of taxpayers' dollars. And I was embarrassed when I saw the statements on Nextdoor, because not any of us knew what was going on, because we only have access to our P-card statements, and people get mad when we pull each other P-card statements. We will have more discussion about this in the next topic, but I am too upset and embarrassed that we are now having this discussion again about P-cards after all the drama we went through. But we're going to get it right, and I'm determined to get it right. I didn't go to school for accounting to have a master's and be in accounting to sit here and not make sure that our money is right. I went to school for this. So we're going to get this right. And I'm going to do my part, and we're going to make some motions. And the only thing I can say is we need 4 votes to do some of the things we want to do tonight. And the rest is on you all, residents, because we get 1 vote, and the rest is on you all to take care of if you're not happy with what's happening with your tax dollars. Thank you for coming, and if you're not getting my newsletter, please email me at helen.willis@cityofsouthfultonga.gov. I've been on this council for going on 8 years, and one of my platforms was to be fiscally responsible. My family has been in this city since 1970, and our highest amount of money that we collect for our tax digest is our property taxes. Property taxes. And I am not going to let anyone drive this city in the ground, because JC and I, we were on board from day one, and we know how hard it was for us to get here. Many others were on the ground too, but we were on ground too from day one, and we knew how hard it was to get here, and we would not let anyone destroy the city, period. Thank you.
All right, going to our largest district in the city, our breadbasket, and the fantastic 4th district, Mayor Pro Tem, Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I want to just wish everyone a very happy, I know it's a couple weeks into the year, 2 weeks to be exact, very happy 2025. If you were here earlier, you would have heard our city manager laid out a lot of things that we accomplished, especially over the last year to 18 months. And what I am personally disappointed in is that sometimes the small things distract us from achieving those big things. And I'm by no means saying that they're not important. Ms. Mapp, thank you for emailing me the questions that you emailed me about my knowledge of the travel. And I know my answer, you were like, how could you not, right? But I always tell people I am going to tell you the truth, because I don't want to have a good memory where I have to remember what I told you yesterday, right? I'll just tell you the truth, because the truth is the truth. I am disappointed by the distractions, and I'm going to say this. The day I got sworn in, happened to be in this building. I made a statement in my remarks, and I'm going to repeat them again. Let us be a boring council. Stay out of the media. Stop the drama, and just do good work. And let that work speak for us. And with that said, I just want to invite people from District 4 and across the city, because I've often heard, when you have your events, why you don't have citywide events? I don't think any council member up here don't give service or accommodate people from across the entire city at their events. We all do, right? But we try to provide services within our districts so that we can meet the needs of the people that are close by. So with that said, I'm inviting folks to take advantage of our food giveaway this coming Thursday at 1 p.m. at 600 Landmark Way. We have a lot of nice stuff to give away, because you know what, the issue is sometimes we overlook this thing called food insecurity. It does exist within our community. And I know that because I have a service where I deal with this every single week. And so I want to invite folks to come out and take advantage of it. And I'm saying, you might be able to go to Kroger and spend $50 worth of groceries, but you may not have enough gas in your tank to go work. So switch the money around. And before my time is finished, the other thing I want to invite folks to sign up for my newsletter and look out for my virtual town hall that's coming up. And that's going to be on the 24th of January at 6:30. So that's going to be pushed out in my newsletter. Again, you can email me, jc.sebastian@cityofsouthfulton.gov, and I'll sign you up into my newsletter. Thank you all very much.
All right, moving on to District 5, where we always keep it live.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilwoman Kiyoshi.
Thank you. Happy New Year again. That's the first thing. I just want to say Happy New Year. This is the new year. It's 2025. And we've got a lot of things going on as a city on the rise. We are responsible for leading a community and providing services and resources to our community. And so I am super excited to announce that this month is all about New Year, New You. A lot of us set goals to get a little get healthier, and health and wellness goals, and get a little bit more engaged with who we are, self-care as well as exercise. And so just want to announce to the community that we have officially opened the Burdett Park Cardio and Fitness Studio. So it is available for all residents, no matter what district you're in. You can definitely come out, take part in our fitness studio. And it's all about aging in place. We want to make sure that we assist with quality of life, but making sure that we're all healthy and not down. So please join us at Burdett Park. Come. There are fees that are associated. Of course, all of our seniors are free, but we have every machine that you would need to kind of get back in shape and jumpstart this beginning of the year with your health and fitness goals. So please come out and join us. If you have been to Burdett Park this month, you've received a free coupon that was given and provided by Arden's Gardens for you to go in and get a juice. So just something to add to, again, pushing and pumping for your goals for the new year. As we gear up for the new year, we have our Let's Talk Town Hall meeting, which is scheduled for this Thursday, January the 16th, from 6 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. at Burdett Park in the community room. So please come on out. District 5 residents, but all residents, again, are more than welcome. You'll hear a lot about the updates in District 5, what we're doing, and how we're keeping it live in District 5. I definitely want to let everyone know that the D5 Recycle and Shred event that was originally scheduled for the 11th has been rescheduled for the 25th. So this is a great time for you to bring out all your bulk, recycling, and shred at Burdett Park. It is going to be from 9 a.m. to 12 noon, again at Burdett Park. So please bring all of those boxes and recyclable items out for the Recycle and Shred event on the 25th. Again, we're gearing up this year. We have a Soulful Senior Bingo that is scheduled for Saturday, February the 8th, and that will also be at Burdett Park. So we've got a lot of things starting the new year off right. And again, happy Founders Day to the lovely, devastating, dynamic, dazzling ladies of Delta Sigma Theta who had a wonderful time on our Founders Day on yesterday, and to all the other D9 affiliates and sisters. For our lovely ladies of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, they will be celebrating their Founders Day on tomorrow. And then the lovely ladies of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated will be celebrating their Founders Day. And to everyone, whether you're in Greek organization or not, we love you, we support you. And just a reminder, I want to shout out my assistant, Philip Watley. He hasn't been with us for quite some time now. He's dealing with some health issues, so definitely keep him in your thoughts and prayers, but he is back working virtually, but I know many of you have not seen him for a few months, so just want to shout out Philip Watley. And last but not least, our Burdett Park. I know we celebrated Sandtown today, and we have a couple of council rivals up here, but we all do it in love because we love our youth and we love our district. So I would love to announce and congratulate the Burdett Park 14U Trojans, who were the champions against Sandtown Park at the Outlaw Classic. So just wanted to
Friendly rivalries.
Friendly rivalries. We love them both, but Councilwoman Rowell and I, that's something that we do. But again, if you're not receiving the newsletter, if you're not receiving any type of communications, please get engaged. Please come out to any community meetings that we may have, any events. Everything that I do in District 5 is for the entire city. So never feel like just because it says it's sponsored by a District 5 councilwoman that if you're in District 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, you cannot attend. This is all about the city. And I just want to remind everyone we do have policies and procedures, and we follow those. And so we'll get into that into the next topic. But again, Happy New Year and many blessings to each and every one of you. I yield.
All right, now on to where I was born. Lots of us have history here in the city of South Fulton, but I was born and raised in I was actually born in District 1, but I was raised in the sensational 6th District by my former councilwoman, Natasha Williams-Brown.
Well, greetings and salutations and happy new year to those I've not had a chance to wish a happy new year as of yet. Um, Two things really quickly. As you heard with my additions to the agenda on February 6th, I will be having a lunch and learn with Georgia Power on how to winterize your home. That will be at 11 o'clock at Burdett. And then on the fourth Saturday will be the regular monthly food giveaway at Creel Park beginning at 10 a.m. as long as the food lasts. We advertise until 1 p.m., but if you've been, you know we're usually sold out by about 12. So if you know somebody who is in need of healthy food items, we specialize in giving out fruits and vegetables. Please do send them my way, or if you will, Merlin, wave your hand in the back, if you will connect them with my legislative aide, Merlin, so that they can get on the distribution list to be able to get that information. Having said that, I do want to echo comments that were previously made about, you know, we're not just council members, we're not just event planners, we're ambassadors for the city. And so this morning we had the opportunity to attend the Georgia Chamber of Commerce Eggs and Issues Breakfast, where they handed out their annual Red Book. And that Red Book always includes information about the state's competitiveness and economic development. In that section for this year, the Chamber of Commerce lists the top trading partners for the state of Georgia. These are the top trading partners. These are not the only trading partners. The state of Georgia trades with 215 countries around the world, representing $186.3 billion in total trade. Yes.
You can go ahead and say that number again.
I will say that number again. $186.3 billion in total trade in the state of Georgia. Part of our job is to go get that money. And we can't get that money if nobody knows we're here. And so while I absolutely 100% agree that none of us should be abusing the privileges of our office, I also want to put out there that we do have to get out and engage in these venues and with these platforms. Because, y'all, there was a lot of money in that room this morning at 6:30 before the chickens was up. Yes. And there was a lot of money in that room. And so to that end, and when you look at the Red Book, and I encourage anyone interested in seeing the numbers to go to the Georgia Chamber of Commerce website and download a copy of the Red Book and read it. In the calendar year 2023, marked the third record-breaking year in a row for Georgia exports, with companies exporting $49.7 billion in goods to 215 unique countries and territories. Georgia remains the 7th largest state in the U.S. for total trade. The top 5 traded products are: number 1, motor vehicles, $16 billion; number 2, civilian aircraft, $8.2 billion; number 3, immunological products at $7 billion; number 4, turbojets, turbopropellers, and gas turbines at $5.5 billion; and number 5, telephone sets at $4.6 billion. These are industries and companies and trading partners that we need to target, because we need those people to come here. We need these people to come here to the city of South Fulton. We have the largest industrial corridor east of the Mississippi River. There's no reason that we should not have these businesses and these industries located here in our city, located in East Point, in College Park, in Union City, on the south side of Fulton County. And if we don't go get it, and we don't take the time to build it, they're not going to come. Just because we sit here and have meetings and have events and do all the things that we do locally. $186 billion is out there. Please let us do that part of the job, because if you want a Whole Foods, we got to build a community that Whole Foods is willing to come to. If you want your taxes reduced, we got to increase our commercial tax base so that we can reduce your property taxes. I want my property taxes reduced too. But you know what I want in the meantime? I want police, I want fire, I want code enforcement to come get these carts off Old National Highway, because I'm tired of hearing about it every day.
Yes.
That takes money. So yes, we will address the abuses. Yes, we will take a hard look at what's happening, but at the same time, there's $186 billion flowing into the coffers of the state of Georgia. And I don't know about you, but cash rules everything around me. I want some of that money for us. And with that, I yield.
The chair recognizes our district that is closest to heaven, the heavenly seventh. I remember the District 7 closest to heaven is what I was told at a previous council meeting. And so with that, Councilwoman Linda Becker Pritchett.
Yep, that's it. That's me. Good evening, everyone, and Happy New Year's to you all again. I'm really excited to be here tonight in this renovated building. This is an example of your tax dollars at work. This is an example of good leadership. No matter what it looks like, we do get things done as when we work together. And more than often, we do vote together to get things done. So thank you to this council. Thank you to the city manager. I also want to give a huge thank you again to the city manager, Public Works, Fire, Police for handling these snow days last week. They did an amazing job. So, as a native-born New Yorker, when we give you compliments on handling snow, it's a real compliment. Because although you told us to stay home, I did it. I went to Walmart. But the reason why we should have stayed home is because, you know, people that don't know how to drive in the snow will hit you. I didn't want to get hit, so I went to Walmart, got my stuff, and came back home. However, one of the great things, kind of piggybacking on this travel thing, I don't have a passport anymore, but I did travel to Puerto Rico with the National League of Cities. And one thing that I learned there is that when there's a storm, the power goes out. When the power goes out, not only do you not have lights, you don't even have water, because the water has to be pumped, and then a truck has to drive by and deliver water to people, and all kind of weird stuff, weird outdated technology because of the lack of resources. So one thing I can say about the city of South Fulton is that we're doing really good with technology, with resources, the way that we're growing and being able to handle things. As I creep through these streets when I was told not to, I saw trees that were probably in the road, but they were chopped up on the side, and soon somebody's going to pick them up. But in a lot of streets down Old Bill Cook, just a lot of places, things were cleaned up and people were able to travel safely. I also want to thank World Changers Church for helping us out by opening up a warming station. A lot of people lost power, and I know that Councilwoman Bell lost power, Councilwoman Williams-Brown, and she was texting people at 3 a.m. I was asleep, but when I saw it, I told her I'd come get her. She said, no, the black eyes. But but they made sure at 3 a.m. she was texting our assistant city manager, and they were coordinating to make sure that the warming stations had cots, blankets, hot food, all kind of great stuff. So I really want you to know that we really do care about you, like a whole lot, a lot. But thank you for all that coordinated effort. And another thing that was awesome, thank you to our public affairs director, because I've never seen so many postings and updates. You have more updates than CNN. And I mean, I'm serious, you know. And the coolest thing about it is it was not misinformation. It's accurate, like really detailed information down to, hey, your trash ain't getting picked up on Friday. It'll get picked up on Monday. You know, and just different things. And it was just a rollout of a lot of information on all kind of platforms, on Nextdoor, on Facebook, on our city website. So I encourage citizens to engage with us. Most of us council members and the mayor are on social media, and that's kind of like one of the best ways that we can put out accurate information, so that you don't have to wonder and you don't have to struggle trying to figure out what's happening. So thank you for providing that information for us. And also, I do appreciate the Slow Your Roll initiative. There's a wonderful video that they produced. It's out there in social media world. I've posted it. But I want people to know this, that when you see police in a lot of places, even though you don't want to see them, it's not because there's a quota. It's because they want to make sure that you make it safely. They want to make sure that people that don't live in our city, that are driving through our city and making it unsafe for our residents, that there's a tone that's set so that people know that this is not a place that you want to come to with your speed and the foolery. Because I have, on Highway 138 and Old National, we've had so many accidents, so many fatalities. And one morning I actually was driving down 138 and I actually walked up on a fatality. I didn't know there was a dead body in the car. And these are the type of things that, between traffic lights, speed calming devices, these are the type of things that we really want to prevent and make sure that our citizens are safe. So the second to last thing, a few months ago, I did introduce legislation about a HOA task force. Even though we haven't addressed that issue formally, I did say that I was committed to seeing that through. I am very pleased to announce that there is legislation that was filed in the House already, day 2 of our legislative session, to address some of the stuff that's happening in my district in particular, but it's probably happening all throughout the city. And then there's legislation that's being filed in the Senate. So I encourage the residents to pay attention to the legislative agenda, things that are going on that'll affect us. There'll be opportunities for us to visit the Capitol and make public comment there. And when we show up at the Capitol, they see us. And also, I do want residents to know that South Fulton rolls deep when we show up in our, like, not official capacity, but we were at the Wild Hog Supper, and we had a whole table full of council persons, and they always ask, like, why are all y'all here? And because we represent and we're proud of our city. So just want y'all to know that. And also congratulations to Representative Dawson. He is one of my dearest friends. And I think he's going to do a good job because he really cares, and he's invested a lot of his time and energy in trying to make it to the State House, and he's made it. And so I'm looking forward to seeing good things come from him. And with that, I yield.
Mayor Pro Tem Sebastian has asked for a point of personal privilege, so I'm going to acknowledge him.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know it's not often we probably hear a guy talk about the sororities, but it'll be remiss of me if I didn't mention my sisters of the AKA and congratulate y'all on your anniversary, and also the sisters of the Deltas. Thank y'all. Y'all have been some really strong supporters of the Mighty Four. So I thank you all, and I look forward to celebrating with y'all at this month's meeting. Yes, I'm gonna crush it this month. So save me a seat and save me a plate. All right, so again, congratulations. And I know I don't have to ask if you are gonna have fun on your anniversary, because that's just what you do. All right, thank you all.
All right. First, I want to say a couple things. We talked about it in passing, but we had a couple of very serious accidents. You've heard, you saw, for those of you who all were here at the beginning of the meeting, you saw the roll call of ancestors. People are coming up out of here in 2025, and I just want to take a moment to thank my Father in heaven for the people that were not taken from us, beginning with you, Mayor Pro Tem Sebastian. We are so glad that you are here tonight. We know what a challenge it was for you to get here. I also want to send a prayer up to Mr. John Gerstein, our Bureau of Cultural Affairs Director. He's been out for a while. We know about this horrific accident, and you were in our prayers. And whenever you're ready, we're ready. We're going to come back here. I have a click share if you all want to bring that up. We had a retreat, and you all don't know everything. My button is red whenever y'all are able to bring it up. Okay, I see it on the side screens, but council probably wants to see one too. We had a retreat, and so everybody's not privy to everything that happens at the retreat. Like, we have a therapist at the retreat. Like, that's something we started, and one of the things that we talked about was like, we made a commitment, like, not to like fight in the news, like to like fight in the media. We made a commitment to do that, and up until a couple months ago, it was holding. But yeah, we've made some incredible commitments, and one of them is that like to trust one another. And I just want you all to know, like, too often in our community, there's a great book. I'm going to talk a little bit about the Ghana trip. We're going to get into that later, but there's a great book by Dr. Joy DeGruy. She's a PhD psychologist, called Post-Traumatic Slave Syndrome. We are so preconditioned to distrust one another, and so we gotta trust one another. And with that, I want to say, now has never been a better time to sign up for our newsletter. You can text BLACK to 33777, or you can text, that is from a presentation. We're going to get into that. Or you can text news to 55444. And other council people have taken trips, and I'm sure they're coming with their own explanations and newsletters. This will sign you up for my text alerts and my newsletter. There's a full explanation. We're going to talk about some things tonight. We can't talk about all of it because that's how economic development works. You can't. No. If you have news to 55444, you can do BLACK to 33777. I just didn't know we were going to do a whole thing tonight, so I had to I rushed to put together this little presentation. But yes, if you can text news to 55444 or BLACK to 33777. Now has never been a better time to sign up. We're going to have a full accounting on the website. We actually don't have the capability. We're still exploring the capability to give the level of detail that we need to give you all. And so in the interim, we have websites and newsletters. We're going to get all that information. We're going to get all that information out to you. I'm gonna actually pause it right there, and because we're going to get into the rest of this. We're going to get into the rest of this later. I will say I'm going to just say quickly. I was in Ghana. This is I'm just going to throw this up. Give me a second. Play from current slide. Here we go. This is part of my itinerary. I was there for 21 days. I actually only took per diem for 12 of those days. The rest of those days were on my dime. And we also, thanks to the incredible work of Ghana's, the country of Ghana's Cultural Affairs Director, Mr. Kwabena Owusi, he put together this incredible itinerary, which did include, I know some people said we didn't have State Department representation, but we actually did meet with the State Department officials at the U.S. Embassy to talk about economic development in Ghana. So like that's just a portion of the schedule. Again, we got to figure out what we can share and what we can't share because we're talking about economic development. It was a transformational trip. It was also made possible by just the generous donations we had of supportive housing. I'm happy to say that the entire cost of the trip was for 21 days was about the cost to go to NLC Tampa, right? Because we didn't pay for housing. We had, we had very limited per diem. We had all of this creative support. But while we were there, while I was there, I did, of course, connect with my culture. And we heard a couple ladies say they're hot tonight, so we're going to go ahead and we have some gifts for all of you. These were purchased, by the way, with my own funds. We have some gifts for all of you that we want to hand out. These were handmade. We're going to play this video. These fans were handmade by women on the Cape Coast. We heard some ladies say that they were hot, so we wanted to get you something coordinated with your outfits tonight. Can we just give it up for these queens, my queens on council? Don't they look? We got like 7, 8 Kamalas up here. And then for my kings, for my brothers on council, we have rings again. These were all handcrafted by artisans in Cape Coast. For Mr. Our city clerk, that is a drinking symbol. It is a con symbol. For Onyami, it is the oneness of God. And for Mayor Pro Tem Sebastian, it is the symbol of Sankofa. That is your ring, and it is about looking back to move forward. You always do a great job honoring those who came before us. So we're going to get into some lively discussion, and I will be sharing some more slides with you. But once again, I will just say that we're not going to be able to get through everything tonight because, I'm just now hearing about this. We're not ready. We also have a full agenda. It is 9:37, right? So we had a history of getting out of here by like 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. We're going to do our best to keep to that. But again, a full accounting is coming. So please text news to 55444 or text black to 33777 and you can get that information. And with that, thank you all for being here. I'm so excited about this meeting. South Fulton forever. And Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
That brings us to the add-on item, Roman numeral 7, P-card and international travel discussion.
All right, so we're going to have people get in the queue. And as we do that, I'm just going to open with some, if you will put up this click share again, I'm just going to open with some context for this discussion. Ladies, you can go ahead and begin handing those out because it's going to take you a while, and then we'll get them to council as well. Do we have the click share up? Could we go ahead and bring that up? Okay, so here's a map of Ghana. It's actually a map of West Africa. Many of us can trace our heritage back to West Africa. So one of the things that I have been positioning our city as is not just the blackest city in America, right, but as the North American capital of the African diaspora, which is an economic, it's an economic development pitch that we're making. I just wanted to show y'all Africa. Some people are like, what does this have to do, what does Ghana have to do with Africa, with the city of South Fulton? The city of South Fulton, we're positioning ourselves as a gateway for people who want to do business in North America. You should start in South Fulton. We have the entire diaspora collected here. We're next to the world's busiest airport. We have Charlie Brown Field. We have this incredible millions of square meters. We do square meters. Yes. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis for your point of order. Mr. Clerk, if you would let yourself out so we can hear Councilwoman Willis's point of order.
This is not germane to what we want to talk about.
Okay, so we have a question of germanity. Attorney Kelly, there were comments that were made. There were questions about the international travel policy, and so I wanted to explain what had been happening. We found out at our retreat that none of us had been following the policy. We all had different ideas about what the policy was. And then we found out that none of us had been following the policy. So if you want to just rule on the germanity of me just putting the travel of Ghana in context.
Attorney Kelly, can I explain to you why it's not germane before you cut me off? It's not germane because we don't need to know why he was in Ghana. We are discussing policy and P-card abuse, and there is no international policy. So what he's explaining at this time is why he was in Ghana and what he was doing in Ghana. That's not germane. We want to talk about policy, what our current policy is, what the residents have put out, the violations, and how we can move forward to resolve and bring back trust with our residents. That is why Councilmember Gomes added this to the agenda.
You'll have to release it so that she can speak.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Red is hot. You just have to wait for yours to turn red.
Okay. So I do disagree about the germaneness of it. He is talking about a recent international trip and it's concerning international policy. However, according to the Roberts Rules of Order, the discussion is usually deferred to the person that made the motion, and in this case that would be Councilwoman Gomes. So the mayor's discussion, although germane, is a bit out of order. He should have deferred to the person making the motion.
All right, my apologies. I will defer to the maker of the motion, Councilwoman Gomes.
Mayor, you will have an opportunity to discuss or intervene and explain the international travel once we start discussing the international policy that we don't have or that we're looking to get. The concern that came about was the release of open records in regards to your transactions that took place, I believe, from early September all the way to December. There were a lot of egregious charges. Some of them are unclear as to what they were for. And again, you know, we didn't get to see, we saw this the same time the residents did. So that became very concerning. And then also too, the residents come to us asking for us to respond. And there was a question about, did we know where you were? And there's a lot of times that we don't know anything about where you travel. We are blocked from your social media and all that other good jazz. So, I mean, unfortunately, we have to put some guidelines in place, but this conversation is first starting to discuss the P-card transactions, and then we can lead into the international travel policy. But again, the main reason that I brought it was because some of it looks very egregious to me. I don't know. I can't understand it. One of the reasons why I'm super concerned is because I came from a county that went through this, DeKalb County. I don't want any of us to be placed in this type of position. It's very uncomfortable. And then having to justify your transactions that we don't know anything about. So this is an opportunity for us to have a discussion. And then hopefully we can get to the bottom of it and come out with some resolutions of how we move forward. And again, the residents, the trust is a big thing. They already think that we're crooked. They think that we're stealing money. They think that, I don't know why. I guess because we sit in a seat, it's concerning. So that's the reason why we need you to respond to these transactions. I'm pretty sure some of my colleagues got some of the same feedback that I got over the weekend. Plenty of phone calls. So So we're just gonna have a courageous conversation today in regards to that. So at this time, I will speak into the queue.
All right, the chair recognizes Councilwoman Helen Zenobia Willis.
At this time, I want to ask Attorney Kelly to read in the charter section 6.31 under purchasing. Could you read, section A and B? I'm asking her, so that shouldn't be time for that. I'm directing my question to Attorney Kelly.
Sure. Section 6.31, purchasing. Subsection A, the city council shall by ordinance prescribe procedures for a system of centralized purchasing for the city. Subsection B, the ordinance adopted pursuant to the requirement of subsection A of this section may authorize the mayor and council members to individually expend city funds that are budgeted to such officers, provided that any such expenditures, whether made using purchasing cards or other means, are subject to the approval of the city manager. Furthermore, the city manager shall report at each regular meeting of the city council all such expenditures approved for and made by the mayor or individual city council members since the last regular meeting of the city council.
I asked her to read that because former Representative William Blvd, I saw him last night, and he put this provision in the charter. He put a lot of provisions in the charter around the P card policy because of the previous incidents regarding P cards. He was very upset and livid to hear that we are here again. And one of the things that he said to me is that the city manager is the person that's supposed to be signing off and approving on all transactions regarding P cards. The city manager. So the stuff about she's our employee and she can't tell us what to do, I won't call any names. That's exactly what the charter says. That's exactly what she's supposed to do. And she's supposed to bring to this council every month everything that she approved that we spent. That's in the charter. They put that provision in the charter. Mayor, one of the things that was very disturbing about the transactions that was posted is that in a policy it says that we're supposed to upload receipts within 72 hours of expenditure. And you have over 112 receipts that have not been uploaded to the system. And that is a clear violation of our P card policy. And we have been here before with you. And again, some of these charges on here, like charging stations, you asked us to allow you to have a electric vehicle. We have electric charging stations here at the city hall. However, when you're refueling cars, it is policy that you're supposed to be using the WEX card, not the P card. So that's a policy violation. Then there are several erroneous charges, like at the Shell gas station, at QT, on the P card. And there are several transactions. Our travel policy does not allow us to upgrade seats, and there are multiple upgrades during the travel. Some large upgrades. There are very expensive electronic purchases, such as drones, such as Best Buy. A drone purchase was like $1,300. Our policy clearly states that we cannot buy electronic devices. That's what our policy says. It says we can't do that. Now, I also want to, before I yield, and this goes beyond the fourth quarter of last year. This goes all the way back to the beginning. And these are transactions and P-card statements that a resident put out. Residents called the media. If you go out and look at next door, the residents was calling for media to come in. Not any of us called media. The media came and asked us to respond to what is put out. And yes, these are clear violations. Now, I want to clear up the fact that Ms. Subadan has come in And she has tried to put protocol in place to bring us into compliance because she doesn't want to see what happened in a previous municipality she worked in to happen to us. So the stuff that I'm seeing on social media about the city manager is not doing her job, the CFO is not doing her job, that is absolutely not true. This woman has put a process in place to say before we make any major food purchases, we're supposed to submit an approval form, and that approval form tells her what we are buying the food for, who's going to be in attendance, and why. And there are several purchases on here for Baltimore crab. There's one $700, one $200. I mean, and she don't have these forms where the food purchases were approved. Yes, she put that in place. And we're supposed to upload that approval form when we have food purchases, when we submit these receipts. And so, you know, for me, I'm not fussing. These are facts. This is embarrassing. And we've been here before. We didn't have policy in place. Now we have policies in place, and now this stuff is still happening. And at this point, when I come back, I want to make some motions. There isn't a international travel policy. Councilmember Gums and Councilmember Bell and I are going to get with the city manager and the CFO if she allows us. Well, I don't know about Raul. I just know I talked to you. And we are going to, if you allow us to work with the CFO, we want to put an international policy in place and work with her on some. And I've already talked to her about some ideas, but we want to put an international, if you allow us to work with her. As policymakers, we would like to work with her on some ideas that we have around putting an international policy in place. During the second time, I'm going to yield, but I do have some motions I want to make because this is embarrassing. We still have $7,000 floating out there that we never did get back in the city. You know, we lost a procurement manager and we lost a chaplain that was paid $7,000 out of your office, and we never got their money back. And so our taxpayers, they do deserve better. And what's most disheartening to me is that when I look at the budget, our largest amount of money that comes in, and that's a part of our tax digest, is property taxes. And you don't even pay that. And so it's disheartening to me that you're wilding out on a P card and taxpayers' dollars, and you don't even pay into the largest part of revenue that comes into our city. So I'm gonna yield, and I'm going back in the queue because I have some motions I want to make.
Councilwoman Williams-Brown. Whoever was speaking has to turn their mic off so that Councilwoman Williams-Brown can turn her mic on.
Testing. All right. A couple things. Number one, if y'all want my P-card statements, y'all ain't got to put in open records. I'll give them to you. We can skip the rigmarole and all of that. I think that any of you in this room who've ever called me, asked me questions, asked me for information, I've given it. If you want the P-card statements, I'll give them to you. We don't have to do this way.
Period.
Number one. Number two, honest confession is good for the soul. I ain't been following the policy. At the retreat, and what was said at the retreat was supposed to stay in the retreat because that was supposed to be a safe space for us. At the retreat, we discovered that, as was said previously, none of us have been following the policy. A section of the charter was just read But what we've been looking at is something completely different. We weren't looking at the charter. So I'm just going to be honest. I haven't been following the policy. So there's stuff, if you're looking for it from me, you're not going to find it. I didn't know it. I'm going to do better going forward. You know, didn't know. Third thing, I feel that I'm at a real disadvantage in this conversation because people have information and documentation I don't have. I have nothing in front of me to look at to be able to participate in this debate. And for me, that's a problem. Because yes, we see social media. Social media is not an official form of communication to this council. Social media is social media. People get on social media every day and say all manner of things. And I do not have the time, the bandwidth, and the closer I get to 60, I don't have the patience to chase down every comment on every social media platform to try to figure out what 110,000 people are mad about today. Because somebody mad about something every day. And some of y'all are mad about everything every day. It's exhausting. So I feel like if I'm going to have a productive conversation, I need to have in front of me whatever anybody else and everybody else has, because I don't even know where to begin asking questions when I have nothing to look at to ask them. So if somebody can please make me some copies of whatever y'all have got, because if we're going to have this conversation, I want to have the documentation so that I can adequately participate in the conversation. And I'm sure I will have more questions when I get some pieces of paper, but if you could please give it to Merlin, raise your hand. If somebody's got something for me that I need to be looking at.
We're gonna give you something. We're gonna give you something.
Please give it to him so he can get me a copy.
We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it.
And I'll go back in the queue later.
Okay. Let's bring that queue up. I forgot who's next. I think it might be Councilwoman Bell. I'm sorry, Councilwoman Gums. Councilwoman Gums, you're next in the queue.
All right. So hopefully they'll make some copies. I don't have any copies with me, but the information, of course, I had the opportunity to see it. And that also kind of leads me to another question. When people are doing open records requests, we do get the information of, I guess, the open records request that is coming through the system. However, when it's released to the public, is there a way that, I guess, council will be able to know what is released, or are you able to provide that information? That way we're not blindsided in these conversations. I guess I'm kind of directing my question to the city clerk or in reference to that.
You have to release your mic.
I'm sorry.
Yes, Councilman Gums, thank you for that question. You know, that's a policy decision. This council took a policy decision to be notified when certain open records requests are submitted. Some council members did advise they did not want to receive the voluminous amount of stuff that may come. But if it's a policy decision of this council, that's something that y'all take action, working with the city manager. We will comply with that policy.
Okay, thank you for that. City manager, there were some things that were mentioned, of course, you know, on social media as well, in reference to an auditor. And we have auditors, but I did want you to have an opportunity to speak towards that. And then also to kind of like the process of you all reviewing the statements, the P-card statements of council members here, if there is a process. Just giving you a full opportunity to respond to that.
Thank you, Councilwoman Gums. So, while it may not be exactly what you want, in response to what is called for in the charter, every month you get my city manager report. in August, on page 9 of the financial report, it shows how much spending occurs by every department, including the mayor's. On September, it was on page 6. In October, it was on page 9. In November, it was on page 9. In December, it's on page 8. While that may not be everything you would like to see, that information is being furnished every month. If you want specifics broken down by every purchase order, that is not what is said in the charter, but that can be provided if that is the decision of the council. In terms of reviewing P-card charges for council, we do not review P-card charges for mayor and council. What we have asked is that the policy be followed. It's been made very clear to me that you all don't work for me, and accountability has to be to each other. We certainly can work on a travel policy. Given the seriousness of this, I want to work on it personally, and so I will be engaged in the discussions around an international travel policy. When I came on board, we did a travel policy. It was the first travel policy ever done in September, and it was voted on unanimously by this council. It has not been strictly followed, and from my perspective, I have not brought that to your attention. There were pieces of it that I misremembered because when we were talking about the travel policy, the discussion was that you're the council, I'm the city manager, and you wouldn't flow your approvals through the city manager or the city clerk. Unbeknownst to me, that was never changed in the final version. So it still stands the way it was drafted. So it is what it is. Councilwoman Williams-Brown said it well, confession is good for the soul. You know, we didn't follow it as it's written. Now you get an opportunity to take a second look. We did not anticipate international travel in September of 2023, and so, you know, we didn't include it. Now we need to include it. My recommendation is going to be that international travel gets approved by this body for each other, not by me, not by the city clerk, not by the city attorney, and not by the CFO. You all need to decide. And if you all decide, my position has been, if there's a public purpose and there's funding in your budget, go forth and prosper. Follow the policy. But I'm happy to sit down with anybody who has great ideas around this, bring in the city attorney, bring in the CFO, and we will bring back a travel policy for you to consider and adopt. I think in terms of what we have talked about, ultimately, you know, we will follow your lead with however you want to proceed. Just recognize that there are thousands of P-card transactions that happen every single month. There is no existing resources in anywhere in the city, departments in finance right now to manage that. In terms of the internal auditor, we will go back out again. We have gone out several times. We've interviewed several times and not been successful. We will go out again. And I was waiting for the new year to roll around to start that process. But even so, one internal auditor, you know, I had a list of things that I want the internal auditor to work on as well, once hired. One internal auditor is not going to be able to look at thousands of transactions every month. So lastly, one of the things that I've already started talking to Truist Bank about is restricting codes on everybody's P-card. So P-cards can only be used for the things that are in policy. If there's one thing on your card that doesn't match the policy, it'll reject your entire transaction. So that is something new that Truist came out with in November. And again, waiting for the new year to roll around, that is something I intend to investigate with Truist and incorporate into our program.
Okay, thank you for that, and that has cleared up some things. I guess, can we amend the mid-year budget to add in another internal auditor, or you have one that's budgeted? Can we add, I guess, based on the number of transactions, an additional body to help you with that? Oh, sorry.
So we have some vacancies that we haven't been able to fill. So we do have a bit of attrition. And so what I would recommend, depending on what your motions are going to be, is that we bring in somebody from Robert Half or one of the accounting firms that can jump on this right away for us, and they may be also able to bring us some best practice. And they will also be able to help us to transition the program with Truist to a program that is more restrictive.
All right, so I'm gonna ask you a couple of questions, then I'll cut my mic off and then, okay. So with the Truist, restriction, is there a certain threshold that they can actually? So the question that I have is, in reference to the restriction, when you don't put in your receipts, it continues to go on and on and on. Is there something like, if there's a threshold, because I don't know how many receipts, I know she had mentioned about 100 so receipts that haven't been uploaded. So is there a threshold that will stop the P card use or for something of that nature? If there is egregious amount of I guess expenses haven't been reconciled. That's the first question. The next question is for the international policy. Is there a way, I do know that there are probably some council members that have some upcoming international travel. So is there a way that we can do something within a 30 to 45 day process? Because it will have to go through 2 reads, just so they're not impacted or anything of that nature. And I do know that I just received a shell that Councilwoman Rao has submitted. So do you think that there is possible that you can get something in place within about 30 to 45 days? And then I think that is all that I have for right now in reference to my questions. I just want us to be on the up and up. And like I said, I've worked in local governments, especially new governments that have gone through this. It's not a pretty sight. It is not a good feeling when people come in and take your laptop and your computer. And I've gone through that, being interviewed. And then also, too, one of the other things is being chastised on, social media when you haven't done anything wrong, So descriptions of what you're spending these transactions on. I didn't see a lot of descriptions. So automatically when I see Hollywood Feed, I'm a dog owner. I'm like, what is he doing at the dog store? And I know I love Zion myself, but I'm just saying those type of things. And there would possibly be an explanation as to why when this information is released out into the public, so it's not so, it's a fiery situation when it's out and no explanation is behind it. So I think that there are some additional processes that we need to put in place. And then also 2 ways that we can protect the council a little bit better as well. Okay, I think I'm done.
I'm just going to cut in real quick just as a point of information. Can you talk about, and I think we'll start with our city attorney, and then we can follow up with our city manager or whoever she designates. But when people make open records requests, we have a current requirement by law of what we can give them, and we also have a capacity issue about how much we can share, right? So when we do our P card entries, everyone does make, well, hopefully people are making descriptions in the entries, but that doesn't come in the statement when we share. Like the statement that's on next door isn't the whole statement, but that is the statement that we can produce right now. So if you 2 could just talk a little bit about that.
So typically when there's an open records request, we're responding to what they're specifically asking for. Even if we think some other additional document may help explain the document that they've requested, it's our job to answer what they've requested. So even if there's a report or an explanation in addition to a P-card statement that may help inform what they're looking at, if they're only asking for a P-card statement, what we are required by law to provide is the P-card statement. The other thing too, and I know I kind of addressed this in a private note, but I appreciate the want of transparency and, just giving out your P-card statement, but please don't do that. Please let it go through the open records process because there are account numbers and things we need to redact for cybersecurity reasons. But with that aside, when an open records request comes through, we are required by law to answer it specifically.
So with that being said, if it's just, so it still kind of puts us in it's speculation. So it's not, so I guess I'm trying to say to residents that they need to be a little bit more specific about the transactions and ask for the descriptions as well, like what you want to see on the I don't know, but it's still people. They can use this to weaponize it and not really know exactly what the transactions are.
Madam City Manager, could you just speak very briefly about our capability to publish?
Well, I did want to respond very briefly to what she was saying. I think it's very important for the residents to know that the P-card statement is not the full story. It's very similar to your credit card statement. It doesn't explain what you went to Kroger for. It just says Kroger and an amount. And so I think it's an educational moment, and I'm sure the council is tired of hearing me say this, but my personal philosophy is inform, educate, and then enforce. And so as an education moment for the public, it's important for you to know that when you request a P-card statement, that's not the full story. Also, according to the Open Records Act, we are prohibited from creating a record. It's an open records request. We are supposed to provide the record that already exists. So if there's not a record that exists explaining the P-card statement, we can't provide what doesn't exist.
Okay. Next in the queue. Oh, okay, go ahead. I'm sorry, Madam Superintendent, please respond.
So to directly answer Councilwoman Gomes, the reconciled receipts and the number of receipts, so it's a time frame. So it's not so many how many receipts, it's a time frame. Normally we ask that you reconcile your P-card in 3 days. That way the receipts don't get lost and it's problematic. In general, what we're looking for is within the billing cycle, all of the receipts are uploaded so that we can, when we make the transfer of the information over to Edmunds, we have everything and it's coded. And so we know where to code it because you all individually code which line item in the budget the item it should hit. So if it's training, there's a training line item in your budget. If it's travel, if it's supplies, all of these are line items in your budget. When you code your P-card transaction, that's where you hit those. So to answer your question directly, that side of the house doesn't really deal with the approval of the credit card. However, we can incorporate and enforce if, after the time frame has passed, you haven't uploaded your receipts or uploaded an explanation, then, we can suspend the card. Secondly, the 30 to 45 days on the international policy, I already have some information on it. I think we can put our heads together, and I would recommend that we amend our current travel policy. So if there's anything else in there that we haven't thought about, we can keep it all in one place. And I'll be happy to work with whoever on council is interested.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you for that. And the last thing, Interim City Attorney Kelly, my understanding is that is it that when our transactions are on our P card, and if it's something that raises an eyebrow, does that come to you? Like nobody's checking the hen house. Or does it go to the seat? Like, how, is there anything, how do y'all see what's egregious on our cards, period? And where does it go after you see it? Or do you see it? Oh, I gotta cut it off.
Because it's in the policy.
So there are a few resolutions that control here, specifically Ordinance 1-9002 and then Resolution 2023-060. And Resolution 2023-060 kind of more comprehensively lays out the process for reviewing P-card transactions. The ordinance references an internal auditor. The resolution references the Finance and Procurement Department, and if they discover something egregious, then it comes to me, and I make the decision if it's in compliance with the policy or not.
That's what it says. That's what it says.
Has it come to me as a third step? No, it hasn't. However, again, my personal philosophy, I'm sure y'all are tired of me saying it, is inform, educate, and then enforce. And so that's how this whole conversation started, because it was like, perhaps there's a educational moment that needs to happen around the P-card policy and the travel policy. And then once that happened, then here we are.
Okay, the queue is getting long. I want to make sure that we prioritize people who have not spoken. So, Clerk Adams, would you call out the next individual who has not already spoken once?
I think Councilman Rebel is next.
All right.
Thank y'all so much. And a lot of the questions have already been addressed. Because I did have, as a councilwoman who has traveled internationally, I think this council has also all been invited to an international opportunity. And so as a councilwoman who has taken that opportunity and developed several relationships that have led to additional opportunities to travel international, I definitely want to be a part of that international development of that policy. Because there is questions around not only our current purchasing P-card policy, because as mentioned tonight, I'm learning, I'm oohing and ahhing because a lot of information wasn't communicated. And I'm not going to say that, oh, because I'm new, I didn't know, because the policy that I look at is completely different from, it's two different. It's a resolution and then it's a P-card policy, which is available to all of our residents. And so I vow to, again, as Councilwoman Williams-Brown mentioned, as we all mentioned in our most recent retreat, is making sure we follow the policy, but let's tighten up the processes and the policies that we have and make them definite. Let's make them clear and concise, because even when I review the purchasing card policy, there are things that, one, it's not a definite. It gives you gray areas, because even reading the policy, as you mentioned the process, it says if there are found any violations, your card may be suspended or revoked. So moving forward as a city that is growing, that we want, I don't think anybody on this council that I know of, I can only speak mainly for myself, is going out and abusing their P cards. I know that I, again, have traveled internationally, but I also followed the process that was provided by our CM and our ACMs and anyone else. Anything, if I have a question about it, and I'm the most frugal one. Everybody on this council knows I'm frugal. I'm the cheap one. So I will not spend $9.99 unless I get approval, because I don't want to ever have someone questioning my leadership or being a good steward over taxpayers' resources. And so I think many of us who sit on here today, a lot of times, yeah, we have events and that costs money. So a lot of things that we're doing is community engagement. But I do believe, as mentioned, in this policy, it states that we will have monthly and or quarterly reviews. So we need to strengthen that. And my question would be, when was the last audit, if there was an audit on our P cards? Because I've been here now a little over a year, and because I have not been notified by the attorney, and if we're not notified by the attorney as it is explained in the policy, then we're not
violating the P card policy. And so, again, that's part of the process. If finance reviews your information and they have a question, then they will contact the attorney. The attorney will do their research and provide any findings directly to that person. And so, again, I just want to make sure that we, one, understand the process, educate residents on the process, be knowing about everything as it relates to open records requests, because, again, what you all are receiving is not the true story. And I believe in giving grace where grace needs to be, but I also believe in slapping the hands when you need to be spanked and slap the hands. But I want to make sure that we're moving forward as a council and there's no questions. There's no gray area. Everything is clear and concise and communicated. And, you know, I definitely want to know about the last audit, about any audits that have taken place. If there has been an audit, you know, just let me know. And then I know Dr. Rao and I had spoken, but this was prior to me speaking with my additional colleagues, and she's already drafted an international policy. So I am definitely interested in assisting with that as well. And I think many of the other questions have already been addressed. A lot of times I want to have all of the information and not speculate, because I'm not a dog lover, so I would never have known that's what it was. But I asked certain questions to my colleagues, and again, with people not being provided the full story, it leaves a lot of gray area and room for speculation. Because just because you see a lot on my P card, Dollar Tree, that doesn't mean I went and bought supplies
for
my house. I'm just frugal, where I feel like I can go and buy pens and paper from the Dollar Tree instead of spending more money at another retailer. So again, you know, I just want to make sure that we can fine tune the process as it relates to open records, make sure that this policy is strengthened, and anything that I can do as a councilwoman who has traveled international, as an invitation from those individuals who specifically asked me to come, I want to make sure that we're moving in the spirit of excellence. Yes, ma'am. And I yield.
I would like to briefly respond to your question about if there was a previous audit. We did have a previous audit. It preceded me, from what I understand, the city manager. But in reviewing some of the paperwork, a lot of our policies came out of that audit. Our travel policy came out of that audit. Our P card policy came out of that audit. A lot of the forms and the things that we're supposed to be using all came out of the audit. And so that's why for me it was okay, inform and educate, because the infrastructure is there. We just need to follow what's there.
Thank you for answering that, attorney. Yes, thank you.
All right, Mr. Clerk, the next person who hasn't already spoken.
So the next Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem Sebastian, Councilmember Rao, and then Councilmember Pritchett. They have not spoken.
You haven't spoken? Okay. All right, Mayor Pro Tem Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to go back to this idea of publishable information on these P cards. How difficult would it be, Madam City Manager, I guess this question is for you. How difficult would it be to produce a publishable version of all P card statements when they come out every month? Because it was mentioned before about redacting for account numbers and all of that stuff. How difficult would it be to receive a publishable P card statement? Oh, sorry.
So I guess it depends on what you mean by publishable. You all get a P card statement every month. It comes in your mail. We have the electronic version of that. It shows the date, it shows the vendor, it shows the amount. It's not very descriptive, and so I'm not sure, but it is publishable. We would redact I don't think it even puts the full account number, but we would redact, or we could redact. But I think maybe if you can explain what you're looking for in terms of publishable.
Would you yield?
Mentioned something earlier.
Okay. Go ahead. What do you?
So, the attorney mentioned before about some of the information on the statements just cannot be published because when they go through the open records process, there's certain things that we have to do to take information off that don't need to go public. Account numbers, I think you used the term specifically. So what I'm asking is, for those monthly statements, without it being requested from the public, without me putting in an open records request on myself, how easy would it be for me to get, and if that's the process, then then that's the process. How easy would it be for me to get a statement that I can publish for my P-card statement? That's my question.
You can publish it, you just have to take out the information.
I think that this is a question for the attorney. If you could release, and then the attorney can answer.
So this would really be a question of capacity. Right now, I have 2 people in my office that handle the redactions and the legal review on open records requests, and it's quite voluminous as it is. That would require somebody else just dedicated to doing the redactions, and I'm willing to do that. If we can get a budget amendment to add somebody to my office to do that, I'm fine with that. But with the resources as it sits right now with people in my office, I don't have the capacity to do that. I would also caution, as I mentioned before, even a redacted P-card statement doesn't give the full story of what the transaction was for. So if something were to be published, it'd be my advice not to just give a redacted P-card statement, like a credit card statement, but it be accompanied by an explanation for what the charges were for.
Thank you. All right, so the other thing that I wanted to say, and this is by no means against citizens who have held us accountable for how we use our money. I think it's the right thing to do. In 2023, I actually said, in 2023, I actually mentioned to a citizen, when you start to speak about money, about people, and especially elected officials, really be careful that you line up everything and you have it correct. Because once you start to talk about people and money, there's this shadow get cast over folks, and sometimes it's irreparable because you then become known for something whether you're innocent or not. Doesn't matter, right? So I just want to caution us, keep us accountable, yes, and caution us up here that every one of our actions reflect on all of us. So when you're using that P card, you're not just using that P card for you, you're using a P card to the government. Okay, and every single one of us. So I hope out of this, I look forward to taking part in the international policy discussion. I've said that, but I've also said that I'm also looking forward to hearing some of the explanation from the mayor. I would remind this body that in the summer of 2023, when my P card came up for some discussion, I wanted us to have the discussion publicly because you know what? There was an explanation. Because folks were like, why is Councilmember Sebastian having these lunches at these restaurants? And I was like, well, I have no place in my district to meet with citizens. So most of the times, in between my work and having no building, I'm setting up a lunch meeting. Those, for me, are routine in the business world. And not having a building where I could meet in District 4, thank God we're taking care of that. That's what I was doing. But guess what I did? Since people had a problem with that, I hardly even do it anymore. Right? I find another way because above everything else, my reputation means more to me almost than life. So, so again, let's see if we can get some explanation. And for us up here, let's see if we can follow the policies, strengthen the policies, and follow the policies. I have to admit, I am also one that said, oh boy, I didn't know that was in the policy. I guess I wasn't following it. Right? So we have some work to do, both as a body and with our staff too. Out of our retreat, I know I immediately started to email my community service person, and I started to say, set up these meetings, we're going to review this policy, we're going to review that policy. And I believe we already have some of those meetings set up. Because I want to tighten some of this. I know I was reviewing my statement, and something that I thought was charged to a purchase order process was charged to my credit card. I was furious, right? It's not that it was a wrong charge, but it's just the method in which the bill got paid, right? So for me again, we tighten the policies, we tighten the operations, and hopefully we behave better and be better stewards of your money. Thank you.
Clerk Adams, the next person that hasn't spoken.
Yeah, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I will say that I know for a fact you can print out the details. And I think our process, the standard needs to be to do the details. I take great care in making sure I upload my receipts and give an explanation. And I know if you read the explanation and you look at the receipt, you say, oh, that makes sense. I feel very comfortable about that. So I can tell my constituents I'm very cautious and protective of these tax dollars in that way. I just think in fairness, and when I saw, first I had a constituent reach out and ask me questions about this, and I said, yeah, I'm looking at it, but you can't tell until you have the detail in fairness. And they also asked about what our city's international travel policy. I said, we don't have one, but we do have a travel policy. And even if you follow the travel policy, it's still going to give you basically all your questions. So I think there's two things. I think there's the international policy, which I do support international travel for all the things that Council Natasha Williams-Brown talked about. But I also think that we need to be good stewards of our money. And I do think it needs to be an explanation for why in advance before you go, like a number of things. So I think they're two separate things. And I also think our standard best practice should be to provide the details because we have to do it. Like I'm anal about it, like, oh my God, I got to put this receipt in. If we're all doing that, you have all the detail that you need. And so I also, I think the difference, at one point we had a dedicated person in finance that just did P cards. And she did not play the radio. She would shut your car down. You'll be embarrassed. You'll get so once you start like that, you make sure you get those P cards in. I don't know. We don't have that person, I believe, in finance anymore. But it used to be a person totally dedicated to doing P cards. She would shut your card off, and obviously there must be a need for that. Again, I think we need to revisit that in finance. So I just say that, and I also think in fairness, the mayor or whoever needs to be given an opportunity to give an explanation at expense. I reached out and I said, I know what people are saying. I also know it doesn't tell the whole story. But if so, you owe the public explanation. And he said he was going to provide one. So again, before we rush and think we know all the answers, I think the detail is needed. So I'm just going to say that before we jump and make an emotional decision, I do want to see the details or what they are, because they could absolutely be legitimate charges. So I'll leave it at that.
Clerk Adams, who is next in the queue that has not spoken already?
The last person who has not spoken will be Councilmember Pritchett.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Pritchett. You'll have to release so that she can be in.
Thank you for acknowledging me. Don't want to belabor a long conversation, but I believe that, not making an excuse for them, but I believe that this is part of our growing pains as a city. Our P cards are not just credit cards. They're a convenient way to appropriate or use our budget as we do with procurement. So it's just a different method of procuring or using funds. When the first year that I was elected, I went on a trip that was an appropriate trip to go to with the National League of Cities. And I stayed at the hotel that was the host hotel where all of the elected officials stayed at. And a resident pulled my P card. Now, a lot of times, and I'm being brutally honest, a lot of citizens don't like us. And a lot of citizens make things personal. And a lot of P card pulling is personal. I'm just speaking about my situation. So it was pulled, and then they went on social media and did a Facebook Live for about an hour and a half, just raking me over the coals about why did I stay at the Biltmore Hotel. I should have stayed at the Holiday Inn. I'm serious. And it was something that I think, you know, we're over it and whatever, but it's something that was designed to make me feel bad about my decision to go with colleagues nationally that went to this conference. Everyone that had my same position, including mayors, stayed at the hotel. It was the host hotel. But yet I was shamed publicly. And so when we just went on the retreat last week, we read the travel policy, and the travel policy, it talks about, you know, the airlines that you use. Our preferred airline is Delta. I use Southwest Airlines because I find it's cheaper and it's more convenient for what I have to do. The hotel I stayed at was cheaper than probably if I stayed at the Holiday Inn because it's a different rate for conferences. And we are allowed to stay at host hotels or the recommended hotels. Now, so when you look at how we spend these funds in our budget that are allocated for certain functions, you have to understand the policies that go along with it. And a lot of times people don't, sometimes we don't. And so it's, I think that the exercise that we went through in our retreat was very helpful because it helped us understand that we didn't understand everything about a policy that we were discussing. And we discussed it for 3 hours. And so I also want people to understand that it's not a good practice to use these type of instances to weaponize us or anyone. I believe that there is an explanation. Now, in my case, whatever my explanation was, it really didn't matter because I was just hung out to dry, and that was that. I was terrible. Take my P card, recall me, all kind of stuff. And that comes with public office. A lot of people, including constituents that I have, some that were here tonight, were against me in those efforts until they started understanding what I use my P card for, the type of activities that I do. Once you get to know us and you get to know the types of things that we do and why it's important to use the P card sometimes, and you build a relationship, then you build the trust, and then you build understanding. There are some residents, whether they like me or not, whether I like them or not, they email me and they ask me questions. Even with relations to this trip with Ghana, people believe that I was in Ghana too because of a video that was put out. And I appreciate a resident contacting me saying, hey, you're in this video, are you in Ghana? But the assumptions were made. I welcomed the opportunity to be able to say, no, I'm actually here and I'm working on this and that kind of cleared things up. So, and one more thing is we have spending limits. So that's something to consider. I do have concerns. I do have questions, but I went to the mayor directly the other day. And I explained that, people just want to know. So sometimes, regardless of what the policy is, what the limits are, what the justification is, what the explanation is, you either, there's a threshold where you agree with it or you don't. And a lot of times, as justified as it may be, you still may not agree with it, right? So I think in all fairness, we have to give us an opportunity when something like this happens. Please contact us. Please ask us what is going on, what is happening. Because it'll give us an opportunity to explain to you. Councilwoman Willis always says, if you have an issue, come talk to me. She says that, and people do call her, and people do ask her questions about a lot of stuff. But come talk to us. Give us an opportunity to explain. Give us an opportunity to connect you with staff that can give you the legal explanations or better explanations, or, go over policy. Let's try to give each other grace and not jump to conclusions, because there are a lot of conclusions and there's a lot going on. And honestly, it makes us all look bad. And we don't want to look bad, because look at this impressive building that we're sitting in, but yet we'll probably be here to midnight because we're talking about stuff that we didn't want to give an opportunity. We didn't want to go to the source. We just want to jump to conclusions. We wanted to speculate, and this is unhealthy behavior for, I will say it, a black city. Okay, so I'm just asking. You can reach me. You can reach all of us. Honestly, I'll await an explanation and stuff. But and I will say this: we will do better. I think we all are committed, and we all are going to try to institute better practices. When I was an employee here at this city, we went through a lot of different trainings on procurement, and I would, ask the city manager to encourage staff to train our staff. The staff that works for or is assigned to council and council members, so that we can make sure we do a better job. But I think that we all do feel some kind of way, and I do think that we all want to do a good job for you all. You are important to us, and what you think about us is important to us. So give us an opportunity to make this right. That is my plea to you, and I yield.
I think we've exhausted the list of people who have spoken one time already. I want to tell a little story as one of the founding members of this council. We had our ribbon cutting, and I talked about like all the different homes that we've had. And one of our first homes was, our first home really for council meetings was Stonewall Tell. And we had a city clerk. He was like the first person that we hired. We actually had to hire him. We had to hire him the week before by executive session, so that we would have a clerk take our swearing in on April 29th, because we are incorporated on May 1st. So like we had to hire this person. And so he was with us since the beginning. And I remember one time we had a council meeting, and it went to like 1:30 in the morning. And I said to him, I was like, hey man, like this is great. Like we talked everything out. He said, Mayor, don't ever do that. I'm sorry, I wasn't a mayor at that time, I was a councilman. He said, Councilman, don't ever do that again. He was like, when y'all are up till 1, your staff has to stay up to 1. At the time we were in a building that wasn't our own, so staff from other people had to stay up till 1. I had a whole presentation that I was going to give. I'm not going to do it now. If you could just go ahead and bring up my click share. I'm not going to do it now because we started this conversation when Corey Reeves? I'm sorry, Corey Adams.
Yeah, 9:45 is what I...
Okay, so we've there's been a lot of conversation, a lot of uses of my name and my trip, and I started to try and explain it, but then I spent an hour letting everyone else talk. This is item A on the agenda. We got about 20 items, and I don't want to be here till midnight. So could you please pull up that click share? My button is red. Please visit, we're going to try and get it on cityofsouthfultonj.gov, but please text the word news to 55444. There were so many accusations that were made specifically about me, and I just, there was an hour of accusations, and I'm not going to get them done in like 5 minutes, and we're not going to get them done in 10 minutes. So just sign up for that. But I do want to say, there were questions about the dog feed store. I can't. I'm sorry. I have the floor. I have the floor. There were questions about a dog feed store. I don't have time to tell you all that the dog feed store was for the park and pause, right? And like that's something that we did in conjunction with Parks and Recreation, and they didn't have their stuff that day. I don't have time to go through every definition. We had a public comment ordinance, and it said, and we created it just for this. I wasn't for it. I was opposed to it. And this entire council overruled me and said that we're going to make public comment so that if something's not on the agenda, we're not going to bring it to public comment. We don't keep our own words. We don't keep our own commitments to ourselves. So like we allowed this public comment to be made, and now we are at 10:46 having an unscheduled discussion on an already crowded agenda because we didn't follow our own rules. We just heard I wanted to be clear, and it's the things like I don't want to throw people under the bus. It's an election year. People are trying to score points, and when I say that, I mean colleagues and constituents. Like people are trying to settle vendettas or whatever. But not to throw anybody under the bus, but we learned in our retreat that we all had violated the policy, right? One of the things, right, is that we have subscriptions, right? And subscriptions are not allowed in our current travel policy, right? And so we all had violated that, and we talked about a solution for that. Then we went out to dinner. We talked about Ghana. And I talked about some of the things that were happening with Fulton Industrial Boulevard. And, I had some sheets. I had to send my assistants home, y'all. They've been here since 9 o'clock, right? And so I do want to just shout out that we've had a very challenging time. I want to shout out our incredible HR department and our city manager. We've had a very challenging time finding people to occupy these seats, but we do now have 2 incredible people. Ms. Ty Dennis, my new executive assistant, she started on the 6th. We didn't even have a scheduled orientation on the 6th. She was supposed to start on the 13th. So we started her early. So we're working on getting all of these answers for everybody. And then there was conversations about things that were made for video equipment and drones. We have had a hard time sharing, right? And our public affairs department is overwhelmed with requests by council. So I took one of my 2 people that I had, and I hired a film and video person. So we're going to have film and video. We're going to have all the things. And we even had a donation of $20,000. So we're not ready to bring it to the agenda. That's not what's on the agenda tonight. But we had a donation of $20,000 to help forward this effort. We're going to be talking about all of that. And so I just encourage everybody, please text news to 55444. We do need to move. We have some motions. We're maybe going to vote or not vote on these motions. But I do want to try and keep us on time. It's almost 11 o'clock, and we're on item 1 of the agenda. And so with that, the chair recognizes Councilwoman Helen Zenobia Willis.
I'm not going to keep going back and forth. I would give a little grace to people who have not been on this council. At the end of the day, the city manager is responsible for approving our expenditures per the charter. It is our duty to know the charter when we are elected. That is the first document we are supposed to read. Also the city attorney, also the city manager. And so I'm not going to keep going back and forth. Yes, you can explain all of this stuff, and it should be explained, but the policy is the policy. And it doesn't, 112 receipts missing. If you have an X by an expenditure, that means you haven't turned in a receipt. And you haven't turned in a receipt since October. 112 receipts are missing. And it is the city managers and the CFO responsibility to cut P cards off when people are not compliant. And so we do need to stop giving people grace and cut people P cards off when they're not compliant. Nobody is talking about anything that was discussed in a retreat. We didn't even know this was going on. We got back from the retreat, and during the snow, we saw these transactions put on Nextdoor through an open record request. And all of us got blindsided. And so nobody is divulging anything that was discussed in the retreat. Yes, what was discovered is that any travel over 1,500 is supposed to be approved, and that wasn't being done. That was the thing that we discussed. But you know you're supposed to turn in your receipts up to 72 hours of an expenditure. It may take longer if it's an international travel, and we need to put that in policy, but right now that's not policy. The city manager and the CFO, they know when they're supposed to cut off our expenditures. If you don't have the staff to govern this process, Ms. Superdan, you need to hire somebody. If we need to give you money to hire somebody, that's fine. But this is the charter says that this process is supposed to be governed by the city manager. Our policy says this process is supposed to be governed by the CFO. And I'm sorry. If the rules can't apply to some people and some people get away with it, I give some grace to people who have just got on this council, but I'm not giving grace to anybody who don't know the charter. Because that's what we're supposed to do, budgets and policy. Those are our main jobs. I'm not asking, can I do a policy? I'm going to do a policy. Councilmember Rao has sent a drafted policy, and I'm going to look up other policies. And I'm going to send it to you, city attorney. And if you want to talk to the city manager about what we have sent to you, that's fine. But I'm going to do what I'm elected to do. And that is policy and oversee budgets. And if I have to follow the rules, if Councilmember Rao has to follow the rules, if Councilmember Gums have to follow the rules, everybody else have to follow the rules. Ignorance of the law is no excuse. There's a lot of people sitting in jail right now because they want to say they didn't know. But when the feds come busting in this door and the GBI come busting in this door because we're not doing the right thing by tax dollars, they don't care that we say that we didn't know. We have been here before, and I am tired of it. I am tired of residents not trusting us, and they seeing things that should not be on the statement. Now, you can slice it, and you can say that, you have an explanation for it. There's no explanation for some of the stuff that's on here. The policy says you're not supposed to buy electronics. I don't care how you feel about staff not, the communication staff being overtaxed. The policy says you're not supposed to buy electronics. And we've had this conversation with you before when you went out and brought an Apple computer. And we're not accusing you of anything. It's in black and white. And residents have a right to request for open record requests. Yes, they can be provided with the explanations, and we'll show you what was done in the past. But don't victim shame our residents. They got a right to know what's going on with their tax dollars, especially if they're paying property taxes, which is the largest revenue bucket in our city. I would like to make a motion that we suspend all international travel until we have a policy in place. I think that's the best thing to keep us out of trouble. That's my motion for international travel. I mean, I want to be fair to her because she says she has a lot going on. So I just say until a policy is put in place, because how much time do you need, Ms. Superdan?
We can do 30 to 45 days.
We'll get it done in 30 to 45 days.
30 to 45 days.
Okay. Second.
Can I have for a friendly amendment?
Sure.
I have some more emotions, but go ahead.
Okay. My friendly amendment would be to add that 30 to
We just
45
did.
days.
We just did.
I didn't hear anybody repeat.
Yeah,
it.
she did.
I'm sorry. No, she said it, but I didn't hear anybody.
They just said
amend
it.
Okay. The other thing that I wanted to make sure, some people here are already doing some international work, and if within this 30 to 35 days, some of those issues were to come back, and it's necessary for people to travel, then what do we do? Do we then come back and ask for people to get the approval? I don't know. I know, for instance, someone here.
You asked
went
me
on-
for a
onto-
friendly amendment, and I made a motion, and they came back and said add the 30, 45 days. I told you that was already added. So
And the second part of it is, I'm asking about previous trips, either planned or follow-ups. If they, let me finish my thought, please. If those things come up again before we finish this policy, are we just gonna then say, we haven't finished the policy, or are we gonna add something into this particular motion amendment to deal with that?
So
That's what I'm asking.
let me respond. I've already called some cities, some major cities who do international travel sparingly, and all of them say that international travel is presented to the council with a budget, is planned out 30 days in advance, and foreign currency exchange and all of that is taken into. So we shouldn't be. And she said she needs 45 days. JC, I mean, Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Sebastian, with the stuff that has presented to the public, the last thing we should be doing is trying to worry about taking an international trip within 45 days. Now, Chairman Pitts did tell me today he sent to you, Ms. Subadan, information about India, that he's going, he wants somebody to go to India from the city in February. And he sent that information to you, and he hasn't heard back from you. Chairman Pitts told me that today. But I really do think we need to get a policy in place. It's going to take for us to take an international trip. We really should not be taking international trips that have not been planned out within 30 days.
I think we had, and the reason why I did.
I'm sorry, are we using the queue or are we just free talking? I don't know what's happening.
To me for a second.
As a point of order, Madam City Attorney, is there yielding in Robert's rules?
No.
Someone has to turn their mic off so she can speak.
Well, one, I don't think Mayor Sebastian was finished. So if we're abiding by who was talking, Mayor Pro Tem Sebastian should finish, and then Councilwoman Gums would be able to continue speaking. And then, well, you yielded to him to make a friendly amendment.
And I told him we've already done it.
He's still allowed to continue his friendly amendment.
Okay, we're going to take one motion at a time. So if we have finished discussion on this motion, can we vote on this motion?
Yeah, I wasn't finished really.
The chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Sebastian.
I think Councilmember Willis described exactly the situation that I'm trying to make sure we don't face. The chairman of Fulton County have said that in February, that's next month. And given that we have already invested, whether we had a policy or not, we have already invested money in one of us traveling to India. The chairman is saying he sent information on a follow-up for February. That's 2 weeks away. So back to my point, what happens if something comes up before we finish writing this policy 30 to 45 days. And that's all I'm trying not to get us to make a decision that we really hadn't thought out enough tonight to think that if something happens, we have a backup plan. And that's all I'm gonna say. At the end of the day, it's 4 votes. I'm just saying we need a backup plan. Because to me, it would be a double waste of taxpayers' dollars. Now that I think the other one was a waste, because we're talking about bringing money here. Money was already invested. And if a follow-up has to be done, that's not gonna, quote unquote, close the deal, then we would have wasted the investment. And that's all I'm saying.
The current policy says the city
Okay.
manager.
I'm going to just weigh in for a second because it's 11 o'clock. I really do want us to move this along. We talked in our retreat about commitments versus covenants. I don't know if it's helpful. This sounds like an important trip, but I will make a covenant. I don't need to take any international travel in the next 45 days. So, if everyone can agree to that, except for this one trip, maybe we can make an exception for this one trip.
Okay, I want to amend my,
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Combs.
okay, the motion was to suspend any international travel. And I thought I had a good pulse on this from the retreat. I didn't know that trip was coming up so soon, so I apologize for putting in the 30 days. I'll yield to you.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Williams-Brown.
So yes, and thank you for the consideration. But the trip that is planned to go back to India begins February 2nd, correct? Okay, so it's February 2nd, and what I have already told Chairman Pitts is that I can't make that trip because of my work, and I'm on a major grant cycle deadline of January 25th and then February 5th, and it's impossible to manage that from India, which is a 9-hour difference between here. And so I cannot do the February trip, but we have discussed doing the May trip, and then a possibility of me accompanying him to go to perhaps either Argentina or South Africa later at some point in the year. But neither he or Ms. Thomas have gotten the information to me about those trips. But at least the immediate trip of February 2nd, there's no way with my job that I could make that because I cannot be out on the R01 deadline. Now, if we could get the policy done within 30 to 45 days, that would enable me to be a part of the delegation in May or any other, I don't know about the Argentina and the South Africa.
Release. All right, so I guess my motion will still stand then unless, so right now, the motion is all international travel is suspended until we bring back the international policy within about 30 to 45 days. That was the amendment, wasn't it?
Let's have the clerk, if we can release our mics and let the clerk in. Can you read what is on the table? What are we voting on right now?
Yes, I had the original motion was to suspend all international travel, and there was already a discussion about, per the city manager, allowing 30 to 45 days to complete that work.
Okay, so the motion stands.
All right, are we ready to vote? The queue is open. We've heard you, Councilman Willis. You have several motions. We're going to let you make all of them.
Queue is open. Councilman Bell? Councilman Bell, yes or no? Yes or no? Yes. Yes. I got you. So that motion was approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right, the chair will entertain the next motion by Councilman Willis.
My second motion is to request for a policy to be put in place for the mayor's vehicle. We don't have a policy around that. It has to do with the role, not the mayor. We allowed it to happen, but there's no policy around it. And so we need a policy around it. This is about the role, not the individual.
Is there a second?
So what's the motion?
The motion is to put a policy in place around the mayor role vehicle, the car that we give to the mayor role. What do we call it? What kind of car we get? The
electric vehicle?
No, it's just the car. The
It's
same
just a
car
car.
that the previous mayor had that was donated by the police department. He drove it anywhere, everywhere. Yes.
And
that's
so
it.
we need to put a policy around it because that car was driven some places that it shouldn't have gone to. So we need to put a policy around that. We need to put a policy around elected official pool cars. We have a policy, but we don't have a policy around the pool car for the mayor role.
I'm sorry, there's a motion. Before we get into discussion, we need a second for the motion. All right, we have a motion and a second. Before I go to the next person in the queue, I just want to say we don't have to. I don't know why we're doing this. Accusations are being made and lies are being told, and we don't have the time to debate all of them. It is just factually untrue that I have not submitted a receipt since October. It is just, they're just things that are being said that are factually untrue. It is factually true that every single member of this council has violated this policy. Every single member. There's no exception. Right. And we had this conversation at the retreat, and I don't know why we're trying to have it here at 11:07. But I will say this, whatever we vote on tonight will be reported in the media. So we just need to ask ourselves, are we helping people write the story about us? Whatever we vote on tonight will be reported in the media. We don't have to make a bunch of decisions tonight about something that wasn't even planned as a topic on the agenda. We can take our time. We can work through this. We can be adult about it. And with that, the chair recognizes Councilwoman Gums. You seconded the motion, but you are in the queue to speak.
No, we don't. Not around the mayors. We just have it around it.
Councilwoman Gums?
Oh, okay. So
Someone has to release their mic so that you can speak.
So, one thing, Mayor, I understand everybody's getting a little tired and we're getting whatever. We're not accusing you of anything. What we have realized is that there are a lot of things in place. It is my understanding, I'm not very sure of this. This is just speculation that you no longer have your travel per diem. So, in that aspect, we have to put a policy in place so you won't be also blindsided when you see these type of things. So it's not anything that's against you, it's about the role. So I didn't know that you did not have your travel per diem that I think we all get, right?
No, I didn't say that I didn't have it.
The local allowance,
I don't have the local allowance because I have
you have the car. So
Right.
that's what I'm saying. There's
Right.
nothing written in policy about that. So
Right.
that's what we're doing. It's not anything.
Well, there is.
Is it?
I mean, just a point of, there is a policy.
Around pool cars.
There is a policy around pool cars. This is considered a pool car in the electric vehicle pool cars. One of the policies around pool cars is that you get a gas card and you can go to the gas station and fuel up, right? So an electric vehicle needs to be fueled up. Sometimes Frederick is available, sometimes it's not available. Sometimes there's a trip to Savannah and you have, and honestly, one of the things that we've learned in this electric vehicle initiative is that the car can't make it all the way to Savannah. So we have to charge up at a charging station. So there are times that we talked about this at the state of the city. There are times that I go to the Walmart and use their fast charging station because it charges in 45 minutes versus our current charging stations that take 24 hours to charge. They actually just came and got my charger off the car. They were supposed to go at 9 o'clock, but they just came and got my charger off the car in Frederick because in cold temperatures, it also doesn't work.
And then
very
also
well.
too, it could be something that we also purchase, because I do understand some of the electric vehicles have home charging stations as well.
And that is something that, and I don't know if you remember, that is something that we talked about.
So
And there was a
those are the
concern
things
from the
that we
fire
wanna
department
put-
about combustible things. I also am a renter, so I don't have a home where I can,
Okay.
charge the thing. So there
All
are
right.
things that we
Well,
gotta-
well, those are the type of things that we're looking at, just to tighten up the policy that is around your specific electric vehicle. So it's not against
Well, it shouldn't be, what I'm
I
saying,
mean,
it shouldn't
for the
be
road.
our specific electric, it should be all the
all
electric
specific
vehicles.
electric
in the vehicle.
vehicles. But again, if you're turning in your your local allowance because you have the electric vehicle, what if the next person or whoever else decides to do that? So it's something that has to be written in policy, okay? So again, that's not another thing that you feel is targeted against you. And again, nobody's making accusations. We're looking for information and clarity.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion on the, we're gonna go back to the queue. I think there was someone after Councilwoman Gomes. I understand that, so I just wanted to bring that queue up. Someone has to release their mic, and then you can be read, and we'll let you go, Madam Attorney.
There is a policy around city vehicles and elected officials. It's Resolution 2020-011. It was sponsored by Councilperson Willis and voted on unanimously. It gives the parameters. I haven't looked through it in depth, but I do want to let you all know that it is there. So before other decisions are made, it does cover the mechanism in which the prohibited uses. It does spell out use of city vehicles. It spells out the revocation of uses, authorization, the reservation of city vehicles. So if there's something to be added or amended, I would ask to amend what's already here to if it's something specific to electric vehicles. But I want you all to know, I just wanted to let the council know that there is a policy that perhaps we just need to amend the policy as opposed to reinventing the wheel.
That's exactly what I was saying, amend the policy, because we do have a policy but the electric vehicle, and then also too, if you decide that you no longer want to use your local travel allowance, what is because again, that is the main thing. So if we can kind of fix that and tighten that up, that's what we're looking for. So not necessarily go and start all over again and create a policy that's just for electric vehicles, but amend the one that we currently have.
So do you have that, Mr. Clerk? It's not to create a new policy, it's now to amend the policy? Okay. Councilwoman Linda Becker Pritchett, you are next on the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for acknowledging me. So, in line with the conversation, we're voting about, my understanding is we're voting on a policy or amending a policy, and we don't have a policy or an amendment. We don't have substance. So how can we vote on something that's not drafted? I'm all for amending and digging deeper, but we don't have anything specifically we don't have anything specific. So is this something that we honestly can table until the council members work with the city attorney, get something drafted? Because we're just talking about committing to doing something, and I believe that we're all committed to doing something, if that makes sense. She can respond. Well, I'm not the chair. I'm not the chair.
I'm sorry, that's not how Robert's rules works.
I will yield.
She's asking, she's yielding to me. Is she allowed to yield to me so I can respond? Thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Willis.
The current policy that is in place that I did legislate only is for, it refers to council reserving pool cars. The policy needs to be amended, as Councilmember Gum stated, to reflect if you're not, if you are going to drive over 50 miles, you can only use the pool car. That's not in that policy. That needed to be amended. Also, it needs to reflect the mayor's role. If the mayor decides that the mayor role wants to keep a pool car for its use, then they will have to not take the local mileage allowance. That's not in the policy. And so we're asking to, it also needs to address when it doesn't have anything about electric vehicles in the policy. So are we going to, if right now, the P card policy says if we're going to fuel our cars, we're supposed to have a WEX card to fuel our cars. We can go anywhere to fuel our cars, but it's supposed to be on a WEX card, not on our P card. So when I travel, I ask Mr. Dyson for the WEX card. I don't put anything on my P card. So same thing should be for the electric vehicle. Can they use a WEX card? You know, we need to address what they can use or how they fuel, or we need to put policy around where they can go and fuel their electric cars. So it is correct what Councilmember Gum says. We need to amend the policy. We do have a policy in place, but it does not have any of those things in the policy. Yes, thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. The initial motion was to write a whole new policy, so that's why I wanted to clarify that there was a policy that perhaps we just need to amend. So thank you for that clarification.
Councilman Pritchett, I guess it goes back to you now.
I yield.
Will you yield to me? Okay, I just wanted to thank you. Just really quickly note that our police chief, Chief Meadows, is here with us. The previous mayor's car was a pool car from the police department. Is that correct? The Durango? Right. And this electric vehicle is a pool car from the electric vehicle pool. So, you know, pool cars are covered. There is an explanation in the policy, and WEX cards do not work out of vendor. That's why you may remember City Manager Subadan. I have been really pushing for us to get a level 3 charger that charges in 45 minutes versus the charger that we have now that charge in about 23 hours because we can't do that with the transformer on the back of this building, but we have to bring the power around. Those are the kinds of, you know, this was a pilot program. We were very happy we announced a pilot program, and there are some range issues, there's some technical issues, there's some financial issues that we're still working out. So I just want to give everybody grace. I'm glad that we're going to take a look at this policy. Councilwoman Williams-Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. Since we're I guess a couple of things. One, my understand the WEX card is viable for gasoline-powered cars. A WEX card, I don't think, is currently viable for an electric vehicle. So, as we're in amending this policy, obviously we're going to have to think through. And I hate trying to workshop stuff when it's almost midnight, and I've been up since 4 a.m. But since so if I start babbling, charge it to my head, not my heart. It's almost a 25, yeah, charge it to my P card. It's been almost a 24-hour day. I told, look, y'all know I have an expiration. You know I have an expiration date. Look, my college classmate is sitting out there. He will tell you, I was in my 20s going to bed at 9 o'clock. I got an expiration date. It still got to be up, right? For this particular policy, I don't think it is as simple as suspending international travel, because it sounds to me that in amending the policy, we're also going to have to do some budget amendments to account for and incorporate the cost of trying to do some of these things. So I don't know if this needs to be a friendly amendment, or I got to get somebody to agree to it or whatever, but in revamping this policy, it sounds like we're going to have to also do some sort of budget amendment to incorporate whatever this is going to cost us to accommodate electric vehicles. Why? Because I don't have an electric vehicle, but in listening to the conversation is the difference between charging in 45 minutes and the difference between charging 24 hours is going to require the procurement of a charging station, and it's able to do that, which is going to cost something. And then where do we put those throughout the city? Because I don't know where he's driving to on a daily basis, but I know electric vehicles can only go so far before you have to stop and charge them. So then what does that look like? And then you see how you start, once you start to workshop it, questions breed questions. So can we get a budget, in addition to amending the policy, can we also get the budget recommendations so that we can incorporate whatever these additional costs are into the budget?
Point of order. Do you mind?
All right.
I know you don't mind.
Left the room, so I'll recognize Councilman Willis's point of order. You gonna come back?
I did have an answer for that.
Every policy is supposed to come with a fiscal statement. If it requires a fiscal statement, I didn't put no time period on this policy. I just said the policy needs to be amended. It's supposed to come with a fiscal statement.
Okay, that's fine. Look, it's almost midnight, y'all.
Yeah.
Come on, and look, we still got 5 pages of agenda to do. What are we doing?
Call for the vote.
All right, I am taking myself out of queue. I've had enough of this, and my back hurts. I should not even be here this evening. Councilmember Willis, you're next in the queue. Are you ready to call for the vote?
Yes, Clerk, do you mind asking Clerk Adams to?
Clerk Adam, repeat what we have on the table to vote on.
Yes, I recorded. It's a request to amend the current policy for elected officials / the mayor's electric vehicle.
All right. All right. So, how do we vote? Are we voting in the queue, or are we voting by show of hands?
I can open up. I got it queued up. So,
all right.
The vote is open.
His vote.
You're voting on the policy, the elected officials policy to amend it. Councilman Gomes, yes or no?
So just to be clear, once this policy is finished, we'll have to come back and vote on the policy that was created.
Yes.
Madam City Attorney? We lost our attorney. All right, thank you. No, I just want to make that clear. All right, I just want to make that clear so there's no confusion. All right.
You yes or no? Okay. Councilman Bell? No. Oh, not voting? That motion was approved 6-1.
So, Ms. Clerk, what's the next item we have on the table?
No, I don't support voting on something I don't know what I'm amending, so that's just me. It's fine.
So that completes that agenda item.
Okay, wait. Can we have some order? The clerk has a mic. Go ahead, clerk.
So the next item on the agenda is approval of the city council meeting minutes, regular meeting minutes for December 10th, 2024, work session minutes, December 10th, 2024, and alcohol zoning public hearing minutes, December 10th, 2024.
All right, can I get a motion to approve the minutes?
Second.
All right, Mr. Clerk will take that vote in the system or show of hands. What's faster? Show of hands, come on.
Record that motion approved 7-0.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please on the next item.
That brings us to alcohol license rezoning variance modification cases for motion and vote. The first is a second read and request council approval of a zoning ordinance case Z24-019/CV24-005, application by Danny Blumenthal, care of J. Christ Cole, requesting a rezoning from AG1 to CUP at 0 and 5070 Derrick Road to develop 327 single-family homes. The applicant is also seeking a concurrent variance to reduce required buffers along South Fulton Parkway and the adjacent parcels within the city of Union City on 82.43 acres of land. It's located in Council District 4. Staff and the Planning Commission recommended denial.
All right, is Mr. McClendon here? Oh, sorry, it's late, brother. I want a motion to approve this, but with the recommendations. I will suggest that, Reginald, because there have been quite a number of changes since this thing was put on the table. Mr. Director, are you prepared to go with those amendments, those changes?
All right, thank you. This is case Z24-019, CV24-005. As stated by Council Member Sebastian, there have been quite a few changes since this item was first introduced. So the ordinance before you is an amendment. It has been it has been amended to note that the current development plan is for 247 single-family detached homes, which is around 100 homes less than the original proposal. There are also a number of conditions that are attached to this ordinance. There are 8 conditions of approval. The first condition being that this development will be conditioned on a site plan that is attached to this ordinance. That site plan was received by staff on December 4th, 2024. This development will be limited to no more than 247 dwelling units. There is also a condition on minimum square footage and setbacks. Amenities that will include a swimming pool with a cabana and a playground. There are architectural standards. The 6th condition is that the developer will provide a roadway connecting to the Forest Creek subdivision via Amberland Square for emergency purposes only, and that emergency access will have a Knox box entry for emergency vehicles. The 7th condition is that the developer will add fencing as natural conditions allow along the property line with 5080 Derrick Road. And the final condition is related to vegetative screening between the amenity areas and 5080 Derrick Road. Noting these changes in the application, staff's recommendation did change from denial to approval with conditions.
Thank you. Just a point of clarification, the buffer along South Fulton Parkway will no longer be reduced. 'Cause that was one of the deal killers. Is that correct? Still be 100 feet?
Correct. I believe that was the concurrent variance request, and that is not included here. So that would not be.
All right. So can I get a second?
Second.
Okay. Are we ready to vote? We'll take that vote in the queue. Councilman Wood? Yes? No?
That motion is approved 6-1.
All right. Mr. Clerk, please on the next item.
That brings us to Roman numeral 9B, request council approval of a resolution, case M24-006, application by Felisa Harris, care of Tyler Shoup, for property located at 0 Summer Tree Court, parcel 13, requesting a modification in CUP to petition number 1970-028 to allow the proposed townhomes to be classified as fee simple townhomes rather than condominiums. It's located in Council District 6. Staff recommendation is denial.
All right. Do I have a motion?
Of the mic. Okay. I move to approve case M24-008 with the following two conditions. Condition number 1, that the developer will put a fence around the perimeter of the subdivision on the north and east sides of the property, which run adjacent to Harrington Point. And condition number 2, that the developer will install sidewalks that directly in front of the development. Did I do that out of order? Okay.
Is there a second? Okay, seconded by Councilmember Willis. Are there any discussions? Recognizing Councilman Gumps in the second district.
Councilmember, just for clarification, are you extending the sidewalks? Because my understanding is that most developments that are coming to the city, or all developments that come to the city, they're required to do sidewalks in the front of the subdivision, or is that just for making it put on record?
That was just for making it blah, 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 what you said.
Okay.
Okay. Y'all, I'm tired. But yes, we had a follow-up community meeting, and then there were additional follow-up conversations, and so I just needed to be clear for the record that the developer is going to put the sidewalks in front of the development so that the members of the community who had that concern, can be reassured that yes, sidewalks will go in the front of the development.
All right, thank you. So are we ready for the vote? All right. Mr. Clerk, we'll take the vote in the queue.
That motion is approved, 6-1.
Let me back in. Thanks. All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Brings us to letter C, request council approval of a resolution, case U 24-016, an application by Sue the Nguyen, requesting a special use permit in the MIX district to change ownership of and operate an existing nail salon at 6175 Old National Highway, Suite 264. It's located in Council District 6. Staff and Planning Commission recommendation is approval conditional.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion beginning, as always is our custom, with the district representative, Councilwoman Williams-Brown.
Yes, I move to approve case U-24-016.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's take this vote in the queue.
Vote is open. Motion is approved, 7-0.
All right, please sound. Did we do all of the items that were added? Okay, because I do want to respect, I think Councilman Willis, you wanted yours heard before we got into the agenda. Was that correct? Okay, great. All right, please sound the next item.
Next item is letter D, request council approval of a resolution, case M24-009, application by Felicia Harris, care of Tyler Shoup for property located at 0 Summer Tree, parcel 13, requesting a modification in CUP to a petition number 1967-0070 to allow the proposed townhomes to be classified as fee simple townhomes rather than condominiums. It's located in Council District 6. Staff recommendation is denial.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion beginning, as always, with, as our custom is, with the district representative.
I move approval of case M-24-009 with the same two conditions from case M24-008.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's take this vote in the queue.
That motion was approved, 6-1.
All right, please sound the next item.
That brings us to the consent agenda. We have letters A through D. I did miss one. Yep, we did.
Mr. Clerk, there is just some question about your numbering. Could you just elucidate that for the edification of the council?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, there is one additional. The text amendment was letter E, so that's before the consent agenda. If it's okay, I can sound that one.
Go ahead. Hold me.
Go ahead, sir.
Sorry.
Letter E, second reading, request council approval of TA 24-003, an amendment, an ordinance to amend the City of South Fulton zoning ordinance related to commercial parking by adding subsection H, distance requirements, sponsored by Councilmember Rao.
The chair will, y'all got to release the mics. The chair will entertain a motion, beginning as always our practice, with the district representative, Dr. Rao.
I move to approve the text amendment as sounded.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote in the queue.
That motion was approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right, please sound the next item.
So now that brings us to the consent agenda, Roman numeral 10, letters A through D.
All right, I will entertain a motion.
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Wait, he's gonna give you the mic.
I move to approve the consent agenda items A through D.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? The chair recognizes Councilwoman Pritchard, please. Let her have the mic.
My question is for Councilmember Rao. I see here that the veterans, the Veterans Day luncheon is here as November 8th. Did you put that on here? You did? Okay. All right. I yield.
Is that the right date? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Any further questions, comments, concerns, queries, solutions, dissolutions, hallucinations? All right. Let's take this vote in the queue.
That motion was approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right, please sound the next item.
That brings us to agenda items under procurements and contracts. The first one is Fire Rescue. Requests the approval to purchase an EMS vehicle from Fats Lane Emergency Vehicles. The purchase will involve a Ford F-250 pickup truck, fully equipped with a pull-out workstation to serve as a dedicated response vehicle for the 3-shift fire EMS captains. This acquisition is essential to enhancing operational effectiveness, efficiency, and safety of our emergency medical services response and incident management capabilities. This vehicle is included in the EMS expansion initiative. The vehicle is being procured under the HGAC bi-cooperative purchasing agreement. The cost is not to exceed $135,000. The funding is located in the FY 2025 CIP line item, EMS vehicle.
And I just want to be clear, this was the first one under procurement?
Yes.
Okay. The chair will entertain a motion.
All right. Let's see, I move to approve the purchase of a Ford F-250 pickup truck being procured under HGAC by Cooperative for $135,000, as well as item number 2, approval for RFP 24-32 right-of-way acquisitions, not to exceed $750,000, as well as item number 3, the ITB 24-35 Cochran Road over Camp Creek, which is to install streetlights throughout the length of the project. The contract shall be for duration of construction schedule. The proposed vendor, Southeastern Development, was the lowest responsible bidder at $3,894,560 and change. The recommended award includes a 10% contingency for a total of $4,284,016.01, as well as item number 4, to amend the construction contract with SDNC for T-SWAS 2 on Fairburn Road to include a $385,833 change order, including Atlanta Department of Watershed, to reimburse them through the IGA agreement up to $2,429,000 in reimbursements, as with the addition of the change order, the revised contract total will be $9,473,197.84.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? All right. Seeing and hearing no discussion, Mr. Clerk, let's take this vote in the queue.
We added one. Yeah, we moved it. Yeah, we moved that, but we could do it separate. Oh, I put yes. In the same one.
That motion was approved 7-0.
All right, thank you, Mr. Clerk. Will you sound the next item?
Next item is an item we moved, which is a request council approval of a memorandum of understanding between the city of South Fulton and the Miss City of South Fulton pageant.
All right, thank you. Before we entertain a motion or have discussion, I do want to just take a moment. There was a question, Madam City Attorney, about why this was back on the agenda, because we voted on this at the last meeting. So if you could just opine as to why this did have to come back to our agenda.
Release the mic. Okay. Pardon my spiciness. It is almost midnight, so I'll just cut straight to the chase. The last time we discussed this at the December 10th meeting, sorry, I already feel my voice going. I represented to the council that there were certain provisions would not appear in this contract, and based on the representations I made is what you approved. After the meeting, the content of the agreement changed, and as the attorney for the city, I didn't feel comfortable with you all moving forward with the representations that I made, knowing that there were certain provisions that changed. And so that's why it is back on the agenda for you all to review and approve the actual document. When we spoke on December 10th, you all didn't have the actual document in front of you to review. My understanding is that the document went out with the agenda, so you have it in front of you to review.
All right, Madam City Attorney, what changes were made that were so important that we needed to bring it back?
At the December 10th meeting, I had represented that there would be no city funds used in support of the event. There's $10,000 being used for decorations that is in the MOU. So that's the substantive change.
All right, so I just wanted council to understand that that is why it came back. It was under the advice of our attorney, and because there are now financial implications, it did not seem appropriate to be on the consent agenda because we all agreed when there were no financial costs. So with that, I will entertain a motion and we can go into discussion. I don't see you in the queue, but the chair recognizes.
I did want to make a quick clarification. As the city attorney, I don't make any determination on where an item goes on the agenda. I do give advice that something should come back for council to review, and that's what happened in this case.
Yes, I'm sorry, and let me make that clear. That it needed to come back. It was the decision of the chair that because something that did not have a cost now did have a cost, that is not something that we should put on the consent agenda. So yes, I take ownership. It did need to come back to the agenda. I thought that it should come back to the regular agenda because of the $10,000 implication. The chair will entertain a motion. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Helen Zenobia Willis.
I would like to move to approve this motion, and I have a discussion. I move to approve this motion with discussion.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Councilwoman Willis, you're first in the queue.
Yeah, so I was never given an opportunity to explain this before the body. This is something that was discussed up front with the city manager during the budgeting process, and she agreed to allocate in a communication budget $10,000 to pay for the decorations. And so when we discussed it, and she said she wanted to support my events just like she support everybody else's events. So when we discussed it, we thought it was best to put it in an MOU and not just have it out there lingering. And so because Attorney Kelly didn't know about the discussion and she didn't know about the $10,000, she didn't speak on it because she didn't know about it. And so after we discussed it, we all agreed that it's something that should be put in the, well, it's a PSA, just like the money is represented in PSAs and other events. We went back and looked at other PSAs, and so whenever there's money represented or has to be spent out, it's in other PSAs. So that's why she put it in this PSA, and we wanted to bring it back because she did not talk about it, the specifics, because she didn't know about it. Thank you.
Dr. Rowell is next in the queue.
This is a question, just to answer my question. I know I had previously read, I think, that you were the executive producer. I just want to verify, just for transparency, you're not getting compensation in any way from this event?
No, volunteer.
That's why I'm asking.
Okay, no, somebody got to get it. No, volunteer. I'm not getting compensated for this role. And if I did, get compensated for any board that I'm on, I would have to disclose it, in that financial disclosure that we have to file every year. But no, I'm not getting, no one on this board is getting paid. No one on this board is getting paid. It's volunteer.
And it just one clarify, and this coming out your district budget?
No, this was
Events budget?
This was budgeted in the public affairs budget. This was something that we discussed during the budget process. So it's in the public affairs budget. It's not in my district budget.
Are those your questions, Dr. Rowell? All right, I have some discussion. This is why it's like, and I hate that we're doing this at almost midnight, but this is one of the reasons that it needed to come back to the regular agenda, because this is one of the things that we need to talk through. There are some, there may be some unintended consequences that I want to make sure the council is aware of. So right now we have, I'm going to say, 2 classes of events. We have our city council events. Those are the ones that we do out of our own budget. And included in that is a signature event and a secondary event. Correct me if I'm wrong, Madam City Manager, but it's like $25,000 for a signature event that's added to the council's budget, or not added to the council's budget, but it comes out of Parks and Rec. And then there's $10,000 for a secondary event that comes out of another. So we each get a signature event and a secondary event. So for example, my signature event last year and this year is the Global South Film Festival. We got $25,000. We actually get a little more because this is a district-wide thing, and I'm the district-wide representative. I'm the at-large representative. So we got $35,000. So I want to just be clear, we got $35,000. But that was our signature event. And then we have, a secondary event. We're going to have like a town hall or whatever, right? So we have events that we do as council people out of our own budget. We also have a second, if I could just have everybody's attention, because I want to make sure that we're all clear about this. We also have a second kind of event, and those are the events that we agree upon as a council to take on as a city, and those we budget for in our annual budget. Some examples of those are the Azuka Festival, that's a $150,000 festival. Juneteenth, that's a very expensive festival. Our State of the City and City Anniversary, those are things that we add in the budget. So this is in some ways creating a new class of events. This is, we are, in addition to the signature event and the secondary event, which we get a combined $35,000 or $45,000 for, in addition to the citywide events that we budgeted for, we are now through PSAs allowing people to get extra money from our general fund for events. So any of us at any time could come back with a PSA and say, in addition to my signature event, in addition to my secondary event, and in addition to the events we've agreed on as a city, I have this PSA. We're going to take $10,000 from public affairs or wherever to do this event that I've contracted with for the city. So I'm saying that to say this $10,000 is not coming from secondary or signature events. if we're all going to start doing PSAs with like $10,000 price tags, then we just need to let the city manager know that that's something that we're thinking about so that she can budget for FY 2026 accordingly. And with that, we're going to, if there's no further questions or comments, we will go ahead and the chair recognizes, okay, first in the queue is Councilwoman Williams Brown. Linda Pritchett? Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know how, because I was just talking, so I thought we were, all right, Councilwoman, okay, Linda Pritchett, you go first and then we'll follow this queue. You have to release.
Okay, so I just want to make this clarification just so it's understood properly. When this came up, or when we found out about it, I found out about it on social media. Then the emails kind of hand in hand. There wasn't a conversation about it beforehand so that we could have chimed in. My legal concern is not that it's not a good event or idea. It's either an event that the city is going to adopt and be a part of, or it's an event that somebody wants to host at a city facility. So if the city is hosting an event at our facility, then we don't have anything to do with supplementing those type of events. It's either, it could be a council person's event, could have been that. The concern is, as it continued to unravel and evolve, at first we heard that Attorney Kelly did know all the details. Now we're hearing that she didn't know about details related to the budgeting process. So with Councilwoman Willis being named as a executive producer of the event, I believe that there is a legal conflict because there is a personal interest. And personal doesn't mean like that you're getting paid to do it, but the conflict of interest is there. It's an entity that you're sitting on a board for, and then at the same time as a councilwoman, you're sponsoring, bringing this event. Then now we're adding a department to do the sponsoring of decorations and things. And if this is, it has our city name that we didn't agree to that up front, but we're here. So should we just consider it a city event to make it work? So Councilwoman Willis is saying that it's her event, but then she sits on the board of the organization that it's organized by. So it can't be both. It's either one or the other. I'm not opposed to whatever works to make it make sense. I'm also hearing, comparisons to other events, and wanting equity or parity, but it didn't go through the same process. Juneteenth and Asukat, as the mayor mentioned, they were put into the city's budget. Now, if this is something that's going to continue from year to year, and this is something that Councilwoman Willis wanted to see placed in the budget, and she just spoke, I think I heard something about amending a budget or making considerations. Is that is it? I want to see this done the right way, because as the mayor said, if we're just, we can argue a case for anything that we want to do and just involving a department, taking it out their budget and just moving right along. We've had, I don't know how long conversation about the mayor's travel, which those are thousands of dollars that people have concerns with. This is thousands of dollars that people have concern with, whether we like it or whether we don't, or whether we agree, whether we don't. I'm not understanding, Attorney Kelly, how things change when, from my perspective, if the councilwoman sits on that board, then there is a personal interest and a conflict. I'll yield to you, Attorney Kelly.
So section 2.15 of the charter lists the prohibitions, and it specifically lays out that any elected official, appointed officer, or employee who has a private financial interest, directly or indirectly, in any contract or matter pending before or within any department of the city, shall disclose such private interest to the city council. It has been in transparency. Dr. Rao did bring up that she's the executive producer, but she has confirmed that it's a volunteer only, that she's not getting a financial interest. No one's being paid. If the council were to find, you could vote and find otherwise, that there's a conflict, but just from the facts that have come out today, and my reading of section 2.15, I don't see a financial interest here. I do think it is a slippery slope, in my legal opinion, to allow for these types of financial decisions. But again, as Councilwoman mentioned, I didn't know about it, and once I became aware and I knew it was going into the document, that's why I said it should come back, because the representations that I made to you all on December 10th were different than what it is now.
Will you bring that?
With that, I
ahead.
yield.
All right, will you bring that cue back up? Next is Councilwoman Williams-Brown.
And this is probably a question. This is probably a question for the city manager, because we have, and I may already have it in my email, and I'm just too tired to put in the right keyword to find it. If we each have a signature event, we each have a second event, can we get that spreadsheet back again of what those things are, A, and then B, if we are now doing PSAs to have other events that are going to, where funding's going to be taken, or I don't want to say taken because that sounds like, we're holding a gun to somebody's head, but their funds are going to be allocated from a department for a third thing. Can we get a policy and some guidelines around that? About the third thing, because it sounds like the left hand didn't know what the right hand was doing, and the big toe on the left foot made assumptions. I'm tired. Right. It's just we're all over the place. We're all over the place with who said what to whom, who knew what when, who understood what at what point, and at the bottom of it there's $10,000 coming out of the public affairs budget to support this event. There's got to be some clarity around how these things happen and how these things get told, because if you're going to tell Councilwoman Willis she can have money out of the public affairs budget, then where does that leave the rest of us? Because none of us knew that was a possibility, to have money out of public affairs or parks or code or fire or police or wherever money gets pulled from. So.
I'm sorry. This is my electronic gavel. Y'all like that? We're welcome to the 21st century. So I want to make sure. I want to make sure that we are respecting everyone who has the floor right now. Councilwoman Natasha Williams-Brown has the floor. I think we're going to have some more discussion. I have some closing comments, but go ahead and finish.
Let's not have any closing comments. It's midnight. I'm 4 hours away from a 24-hour day. I'm just and I don't need to have an answer tonight, well, today, because it's currently Wednesday morning. But at some point, there's got to be some sort of consistency in who gets what, how they get it, why they get it, what they get it for, because this is the type of situation that causes confusion and chaos and mess and has us fighting with each other, often unnecessarily, because what ends up happening, it's on social media. Well, why does Helen get $10,000? Where's my $10,000? I didn't get $10,000. Well, right. Well, why did you get $65,000? Or why did you get $150,000? We've got.
In my budget.
All I'm saying is that it's got to be. We have got to do things in decency and in order, because not only does it cause us to fight with each other, it equips the public with weapons to attack us, because they get this information and they run with it. We got to have some standards and some consistency. I mean, I don't begrudge the $10,000, but if you got $10,000 from public affairs, where's mine?
And that's what I was saying. Oh, I'm sorry.
Right. Where's my money?
Mayor, can I respond? This will be a short response.
All right, I need a minute. Can you give me 10 seconds? Just give me 10 seconds. Madam City Manager, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And so one, I think it gets addressed in the event policy, which we're meeting. Two, my bad. My bad. Honestly, I didn't get out a spreadsheet, look at all of the, where's the money. It was presented to me in a, breeze into my office. This is a great thing for the city. How exciting. Let's support it. And, like I do with every one of you, I was like, sounds like a great idea to me. Let's support it. I did not, quite honestly, do the deep dive. In fairness, Sarah was transitioning with Vincent. This was not budgeted. We did not put this in the FY25 budget. This all occurred after. And so this is not listed on any place. But we do have a promotion section, with funding in public affairs. And so, there's also funding in parks. So, I felt like this was something that could be supported. In the future, when people breeze into my office and ask me questions like that, it's a hard no. And many times I get a call, can you send a firefighter tonight? Can we do this tomorrow? I've learned my lesson. It's like, hold on, what did you made us pause? I'm like, let me pause and think this all the way through. So we don't create we don't contribute to any kind of mess. So I will certainly take responsibility for answering too fast, not thinking about all of the 10 million ramifications, the legal pieces, the liability pieces. That was on me. I acted in haste, thinking, and quite honestly, I've told everybody on this council, I don't do events. Events is not my thing. Mark is the event guy. The question was asked of me, and I was like, sounds fine, and I moved on to the next thing. Hard lesson to learn. It won't happen again, but we will address it in the events policy.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent, for that update on the events policy. To let people know that is coming at the next meeting, January 28th, right here at 5440 Fulton Industrial Boulevard, 30336. I just do want to point out, it is Wednesday morning. This is the second time tonight that I have heard that something ended up on the agenda because of social media. I want to say first to my colleagues No, this is the second time. We had a discussion about international travel policy because it was on social media. We've had a discussion about this PSA now at 2 meetings because it was on social media. So first I want to say to my colleagues, we've got to stop letting social media write our agendas. We've got to move in decency and order. We've got to trust ourselves, one another, enough to know we're doing the right thing. We're going to explain it all. It's all going to come out. And the second thing that I want to say to our constituents is, y'all got to trust us as well before y'all run to social media. Like, we have 24 meetings a year. We can only talk about so many things on one agenda, which is why we're here at midnight, because we had an agenda. We're gonna talk about everything. Y'all, we gonna get to all of it. We just can't get to all of it every council meeting, every Tuesday. And if we have an agenda, we can't rewrite our agenda the night before because somebody puts up a social media post. And y'all got to stop putting up the posts. Y'all got to trust your leaders. We have elections coming up this year. If you really don't like it after you've heard everything, then just vote for different people. It's fine. So, thank you. And so with that, I'm going to go ahead and recognize Councilwoman Willis for her second time.
I'm not going to belabor this. Thank you, Ms. Supadan, for clarifying this. I hope the events policy does clear this up, because I do agree that it does need to be equity. You know, when your predecessor was here, and this predates you, Ms. Bell, he was getting $55,000 to produce concerts, right? And then, you know, and then we hear, I've never had a signature event funded. I've always gone out and got sponsors. You know, I got to work within a park and recreation budget. So to hear other people are getting stuff, you know, and this is a drop in the bucket compared to what other people are getting. So I want to thank Ms. Supadan for clarifying this, and I'm looking forward to a standardized policy. And just like you said, you get $25,000 to do the global thing.
No, I get $35,000. You get $25,000.
No, I
it's
don't.
in the budget that we approved. Is that
But
correct, Madam City Manager? Everyone has a secondary and a signature event in their budget.
But I still have the floor.
You do. I just wanted to clear that up.
And we had to clarify that Azuka is $65,000, not $150,000 that you put out. And so, but the thing is, when I looked at your PSA, that $35,000 wasn't in that PSA. I'm being transparent and putting it in my PSA. And as the city attorney stated, there's no conflict because I'm not getting paid. My husband takes care of me. Thank you.
All right. I think we have more people in the queue. Okay, we're done. We're done. We're going to go ahead and call for the vote now. The vote is in the queue. We have another meeting before the end of the month. Just a reminder, you do have to have this on top for you to show up in the queue. There we go. All right.
That motion was approved 7-0.
Thank you. Please sound the next item.
Brings us to letter B, public safety. First is second read and request council approval of an ordinance to amend chapter 106, offenses and miscellaneous provisions of Article 5, offenses by and against minors of the Code of Ordinances, City of South Fulton, Georgia, to modify provisions pertaining to juvenile curfews and parental accountability, sponsored by Councilmember Bell.
This is a second read, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion beginning as always our custom with the district representative or the sponsor. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Kiosha Bell.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we approve
This is, of course, as sounded.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Let's vote on this in the queue. I'm sorry.
It's a state law. That's all.
Do we have discussion? The chair recognizes, we do have discussion. That is part of Robert's rules. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Linda B. Pritchard.
Okay. Not belaboring, but just trying to understand. Chief Meadows, our current curfew is 11 p.m., correct? No. I'm just, okay. So this is my question, because I'm one of these people that call 911 when I see people young people in the middle of the night walking down the street. What does reducing it, how does this, like, if they're in the street at 11 o'clock and I call 911 and, that's not like a big deal, this curfew issue, making it 10 o'clock, how is that more helpful? I'm just trying to understand.
Do you want to answer the
No, I think that the chief can answer because he's in public safety.
So what it does for us, it gives us the ability to make sure that we get, the kids off the street timely. Right now we have like Skate Town on Old National. There are times when they let those kids out, bumps up against the state curfew time, and it makes it a little problematic for us because we have kids running up and down Old National all times of the night. So we're kind of working with a lot of the businesses where the kids pay. Picking them up on time, and so we've been working with them, and so the parental accountability piece also assists, helps in that regard as well.
Okay, thank you. Just want clarification.
All right. If there's no one else in the queue, Mr. Clerk, we'll take the vote in the queue.
That motion was approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right, thank you, Mr. Clerk. Can you please sound the next item?
Brings us to item 2, request council approval to apply and accept the Assistance for Firefighters Grant, AFG, in the amount of $661,718.18, with the city match of 10% or $66,171.72. The grant is for 175 complete sets of turnout gear. This grant will allow the department to continue to replace outdated and worn non-compliant PPE, as well as outfit our newly hired firefighters.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Do I hear a motion to approve?
I move to approve whatever we just read.
Second.
All right. There's a motion and a second.
I also move to approve the Public Works Department requesting approval, local maintenance infrastructure, $1.4 million, and in Public Works.
There's a, whoa. We already have motions and seconds flying all over the place.
By itself.
Can we just take a vote on these two? All right, Mr. Clerk, can you put the vote in the vote? Oh, discussion? I'm sorry. Chair recognizes Councilmember Pritchard. Discussion on which item, Councilmember Pritchard?
Okay, real quick question, for Public Works. Does Public Works have a list of these subdivisions that are eligible, for these pavings? Because I've had a problem in my district about roads that have not been paved because the builder left, and then now they've gotten worse and worse. So just wondering, is there a list?
Me? Yeah. When I was giving my remarks, I explained that tiers 1, 2, and 3 of LMIG, of T-SPLOST are complete. But what we will be doing is bringing you back some options to address this year some street resurfacing. But yes, we do have a list, and the full depth reclamation list is going to be our highest priority because those are really bad roads that have to be redone. But we will be bringing you a list. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Clerk, we have the vote open. Let's vote.
The motion was approved 7-0.
All right, that brings us to administration. Mr. Clerk, can you sound the next item?
So that brings us to item D1 under administration. Second read and request council approval of an ordinance to amend Chapter 8 Budget, Title 1, Administration, Section 1-8003, Municipal Budget Policy, and Section 1-8004, Budget Ordinance of the Code of Ordinance of City of South Fulton, Georgia.
Madam City Manager. Did you want to speak about this? This isn't your item. Okay, did you want to just give any more information? Someone has to release the mic so that she can speak. Go ahead, Madam City.
Really quickly, this was on your October agenda and never got passed. This allows us to do a budget amendment with a resolution instead of an ordinance which requires 2 reads.
Got you. Thank you so much. All right, I will entertain a motion.
All right, I'd like to make a motion to approve the second read for approval of an ordinance to amend Chapter 8, Budget Title 1, Administration, Section 1-8003, Municipal Budget Policy, and Section 1-8004, Budget Ordinance of the Code of Ordinance for the City of South Fulton. I would also like to include the second read and request for council approval of an ordinance to amend Chapter 10, Blasting of Title 3, Building Regulations of the Code of Ordinance for the City of South Fulton, Georgia, to modify provisions pertaining to a butter notification, to add, delete, and modify definitions related to the same. I also would like to request council approval of a resolution fixing and publishing qualifying fees for the offices subject to election in the year 2025 and for other lawful purposes of the city. I also like to request approval of a resolution pledging to practice and promote civility in the city of South Fulton by the entire mayor and council. Also to request approval of a resolution appointing District 7 Councilmember Linda Becker Pritchett as Mayor Pro Tem, setting the date of appointment as said Mayor Pro Tem. And I believe that's it.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's take these votes in the queue. All right, that was passed unanimously. I would like to take a moment to congratulate our 2025 Mayor Pro Tem, Councilwoman Linda Becker Pritchett. All right, thank you. We have a few first reads. Do you want to just sound those out, Mr. Clerk?
We actually have 2 action items. Did you want to take the voting items and then leave the first reads for last?
Yes, please.
Okay, so we had 2 add-on items under Roman numeral 12. They were for District 6, 2 donations, donation to the fire department of 6 power drills, and donation from Attorney Axley of 15 gift cards, $25 each. Also, District 6, Councilman Williams Brown had 2 events, February 6th, Georgia Power Lunch and Learn. Also, a food distribution the 4th Saturday at Creel Park.
All right, I will entertain a motion, beginning as always with the sponsor of the motion, Councilwoman Williams Brown. Someone has to release so that she can speak. We're gonna get it. We're gonna get it.
We gonna get it. I move approval of the walk-on items as sounded.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. I'll take that vote in the queue.
Those items were approved 7-0.
All right, you can go ahead and sound those first read items.
We do have 2 first read items. The first one is first read. It's a TA 25-001, City of South Fulton zoning ordinance as amended for the purpose of amending regulations related to public participation plan and report requirements. The second is the first read, Z 25-001, an ordinance to rezone 59 plus or minus acres of land located at 0 Mason Road, 0, 5170, 5186, 5196, 5206, 5210, 5226, and 5234 Stonewall Hill Road. From AG1 Agricultural District, South Fulton Parkway Overlay District, to the M1 Light Industrial in the South Fulton Parkway Overlay District, to amend the future development map of the City of South Fulton Comprehensive Development Plan, known as our South Fulton, the 2021 Comprehensive Plan, so as to redesignate the property from the Suburban 1 Neighborhood Character Area designation to the Industrial Zone Character Area designation, to approve a special use permit for a data center pursuant to SEC 803 of the South Fulton Zoning Code. This is sponsored by Councilmember Willis.
All right, the chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
Real quick, colleagues, we talked about this. This is help mitigate the situation from last year, House Bill 995. 995.
905.
Oh, I'm sorry, 905. Yeah, I'm sorry, it's late. This is to help mitigate that. Okay, thank you.
Any further comments? All right, we took a little step back with a midnight meeting, but we took a giant leap forward, you all, in our brand new council chambers. So we look forward to having you back here every second and fourth Tuesday at 5440 Fulton Industrial Boulevard, 30336. We're going to get the meetings down a little bit, but we are so excited about this new space. And with that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn. I move to adjourn.
We're almost done. We're almost done, good people. We're still on camera. We have a motion and a second to adjourn. Let's just take this vote by a show of hands.
I record that motion approved unanimously. We are adjourned at 12:28 a.m.
Good night, everyone. Thank you for staying up with us. South Fulton, forever.
I saw you talk to him, huh?